Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Let me know if the audio is okay. Good morning, everybody. Okay. How are we doing today? Sounds like it. All right, cool. All right, so we're going to try and catch up over the next couple days on this new trial that just started, I believe, on Monday. Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., Mississippi, is on trial for the offing of Jimmy J. Lee, who is a 20-year-old graduate student who was going to Ole Miss. So, let's see. So both the men are alumni of the University of Mississippi, where Lee was pursuing his master's degree. Now he, let's see. He, I think, okay, so he went missing.
Hold on. People are saying there's an echo.
Oh. There's an echo. Okay, well, I turned it. No more, yes, thank you. Okay, thank you, therapist. I had two windows going and one had a audio on it, so thank you for that. Okay, so Jimmy J. Lee, he was last seen on July 8th of 2022, but now his body has never been recovered. But a judge did declare him deceased at the request of his parents in October. Jimmy J. Lee, he is a member of the LGBTQ community at Ole Miss, and there is talk that Herrington and Lee were in a relationship. So that's kind of the backstory here. Herrington was arrested 2 weeks after Lee disappeared, but he is out on bond right now. They are not going to seek the DP, but if he does, if convicted, he will face life. So, all right. So let's get going. Let's get this party started. Friday. Happy Friday. How's everybody doing? Green-Eyed Cat, Therapist You Know, Cheryl C., Joni Ludlow, hello. Unbalanced Equation, how are you, my friend? Oh, Butterfly Donna, or Dana. Do you say Donna or Dana? Dana, maybe? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but thank you for joining us today. Julie, hello. Regina Crawford, always good to see you. I'm glad that we are covering this, yeah. We would have picked this up probably Monday or Tuesday, but we were at Sarah and Ashley's sentencing, so if I could clone myself, I would have. And Calypso Vixen at 12:36 a.m. You were here. Susan B. Womack, good morning to you. All right, I think we're all... Oh, Trial TV Live. Popping in the chat. Lisa B. Jeepin and Terry H. Melpoy. Dana. Okay, like Dana. Gotcha, Dana. Thank you for correcting me on that, Dana. Okay, cool. Let's get started, guys. I'm going to pip squeegee me down to here. Boop. Do that. And let's get started. Now this judge is Judge Kelly Luther. So let's get started with Judge Kelly Luther. Here we go. Day one.
Yeah, make sure that goes, that's identified as being a part of that last Monday hearing in Ripley anyway. You're gonna need some extra chairs, Ricky. You got them? All right. You know what to do. Good morning, and welcome to Oxford. We started a little late today, because I know y'all had a late night getting in last night, and well, I know because I did too. So thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it really again. I appreciate y'all's sacrifice for being here. Every time we take a break, I'm going to try to remember to ask you this, and every time you come back from a break, I'm going to try to remember to tell you this. I trust that no one had any problem with the court's instructions not to investigate the case, not to talk about the case, even amongst yourselves, not to let anyone talk the case about talk the case to you, not to form or express any opinions about the case, not to deliberate the case until you've heard all the evidence, the instructions of law, and arguments from counsel and begin your deliberations. If you ever have any time somebody wants to discuss the case with you or express any opinions, you tell them you're on the jury and that if they persist, you contact me when you make it, okay? But if you ever have any problems in that regard, let me know. I don't anticipate any problems, but I'm also going to encourage you not to, as I said, stay off social media. Don't tell anybody you're on the jury on social media, because you can control what you say, but you can't control what somebody tells you. I am not going to take your phones away from you. Don't use them while you're here in court. Don't use them to Google any facts or anything about this case, any terminology or any Google Maps or any what the law is or anything along those lines anyway. All right? We are actually started nearly on time today. 5 minutes in the court business, 5 minutes late, it's usually considered about 30 minutes early. Y'all figured that out yesterday. We'll take a 15-minute break and come back to 45 minutes later. I apologize in advance for that, because this won't be the last time, but I want you to know that if we take a short break and it turns into a long break, we're not just sitting around drinking coffee and eating donuts. We are trying to make sure that everything goes correct and we get it right. There's very important matters that we're dealing with, and you would want us right if you were involved. And so if you think if things aren't moving as fast as you want them to, and there's too many delays, don't hold them against these parties. Don't hold them against the state. Don't hold them against the defense. If you got to blame somebody, blame me. Okay? I get paid for things like that, all right? But I appreciate your patience with us. I'm going to now, as y'all noticed yesterday, I pretty much winged it. And I just talked to you off the top of my head. But I'm going to now just read you some instructions that sort of tell you what to anticipate in this case moving forward. Just pay attention as I read, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, you have been selected as the trial jurors in this case. Now that we are about to begin the trial, there are some preliminary matters that I would like to share with you so that you will better understand what will happen during the trial. There are several things that you will probably want to keep in mind during the process of this trial. First of all, you should pay close attention to the testimony of the witnesses who will testify as to what they saw, heard, or experienced, as well as any opinions given by expert witnesses and other evidence, together with the law given to you by the court. Your verdict should be based on two things and two things alone: the law and the evidence. During the course of the trial, it may be necessary for you to leave the courtroom and retire to the jury room while the court passes on questions of law or admissibility of evidence. This is not to conceal anything from you. It is merely that in some circumstances, it is the duty of the court to pass on certain matters before they can be presented to you for your consideration. Also, if the court sustains an objection, the jury should disregard the question and any answer which may have been given. I've been told, and you've been told, this trial can take up to 2 weeks. I don't know who all the witnesses is. I have to rely on these attorneys to tell me how long they think, and that's the best estimate they can give. We hope to get through before then, but that's the best evidence. That's estimate they can give me anyway. Hang in there with us. But trial is expected to last up to 2 weeks, but as I've told before, we'll do our very best to move the case along, but delays frequently occur. This won't be anyone's fault, so don't hold it against the parties. These delays most of the time are because the attorneys and I need to resolve certain legal matters before they can be presented to you in court. The usual hour of the trial will be from 9 to approximately 9 a.m. to approximately 5 p.m. We will take a short recess about every hour and a half. However, I want to emphasize that if any of you need a break for any reason, just raise your hand and tell me or the bailiff that you need a break, and we will break right then regardless of where we are in the trial. I'm going to take a break from my reading and tell you I mean that when I say that. We've dragged you up here against your will to Austin, Mississippi. We intend for you to be comfortable. We intend to take care of you the best way. If you need something, if you need a break, if you need anything to make your stay here more comfortable, let us know. And we're going to do our best to make you as comfortable as we can. Okay? So don't suffer in silence. All right? I want you to be relaxed and comfortable as you can under the circumstances. The trial generally proceeds in this order. First, the state will make an opening statement giving a preview of their case. The defendant's attorney may also make an opening statement outlining their case. This will normally be done immediately after the state's opening statement, but if the defense chooses, they may postpone their opening statement until after the state case in chief has been presented. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is simply to help you to understand the case. Then the state will present their case. After the state rests, the defense may present witnesses. If the defense does produce evidence, the state may present additional or what we call rebuttal evidence. For each witness, there will be a direct examination, a cross-examination by the opposing side, and finally a redirect examination. This usually ends the testimony. After all the evidence is in, I will read you and give you copies of the final instructions of law, which you will follow in reaching your verdict. The attorneys will then make their respective closing arguments to tell you what they think about the evidence and how they think you should decide the case. The state has the burden of proof and will make the opening closing arguments. The defense will then follow, and then the state will make its final close. As in opening statements, what is said in closing arguments is not evidence. You will then retire to the jury room to deliberate your verdict. Once you reach a verdict, it will be read in open court with you and the parties present. Then you will be finally discharged from your duties. I want to remind you of what we've talked about before. You should keep an open mind throughout the case, and you should reach a decision about the case only after you've heard all of the evidence, the final instructions of law, the closing arguments of counsel, and have entered into your deliberations. You should not discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, until the case is concluded and you have begun your deliberations. Should anyone attempt to talk with you or communicate with you in any way about this case, you tell them that you are on the jury, and if they persist, you notify me or an officer of the court, and we will take care of the problem. I know it is natural to talk with people with whom you are thrown in contact with, but do not talk to any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators who are in or out of the courtroom. If you meet them in the hallway or elevator, there's nothing wrong with saying good morning or good afternoon, but the conversation should end there. Not that you do anything wrong or the attorneys or party would do anything wrong, but we must avoid all appearance of impropriety. If the attorneys or witnesses do not greet you outside the court, they are not being rude. They are just carefully observing the rules of court. Do not attempt to investigate the case on your own. The case is decided in the courtroom by the testimony of witnesses and the law that is given to you. Do not be on social media concerning this matter that you're very certain. Some cases I let jurors take notes. Some cases I don't. A little short trial I may not, because you run the risk of somebody taking note and everybody else relying on their note. In this particular case, because of the length of the case, I'm going to let you take notes. I think the clerk had provided a notepad. If you would like to do so, you may take notes during the course of the trial. On the other hand, you are not required to take notes if you prefer not to do so. Each of you should make your own decision about this. If you decide to take notes, be careful not to get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the ongoing proceeding. Notes are only a memory aid, and jurors' notes may be used only as aids to refresh that particular juror's memory and assist that jury in calling that testimony. Each of you must rely on your own independent recollections of the proceeding. Whether you take notes or not, each of you must form and express your own opinion as is facts of the case. An individual juror may be used by that juror only, and that may not be shown or shared with other jurors. You will notice that we have an official court reporter making a record of trial. However, we will not have typewritten transcript of this record available for you in reaching the decision in this case. Parties is the rule invoked. Right. You've heard that the rule has been invoked. That's a term we call it technically rule of sequestration. But that's a big old word to say, because we do call it the rule. And what that means is when one witness is testifying, the other witnesses cannot be in the room to hear what the other witness is saying. And there are sometimes exceptions to that rule that you may note going along, but generally when one party is testifying, other witnesses cannot be present. Any objection to the court's initial instruction of this matter?
Not from the state. Not from the bench.
All right. Y'all ready to kick off? All right, here we go. We're going to start with opening statement in this trial. Underway. You may make an opening statement for the state, and I'm not going to tie you to the whale there. You can make your opening statement wherever you feel comfortable doing so. Okay. I don't. For the record, I don't have any idea who your witnesses are. I'm counting on each side to make sure their witnesses are not in the courtroom. I can't help you in that regard. All right. If you're ready, you may make your opening statement from wherever you feel comfortable. Have it.
Good morning. My name is Gwen Otto, and I, along with the Chief Attorney, Brandon Creekmore, we are here to represent the state of Mississippi. So during jury selection, I know yesterday the hours on thing, heard a little bit about this case. We know it was a murder. We know capital murder. We know that no body was ever found. But the person, that body was a person. And his name was Jimmy Dale Lee III. J. Lee. That's what he likes to be referred to as. And as much as this case is about his death, it's about his life. Throughout this trial, you're going to hear a lot about Jay's life. Who he was, who he wasn't. Because all of that stopped because of Timothy Handy. And as we walk through the evidence, the case, we're going to put on a lot of witnesses. because this is important. We spent all day doing that yesterday. So who was Jay? Well, his friends and family are going to testify. You're going to hear that he was vibrant. He was, he walked to his own feet. He knew who he was, and he was confident in himself. You're going to hear, obviously we know he was a part of the LGBTQ community. That cannot go into our deal. And he, like I said, he knew who he was. If he wanted to wear heels that day, he was going to wear heels. If he wanted to wear silk pants, he was going to wear silk pants. But he was more than just that. You're going to hear he was family oriented. He loved his mother more than anything, his whole family. They talked every day, every single day. They talked about what he had going on, she had going on. He was 20 years old. He actually just graduated from Ole Miss. Early, with honors. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear how his little dog that he loved, that he lived up there with, he had for over 2 years. Unfortunately, on July 8th, 2022, all of that ended. But July 8th, 2022, tragically, while also the day that Jay died, is also his mother's birthday. Which is significant because the evidence will show when she didn't hear from him, she was worried. Throughout this trial, I would have liked to joke that how I don't talk to my dad every day. If he didn't hear from me for 2 days, he's not going to call a welfare check. But the evidence will show that Jay contacted his mother 2 a.m. on July 8th because it was her birthday. And that when she received that communication at 7, she responded. She gave him some time because she thought that, he might be asleep, and he's 20-year-old, just graduated, planning on going to grad school, who knows what he's doing. But when she didn't hear from him, she called. She asked for a welfare check. The evidence will further show that sometime after he contacted her at 2 a.m., because it was her birthday, he left his house, his apartment, Campus Walk Apartments, in Oxford, Mississippi, is on campus, for the first time around 4 sometime in the morning, to go to the apartment of Timothy Herrington. The evidence will further show that that interaction didn't go so well. Jay left and he was upset. And then you will see that at 6 a.m., close around 6 a.m., witnesses will testify to the exact time Jay left for the second time. And the last time, because he never returned to that apartment again. And where was he going? Well, the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, will show he was going to the apartment of Timothy Herrington again. But why? Because Tim, Mr. Herrington, had invited him back over. The evidence will show that although Jay was upset, Tim had promised that if he came back over, he was going to make it up to him. See that first meeting at 4 earlier? Jay and Tim had sexual contact. Jay looked upset. Tim invited him over to make it up to him. The evidence will show that Tim, he was not openly in the LGBTQ community. In fact, he told officers, I don't do that. What Jay wanted him to do. But despite that, he invited Jay back over with the promise that he was going to do something he never done before. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see how the police traced Jay to that apartment. You will see that when Jay gets there, he lets Timothy know he's there. But right before Jay gets to his apartment, when he's headed over, right before he gets there, just a mere minutes, Timothy searches how long does it take to strangle someone. The evidence will further show that Jay never left that apartment on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, the detectives will tell you how they discovered Timothy was a suspect. They will tell you what he did the day after, or the same day after. We're going to walk through all the evidence. And they're going to tell you how we know that Jay is no longer alive. In preparing to speak to you all today, I was looking at some quotes and reading some things like I do, and I saw something and it said, "The rest is silence." Because I was thinking, what makes up a life? Jay's death is in silence. No more financial transactions. No more social media posts. No more contacts with his mother, not checking up on her, not on her birthday. No more contact with his dogs. No more anything. The plans for grad school to move, the dreams, all proof that Jay is no longer with us. In that proof, that is how we know that we must seek justice. And at the conclusion of the evidence, I'm going to come back before you. And I'm going to ask that you provide the only verdict that justice will demand. And it's going to be guilty. Thank you.
All right, everybody good on the jury? Officer, back, I want to see if anybody out there, this star of the show, that would like to come in. I'm going to ask you, well, there's anybody coming and going on to come, then we having breaks. But if there's anybody out there that wants to come in now or leave now, they can do so. And you wish to make a opening statement this time, Mr. Horan? Go ahead and be getting warmed up anyway. Be tuning up, okay?
Thank you.
Just see if there's anybody there. All right. Once you're out, you're out. Once you're in, you're in.
I proceed, Your Honor.
Give me 1 minute. Go ahead. You done your...
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to tell each one of y'all, some of y'all sitting on this chair here today, just one more answer to a question from the judge or counsel still being Hattiesburg with the family. One question it would have been easy for each one of y'all, or at least some of them, to have answered the question a different way, and you wouldn't be in Austin, Mississippi. And I appreciate the fact that each one of y'all found your way to Austin and willing to do your civic duty for the citizens of the state of Mississippi and the people of Austin, and for the parties here today. I want to talk to you a little bit about the council opposite talked about as far as what they anticipate showing you in their case. First of all, I recall Creedmoor using an old, what we call common law term of embezzlement. That is, tricking somebody to come over, or a child, normally it's in the case of children at a park or something, get a child, and you don't have to take them anywhere else. You take with them at that point in time, and technically, the enticement is the kidnapping. Now, I noticed, that they didn't mention anything about the kidnapping aspect of it. They've got to prove that, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, they have got to prove that. That means that during the course of what they claim they're going to put into evidence, there's certain messages or conversations between Jay Lee and my client. They got to establish that happened. Because if that didn't happen, the rest of their case goes like a house of cards. You're going to, assuming the court allows any of this messaging and social media evidence in before you, you're going to hear that approximately 2:03, 2:04 in the morning, Jay Lee reached out, assuming it comes in, evidence, to Mr. Herrington. And I implore you to find anything in what they provided to us that supports the proposition that there was any threat or anything in those messages that my client threatened him in any way, Mr. Lee. And I don't doubt, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear evidence about how Jerry's mother loved him. I'm not saying he was a bad person, certainly not. The court's going to instruct you at the conclusion of this case that you cannot allow sympathy or a mother come into play here. You consider what she says as evidence. But y'all have got to decide in this case facts. And what you're going to hear is nothing about a threat in any shape, form, or fashion from my client. And you're not going to hear that he searched anything about strangling anybody, that he gathered any information for that purpose. Now, I'm going to say this, you can tell by the Ford hour yesterday, these are touchy subjects for everybody to get involved in. It doesn't matter whether or not it's heterosexual conduct or otherwise. Talking about the creases of the night, the late hours, about two consenting adults, what they're doing late at night, it's just touchy. Hard to board iron, hard to talk to George about it, people that have never met before. But I say that because nothing against the young man, but there's going to be a lot of information I think you're going to hear about Mr. Lee's conduct prior to this night and the manner in which he conducted himself. I'm not passing judgment on the young man. Those are facts. You cannot abandon your sense of responsibility. And that's what they're going to ask you to do. Worry about the facts. Worry about compassion. Worry about sin. Things that occurred in his life, it was not unusual for him to be going out in the middle of the night. I think the evidence is going to show. I didn't make these things up. It's going to be stuff that the state provided to us. Okay? Just the way it is. He did go over. Please will anticipate the state is going to present to you. And again, assuming that the judge allowed that evidence to come in, you did go to my client's apartment. It's going to be their theory. But it was completely unannounced. No evidence otherwise. Not that they provided unless they're going to give it to us during the course of this trial. It'll be the first time I've heard it. And you're not going to hear anything during the course of their conversations about any argument. In fact, again, I keep saying it, assuming the state gets the proof in, Jay Lee makes a comment, the message that he sends. If this goes bad, it's not going to be good for you. I'm going to read that. And again, assuming it gets that far. Now, let's talk a little bit about what the state's required to prove and what I don't think their evidence is going to show. Proof of the death. First of all. Proof of any death whatsoever. 0. DNA evidence, blood, urine, trace evidence whatsoever. What counsel opposite told you that we don't have a body. Not only do they not have a body, ladies and gentlemen, they don't have one scintilla. That means anything in legal terms. First of all, that a death occurred in Lafayette County, if it did occur. Second of all, any trace evidence in his apartment by their own proof that they say they're going to put on, he went over there twice, apparently engaged in sexual activity on 2 separate occasions, according to their proof. 0. I'm not saying speculatively, it is their proof that a crime was ever committed inside our client's apartment, or in the parking lot, or in his car, or in Jaden's car. Nowhere. Now remember yesterday in council, Mr. Creekmore, I've known him a long time, he said, ladies and gentlemen, we think we're going to have a gamut of opportunities for you to find Mr. Herrington guilty of murder, manslaughter. What they're expecting you to do is to allow them to throw something up against the wall, hope it sticks, if you decide, hey, that's the proof you're going to hear. Objection. Argument. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to hear anything that supports a finding of a killing or a death. Period. You're going to hear some conversations between 2 young guys. Like I told y'all yesterday, I've got 7 kids. These kids nowadays send stuff back and forth to each other. That's what happened here. You're not going to find anything supporting whatsoever that inside his apartment anything untoward occurred. And finally, and probably most importantly, I want you to listen to a lot of the things during the course of this investigation that didn't occur. going to say it now, and I'm going to repeat myself. 22,000 documents we've had provided and discovered. 7 law enforcement agencies. 71 search warrants. 71. And if they're going to be honest with you during the course of this presentation, when Miss Lee came up here and came to the University Police Department, they covered their whole department. Everybody got involved in this investigation. Our police department then got involved in it. They inquired with the FBI, Grenada County Sheriff's Department. 71 search warrants. And they haven't recovered not one bit of direct evidence to support this case. And I challenge the prosecution and the Oxford Police Department, Ryan Baker, nice fella, Shane Portner, nice fella, challenge them to say we have one bit of direct evidence. You can't go on conjecture, you can't go on speculation, you can't go on suspicion. Guesswork, wonderment, all those things you can't do. Got to be factual. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation or this search that she made reference to about strangling, we don't have any idea what the context of that may have been about. And they're not going to be establishing the context. It could have been something that my client was talking about, some sexual activity with a lady, or even Jay Lee. Who knows? Somebody, or not all. But you're not going to find that he ever acted any evidence in that apartment. He acted in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at the conclusion of this case, you're going to have just as many questions then as you do right now about whether or not they've proven the death. You will, my opinion, and I submit to you, you will not be satisfied that they've established that. Only verdict that you can return is going to be not guilty, not the manslaughter, not the second degree, not the murder, certainly not the capital murder, or any of them. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, before we call our first witness, I got just one little short matter I got to take care of. Y'all wouldn't turn the jury, don't get calm. We're not going to be there long anyway. Somebody find what rat's in the attic and get rid of it anyway. I don't know what's going on up there, but get that stopped anyway. All right, I'm going to have to, here on the first row, the court has entered an order that there can't be any T-shirts or any displays of support for one side or the other. You're welcome to stay, but I know you people have strong emotions and strong feelings, but we can't be displaying any signs or T-shirts or anything like that for either side. And so if you would, you're welcome to stay, but we'll have to cover any of that up, okay? Take any buttons or pins or T-shirts or cover them or change clothes or something anyway. All right, that officer at the back, if y'all would see anybody trying to come in with a T-shirt or sticker or anything, let them come in once they've turned it inside out or covered it up or something, okay? Court being recessed just about 2 minutes.
All right, guys. Just gonna pop on real quick here. So, okay, so we just heard opening statements from the state, who is Prosecutor Gwen Agho, and then we then heard from the defense, Kevin Horan. And I think the state's going to have a high burden in this one because no body, no crime, right? He waits to opening statements for them to do that. Objection. I'm not sure the judge is all there. Yeah. Rats in the Attic. Okay, that's a new band name. Every trial gives us a new band name, and that's our new band name for this trial, Rats in the Attic. Sounds like it could be like a cool heavy metal band or something, hard rock. Kind of like Toys in the Attic. Don't step on that, kitty. Come on. Cat stepping on keyboard, never a good thing. So let's see, yeah, so 71 search warrants and no direct evidence. Again, I think, what do you guys think? I think, yeah, Squidward, kitty. I think the state's going to have a high burden here to reach. Right now, I'd have to give it to defense for the state, I'm sorry, for the opening. What do you guys think? You can stay, but take your shirt off. No rats, no t-shirts. Yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think, who won that? Here, I'll do a poll. Start a poll. Who won opening? Who won opening statements? The state or defense? All right, poll is up, chat. Vote now. What do you guys think? We have like another minute to vote before we come back. We need undecided. Oh, okay. I'll put undecided. Should I end the poll? All right, let's just go through the poll and then you can tell me if you're undecided. We have one undecided. All right, looks like we might be back here. This judge, he's hilarious.
Kevin, approach anyway.
Butterfly Dana, did you vote? We got 26 for state, 71 for defense. Oh, you know what? I'm going to stop here, guys. Hold on, because this I think is where I can. Let's see. No. I guess this is okay.
That's is there any
All right,
objection
yeah.
to the first witness statement?
Because this is not a full day. There's another feed that I can get a full day.
I don't impose the rule.
73 said the defense won. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think the defense won as well.
Let's get Stephanie out of the way and step out on the live.
And at what time?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to go
Yeah,
to here and then
I don't impose the
all
rule
right,
until
we can break it there.
first witness.
Ohio Gin, you love this judge already? Yeah, he's pretty interesting. Judge John Kelly Luther. We'll see how together he is. He seems a little disorganized, if you will, on one level, but organized on the other. I'm not quite sure. State was underwhelming. She had so long to prepare, and she bumbled through it. Unbalanced, yeah. Unbalanced equation. So that would be Gwen Agho. I hope that's how you pronounce her name. A-G-H-O. And then that's Kevin Horan that they're talking. These two are talking. They seem pretty chummy with each other.
When you turn your head to it.
Butterfly Dana, yes. I voted defense. You voted defense, yes. Excuse me. Capri Law, I believe this is her first big case. Capri Law, you said you did a deep dive and you're going to have some insights, so please continue to drop that in our chat. Trial Junkies United. He flew off the judge's stand when he took off. Yeah, and what do you guys think of the perspective? Like, I feel like we're like in the ISS. I think Therapist said coming from the moon or something, watching from the moon. Yeah, we're looking through the Hubble. All right, I'm gonna minimize the pipsqueak. Put the little man in the corner. we'll wait till they come back. He said a 2-minute. Yeah, I have to do that too, Milpoy. And I shall in a moment. So 71 thinks defense won, 29 thinks the state won the opening statements. Yep. I do. And again, no body, no crime. That's going to be a tough one. And then also 71 search warrants and no direct evidence. Those are two pretty big hurdles, I have to say. The judge's area is beautiful, Regina Crawford says. There's a big bench. He definitely has a big bench. And that green, I like that green lamp that he has. We have the same. So yeah, so the defense basically said there was some video of Jimmy J. Lee leaving the apartment on the morning of. Both Timothy and Jimmy J. They went to the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss. And we heard some talk about the LGBTQ community. So we're going to hear more about that and the potential relationship between these two. And was this, did that go sour? Did Timothy, were they in a relationship, or did Timothy feel an unwanted, come on, if you will? Let's see, what was that? The panic defense. All right.
Everybody get together, back up, and we'll get started anyway. Okay.
We got them all back.
We can get Mr. Creekmore back, we'll get kicked off. Ready, Mr. Creekmore?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody get together, back up anyway. Show the jury in. All right, everybody good on the jury? I want y'all to know that noise y'all was hearing in the attic is just not, we decided to work on the roof around today. We're trying to get the heat going for you anyway, so bear with us, and I'm going to try to hold off on that for lunch, thank you, okay? Who in the state calls the first witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls was Stephanie Lee.
Stephanie Lee?
Yes, Your
Somebody
Honor.
bring in Miss Lee, please.
Your Honor, I don't want to waive any objections I had to the remainder of the list, but
We'll deal with those objections, you're not waiving anything. Turn around, Miss Lee. Face the court reporter there and be sworn in, please.
You also have to do that side. Or you can sit here and do it when we get to that point. You can sit here and do it when we get to that point. Yeah.
We're not used to having good microphones around here. We do today. Keep that in mind. The mics are hot as a firecracker anyway when you're trying to have any private conversations. All right. She's been sworn. All right. You may proceed.
Miss Lee, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Stephanie Lee. I'm the mother of Jimmy Dale Lee III.
And you said you're the mother of Jimmy Dale J. Lee III?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did J. Lee like, what did he like to be called?
Jay.
Okay. Is that what y'all refer to him as?
Yes, ma'am. He's always wanted to be called Jay since early on.
You could tell me where are you from, Miss Lee?
I'm Jackson, Mississippi.
And is that where Jay was raised?
Yes, born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi.
So did he go to high school in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Started off at Oak Forest Elementary, then later on went to Southwell Middle School and Forest Hill, where he graduated from Forest Hill.
All right, can everybody hear on him?
Without you don't hear. All right. I'm probably work judge. Somebody who not anyway.
And when did Jay graduate?
2019.
And can you tell us a little bit about his schoolwork? Was he a good student?
Jay was very outgoing. In ninth grade, Jay started doing IB classes, international ed classes, so that he can advance his career. He then later proceeded to do IB classes. Once he did IB classes, went on to Jim Hill to do another accessory program to advance careers. Jay graduated at the top of his class, top 10 of his class. His dream was to come here to Ole Miss to complete his education in social work and a minor in business.
So did he eventually come to Ole Miss?
Eventually, yes. Jay's decision said, I want to go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is my choice. And I said, okay, that's where you want to go. And we got everything set up and got moved down here. And he said, Mom, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to get my bachelor's degree within 3 years. I said, okay, you're going to do that? He said, yeah, I've got everything set up where he graduated early in high school. He said, so I'll be able to complete college within 3 years instead of 4 years. And Jay did come down here and complete that and make that happen.
So when did he come to Oxford to go to Ole Miss? What year?
Coming this summer right after graduation.
So would that be about 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did he graduate from Ole Miss?
I think it was 2020.
Was it the same year he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
So would 2022 be around the right time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Lee, if you could tell me, what did Jay major in at Ole Miss?
Social work with a minor in business.
And did you attend his graduation?
Yes, me, my mother, his sister, his dad, my other daughter and her family.
And would that have been around May 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
You said, if you tell me, how many siblings, other children do you have?
4. It's a total 4. It's 3 others.
And where is Jay in that line?
Jay is my baby.
And how much older are his siblings?
7 to 8 years older.
So when Jay went to college, Who paid for his college?
His dad did majority of the payments.
So did Jay, how was Jay financially supported while in school?
His father.
And is that your husband?
Yes, ma'am. Both of us contribute, me and his father.
So after Jay graduated with social work degree, do you know what his plans were?
He was getting his bachelor's, so his plans was to go back the next fall to complete his master's.
And do you remember what apartment Jay lived in? Or,
Campus Walk. Campus Walk.
And is that on Ole Miss campus?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was like student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go a little bit more. What about Jay's car? How did Jay get around?
When he first came down to Ole Miss, one of the cars that we already had purchased early on in the years, he drove that here so that he could have transportation. But later on, he came to me and his father and said, "Mom, I see this car that I want. Can your dad get it for me?" So we proceeded to get it for him.
And what kind of car was that?
A Ford Fusion, 2015 Ford Fusion.
And so you all bought that for Jay?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember how Jay felt about his car?
Loved this car, loved it. He proceeded to put electronics in it and order things off the internet and put things in it and to make it his own.
And do you know if he borrowed it out or let people drive it?
No, ma'am, never would do it.
Would it be fair to say he was protective of that car?
Very much so.
You said earlier that you came here. Did Jay have any pets or animals?
Yes, ma'am. Jay had Lexus. Lexus is a family dog that we had early on.
So about when did the family get Lexus?
It's been we had the dog about 13 years, about 10 to 13 years.
And how old was Jay when he went missing?
20.
Mm-hmm. So we had about 15 years. He had it for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was this dog? Was it with you all?
Came down here with Jay in Oxford.
So he lived with his dog on student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about how that transpired.
So the first year Jay came down, Jay was like, "Mom, I gotta have Lexus. I want Lexus here with me." And I said, "Well, you can't have the dog at the school, I don't think." He said, "Mom, I think it can happen. I think it can be made happen." So Jay got with the counselors and everything, and then next fall that he's completed school and campus walk, Jay was allowed to bring Lexus here with them.
And kind of describe, what kind of dog is Lexus?
A Pomeranian.
So in July 2022, where did Lexus live?
With Jay.
I want you to tell me a little bit about Jay's financial situation. Did Jay have any credit cards?
Yes, only early on in life, when Jay was in junior high, his dad proceeded to get him a credit card to establish credit for him. So yes, Jay had a credit card in 7th or 8th grade.
And what was his credit like?
I'm an 800.
Looking to object to anything up to this point in time, I fail to see the relevance as to the line of question at this time.
I'm going to overrule your objection. I think they're laying a foundation for the case, and I'm going to overrule your objection.
You said he had credit cards. So who paid the credit cards?
His father.
So who funded Jay's life, would it be fair to say?
Myself and his father.
I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Is that day significant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why that day is significant to you.
That's my birthday, July
Okay. And what about July 8th, 2022? Did anything else happen that day?
Yes, July 8, 22 is, it's a hard day to not forget. That was my birthday, and Jay would call me every year on my birthday to sing happy birthday, no matter what time it was. So around that time, about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was asleep, and he texted me and said it was your birthday.
So before we go any further, I want to backtrack a little bit. You said every year he would call you to sing happy birthday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your relationship with Jay. How often did you all talk?
Every day.
And when you say every day, was that because you called him every day? He called you? What happened?
That was every day. We both was been daily calling each other. He would communicate with me about school, what was going on. We would talk about work and different things of life expect. And it was not a day that would go by that we would not communicate with each other.
And when you say communicate, do you mean text or phone call, just phone calls?
Phone calls.
And more than once a day or just once a day?
I would talk to Jay 2 or 3 times a day when I get up in the morning, and in the evening on my way home from work, before I go to bed at night. You know, it was a touch base at all times.
And he would reach out to you too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let's go back to July 8th. You said it was your birthday, and I believe you said that you got a text at 2 a.m., but you didn't get it. When did you receive Jay's text message?
So I woke up about maybe in the 4 o'clock hour, and I went into his room. I don't know what led me there, but I went into his room, and I looked at my phone, and I seen that he had texted me at 2. But Jay holds a job also here, and so I said, okay, I won't call him back now because maybe he's sleeping. I'll get back in communication with him a little while. By the time I think he'd get up for work.
So you said Jay holds a job. Well, before that, you went to his room. Where were you located?
I was in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay. And that's where you currently still live?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said he had a job. What job did he have?
Mental health program here. It was his internship. He was doing his interns within a mental health program here.
Was that for like class credit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So jump back in. You said that you went to his room. You thought, I'm not going to bother him. Did you ever try to reach out to him again?
I kind of nodded off a little bit, trying to give him enough time to get up. But in the morning at 7 o'clock, because me and his dad was getting ready to travel because it was my birthday, so I kind of like responded to a text where he's a happy face, that letting him know that I received his text because, you know, not sure if he was getting up for work or whatever he was going to be doing. So we were in the process of getting ready to go out of town to Biloxi, Mississippi, and I gave him a text back with a smiley face.
What were you expecting?
I was suspecting his call at that point because of him knowing that I'm up. Okay, the first thing he's gonna do, hey mama, it's your birthday, happy birthday, I love you, you know.
And that was every year he called you and sang that?
Yes.
And did you get a response?
No, I did not.
And about what time was this?
It was in the 7 o'clock hour. So when I did not receive that response.
And you're talking about AM or PM?
AM.
Okay. So go on. When you didn't receive that response, what did you do?
I kind of brushed it off a little bit, saying maybe he was sleeping because he had been up earlier on texting me. So I said, okay, maybe he's sleeping. You know, he'll get in touch with me as soon as possible. So me and his dad proceeded to go out of town.
And what were your plans for that day?
My plans was my husband was taking me out for my birthday when we was going to drive down to Biloxi for my birthday.
But how long does it take to get from Jackson to Biloxi?
Roughly about 3 hours.
So you tried to call him, he didn't answer.
Yes, in the process of going down there, I hadn't received a call, and that wasn't normal. And I was driving down there, I was looking at his location. I said, it's not like Jay not to call me, you know. If all days he's gonna call me, but you know, like when we traveling, he would call, hey, I see you all are here, I see you all are there, where are you going, you know.
And how would he see you or places? You saying, I see you all are here, I see you all are there. What are you referring to?
We shared these locations. He had my location, I had his location.
And this was using your phone?
The iPhones, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you said you checked his location. When you checked his location, what did you see?
When I first seen his location, when I first checked his location, he was showing he was at Campus Walk, at his apartment. And that was early on. And so, like I said, we proceeded to go on out of town. And once we proceeded to go on out of town, during the trip, I just told my husband, I said, I hadn't heard from Jay. This is not normal. I said, Jay would have called, and which my husband knows already too. He said, that's strange. He ain't called. I said, yes, he had to call. I hadn't heard from the early on text. And I was just worried the whole trip down there. So we proceeded to go on down there. And we got to our destination, and I just continued to try and call Jay periodically throughout the day, and didn't get a response.
And so after trying to call him and not getting a response, what did you do?
It was later on in the evening, so.
This is still July 8th?
Yes, ma'am, it's
Okay.
still July 8th. It was late on in the evening, and I told my husband, I said, I'm just puzzled. I'm not content with not being able to communicate with him. And he said, baby, what we'll do, we'll lay here tonight and we'll go to Oxford first thing in the morning. And that's what we did.
And did you reach out to anyone in Oxford?
I did. In the process of that, I made a number of calls to Oxford PD, doing wellness check. I called periodically through the day of July 8th, probably 9, 10 times, maybe more, I'm not sure, but I kept calling and telling them that I needed them to go and do a wellness check with my baby. And
So on July 8th, you did report that you were worried about him to authorities in Oxford.
yes, ma'am.
So I believe you said that night, did y'all stay in Biloxi? Kind of go back through that.
Yes, ma'am, we did. We stayed there. And in the process of staying there, this is when his location went off, like someone discarded his phone, whereby they had a star up there where I couldn't see his location. So I proceeded to call. I knew that he communicated with Jose. So I reached out to my oldest child, and I said, can you communicate with Jose? Can you find his number on Instagram or somewhere so maybe he can go over to the apartment to see if he see Jay car or something, what's going on, because they can't contact Jay. So in the process of this, Taylor communicated with Jose, and Jose went over to the apartment, and he communicated back with us and said, well, Mama Lee, I hear the dog in the house, I hear Lexus there. And Jay wouldn't leave Lexus too often because Jay take Lexus everywhere he go. And I hear the dog in the apartment, but I don't see Jay's car. And also, Jay shared location with Jose here too.
Objective hearsay, Your Honor. I know this is a touchy situation.
And also Jay's shared locations too.
Hearsay statements at this time, Your Honor.
Hearsay as to what,
The witness
Wait.
told her about the car.
all right, what's the state's?
Your Honor, we are not offering this. One, the state didn't elicit any of that, but two, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. We're offering it to show why she was calling up to Oxford for a welfare check, how she's getting into they're going to go up to Oxford. It's not being offered to say that he was or wasn't there, but for the effect on Miss Lee.
overrule your objection. I'm gonna limited, very limited, okay?
Is there a way we could get her some water or something?
You can get a water too, please.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
make my objection clear, that she wasn't objecting to the fact that she reacted on behalf of the conversation, it's just whether or not there's hearsay, in hearsay, and I understand the court's ruling, but we're limited.
We're gonna move on from that line of question anyway.
So, Ms. Lee, without going into what anyone said, did you, this point we were, you checked with Jose. Who is Jose?
Jose is Jay's friend.
And after hearing from Jose and not hearing back from Jay, what did you and your husband do next while in Biloxi?
We packed up our bags, and we packed our bags, and we drove across from Biloxi, Mississippi, all the way here to Oxford, Mississippi.
And when you got here, did you go to Jay's apartment?
We went directly to Jay's apartment. Yes, ma'am.
Was he there?
No, ma'am, he was not.
And did you contact law enforcement when you got there?
Yes, we did.
Had Jay been found by that point?
No, ma'am.
Since that time, have you heard from Jay Lee, your son, again?
No, ma'am.
So what was the last thing you ever heard from your son?
It's your birthday with that text that he sent.
And that was at 2 a.m. on July 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
And since that time, I know you talked about, the credit cards. Have there been any charges that you've had to pay for Jay's credit cards?
No, ma'am.
Even to, this is 2022, it's now December 3rd, 2024. Since that time, have there been any charges on those cards?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any withdrawals from his accounts?
No, ma'am.
You said Lexus?
Yes.
Where is Lexus now?
With Jay's sister, Taylor Carey.
And who took Lexus from Oxford?
My daughter, Jessica Coleman.
So did Jay ever come back and get Lexus?
No, ma'am.
Did you all ever get Jay's stuff from Oxford?
It's still here being housed in Oxford. We got some.
So y'all came and got some of his stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all had access to his apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had access to his apartment, were his bags packed?
No, ma'am.
Were items of clothing missing?
No, ma'am.
From what you could tell, were his prized possessions still there?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that you and Jay talk every day.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Jay happy?
Yes, he was.
Did he ever express to you anything about wanting to end his life?
No, ma'am.
Brief indulgence. has Jay ever disappeared for long periods of time?
No, ma'am.
Since you gave birth to him, have you ever gone a day without talking to him?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Lee, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And does that photograph accurately represent what Jay looked like in 2022 when he was 20 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any alterations to it since it was provided to the state?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor. And who was it a picture of? I apologize.
It's my son, Jay Lee. This was his first day at his first job when he first graduated high school.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to enter into evidence a photograph of Jay.
Any objections? Any objections? All right, photograph be admitted as, you gonna do these S1s and D1s, or how you doing?
S1.
All right. S1 be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
You may. Let the bailiff, oh, you gonna do it the new fangled way, go ahead.
You just put it in?
We can display it up there. There we go.
Y'all screens working over there? Okay, let me know if they ever don't, okay?
Okay.
Help you with the
There's a little
sun.
bit of glare. How do I get rid of it? Oh, it's just a screen? It's just my screen. Okay. Miss Lee,
Yes.
is that the photo S1 of, I believe it's S1, that you just identified of your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that, that accurately represents what he looked like when you last saw him?
Actually, he had braids. He had put some braids in his hair.
Okay, so having braids in his hair, how did Jay normally like to dress?
Flamboyant.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
He's real flamboyant. He's had this outgoing, he would put on silk slacks and shirts, flower shirts, nice shirts to go with it. And
So you said he flamboyantly dressed?
yes,
Okay. And he was a happy kid?
he's very happy.
Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Okay. Everybody good on the jury? All right. You may cross them.
Jury done with the exhibit, Your Honor?
You can move if you like. Let the court report.
Okay, I got you. I didn't. Ms. Lee, good morning.
Morning.
This photograph, your direct testimony that this was taken when he graduated high school, is that correct? Or
It was
shortly
the
after?
summer, so it was shortly after.
And when did he braid his hair? Did he do that shortly after he got to Ole Miss?
It was different times he would do it. It wasn't shortly after, it was different times. He would wear different hairstyles.
Okay. And for purposes of the record, you stated you went to Oxford and arrived about what time?
Can't give you an exact time that I arrived.
Okay. And
Prior to this particular date, can you tell me the last time you'd been to Jay Lee's apartment?
I came down, and last time I came, his apartment was in May when he graduated college,
Okay.
receiving his bachelor's degree.
So in May, you came to see him,
Graduate.
graduate, went by his apartment in May, and the next time would have been July the 8th when you left?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, when's
He
the next
also
time?
came down for the 4th of July holiday.
Okay.
He had
So-
just left home for the 4th of July holiday. He came down for the holiday weekend.
I just want to make sure, you came to graduation 4th of July weekend, and did you stay at Jay's Park?
No, actually, he came home for the holiday, 4th of July.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Lee, I don't think you understood my question. If I ask a question and. you know-
What was your
My
question?
question was the last time you had come to Oxford and been to his
The
apartment.
last time I came in May when he graduated college.
That's what, so he came home in July,
That's correct.
and he had the braids in his hair at that time?
No, he did not.
Okay, but he wore braids regularly and dressed flamboyantly during this time frame of July the 8th.
Different times he would change his sense of style, his hairstyles.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee, that's all I have.
Are you ready?
Ms. Lee, you said the last time you saw, was July 4th the last time you saw Jay in person?
Actually, it was July 6th before I went to work that morning. Jay was at home, but he also had a job that he holds, so he went to leave Jackson to come back to Oxford before I got off work that evening.
Okay. And the July 4th holiday was like a family thing?
It was a family gathering, yes, ma'am.
And so he was in Jackson July 4th and then July 6th, and he went back up to Oxford for work for July 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Ms. Lee, can you find the accused so that she can be in the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Lee, you're excused as a witness. If you wish to stay in the courtroom, you can, or you're free to go. Which one you like, okay? On our next witness, are we gonna need some time before? Y'all discuss that and see if we're going to. We're gonna need to ask the jury to step out? Yes. Y'all gonna get plenty of exercise. It's gonna be a little short burst, but y'all gonna get a lot of exercise. Especially the man, a guy on the truck with you, right? A lot of exercise. Remember the court's instructions, don't discuss the case, don't express or form any opinions about the case.
All right, guys. So while they're on a little break here, I'm just going to kind of talk about what we just saw. It was Stephanie Lee, the mother of
All right,
the gentleman who is no longer with us, Jimmy J. And I want to welcome Dwayne into our chat. Good to see you, Dwayne. Thank you for joining us. So Jay, because that's what Mom called Jimmy, Jay, he is the youngest of four. He went to Old Miss as a social worker, but then he went back, he was working on his master's, and he was an intern at the mental health facility. He got a new car. He had a car from his parents, but then he got a new car, which was a Ford Fusion, and not quite sure how that plays into it yet,
Who would you state
but we
calls
will
to
find
take
out.
witness?
And then they talked a lot about a dog named Lexus, who was a
I
Pomeranian.
understand there's objections.
And a lot of people were saying, well, what's the big deal
Tell
with
me
the
what that
dog? And then we
objection
found
is.
out later
Her name was disclosed
that when
in the
Mom,
11/21
well, we'll get to that. So July
disclosure
8th,
of witness.
which was the day that Jay went missing, was also Stephanie, her birthday. So
This morning,
this poor woman,
I
from here on out,
received,
she will forever have her birthday
from
associated
the
with this.
state contents of emails between Ms. Buford and apparently Jay Lee apparently, Jay Lee, the alleged victim in this case, this morning. I would object to, first of all, the untimely disclosure on the 21st, and certainly the untimely disclosure content.
On the 21st, was anything revealed to you as to what the nature of Ms. Buford's testimony was intended to be?
It was not.
What is the intended nature of Ms. Buford's testimony?
She is the advisor at the University of Mississippi for Jay Lee. And, you know, her name was disclosed, top of the list, on November 21st, 2024. Prior to that, there should have been, at one of the discovery conferences, I'm sure we've talked about her and made her available, anybody available, and what they intended to say.
That's,
I don't know.
was the defense advised of what the nature of Ms. Buford's testimony was going to be? That's either, that's a yes or no, that's a yes or no, not necessarily in writing, but at some point was Ms. Buford, that what Ms. Buford's proposed testimony, was that provided to the defense or not?
It should have been in the discovery.
Let's get down to yes or no's, and now y'all are all officers of the court. It was or it wasn't anyway.
Okay? As officer of the court, again,
It,
8:45 this morning, we received an email of conversations.
prior to that, was the defense advised as to what the nature of Ms. Buford's proposed testimony was, whether it be orally, writtenly, or anything else?
I believe that they would be able to look back in October of this year when subpoenas were issued for her records. And there would have been a return on the subpoena. And I know that we, as a rule, have them sent to defense. So they should have the return on the subpoena that we got from that October 2024 subpoena.
Do you have a copy of that subpoena and what it asked for?
It should be in the file now.
I was hoping that somebody besides me would look for y'all. Do y'all don't have an independent copy other than the court's file here?
I don't have it right now.
When would that have been?
October 2024.
Y'all have that on the computer. Look right now and see if you've got a subpoena for the records of Ms. Buford and what specifically that subpoena asked for.
September 30th of 2024, Your Honor. I've got a electronic copy of it. Email records between Jennifer Buford, University of Mississippi employee, and Jimmy D. Lee, University of Mississippi student.
Just let me look at it anyway, if you don't mind.
What date was that?
September 30th.
Was the defense copy made aware of this subpoena?
They should have gotten it whenever we filed it.
Can't hear what you're saying, y'all.
Well, I guess it'd be more proper for me to talk to Mr. Creekmore. I've looked at it. You can take it. You can take it. Procedurally, when a subpoena was issued in this matter, how, if any manner, was the defense copied on the subpoenas?
I think we've been sending them copies. And if not, MEC should send them to them.
Subpoena was filed under seal, Your Honor.
I'm hearing a lot of, I think, and I'd like to hear a lot of yes or no.
Didn't receive anything.
Will the defense represent the court that they did not receive this copy of this subpoena?
I'll ask.
That's yes or no, anyway.
We did go and get a copy from the clerk later on, a copy of sealed subpoenas. We have not got any return on that subpoena. None has been filed, I don't believe, in the court file.
So the defense has received a copy where the state subpoenaed the email records of Ms. Buford concerning the emails.
We retrieved that copy. We did, Your Honor.
I'd like to see the emails yourself, which going to be proposed and introduced into evidence.
We're not going to use the emails themselves. And I sent the emails to them this morning, just so they would have them available.
You're not going to attempt to introduce those emails into evidence?
No, sir, just to get into what was the nature of their discussions. Her as an advisor to Jay Lee, and they would have them available. And I knew she was going to be called as a witness. There's a lot of documents, and I'm pretty sure that when we've instructed our investigator to get with their office to make sure that everything we have is everything that we have, I assume that was part of it.
What was a part of it?
The emails.
The emails?
Right. So sending them today was just putting them on notice that we did intend to call Ms. Buford as a witness, and she is the first witness on the state's disclosure.
I'm not going to let you introduce any emails between. Tell me if you're not going to try to introduce emails between the parties. What is the proposed testimony of Ms. Buford?
That she was Jay Lee's advisor, that he graduated with honors, that she was also over the internship program and was supervising him during the internship. Even though he walked, he still had that internship program that he was doing the summer of 2022, in July of 2022. Plus, he also had, she had communications with him about Lexi, the dog, being able to be with him on campus. And that's it.
What's added to that? What's added to that we hadn't already heard anyway? What of that has not been covered by his mama, Mr. Lee's mother?
The fact that it comes from the advisor in an independent relationship. She is his advisor, supervisor over the internship program, and that he independently had communications with her about his school, about the dog. These are all important to establish that he's not the kind of person that is just going to be leading
I'm going to limit it, very limited, and I'll cut you off real short. I'm going to let you talk very limited about Miss Buford. She was listed on the witness list. Those text messages, unless the state can state affirmatively that those emails were provided to the state, and to the defense, and I see the defense shaking their head that they wasn't. Unless the the state is prepared to say that they, prior to this morning, gave those emails. I'm not going to let those emails be introduced into evidence this time, but I will let you question her about the relationship. You want to say something, go ahead. Okay.
Your Honor, first of all, I mean, I'm not going to have to do this on every witness that we're going to have on this thing. It's giving an impression to the jury that I'm trying to, that I'm objecting, and I don't know how to handle it.
The jury's not here, right?
I understand that, but I'm voicing my objections in front of the
I
jury.
understand your objection. I'm gonna cut the state off real short about.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Keep it very brief, very limited to,
Is she here in the courtroom? Or close, so I can ask her a couple of questions?
I'll give you an opportunity. All right.
Where is
Somebody get Miss Buford,
It's in that,
y'all let her talk.
chair.
I'll let the emails in, so. Hey, I'm just. All right.
All right, chat. Seems like there was some arguing about some emails coming into evidence. And the defense, am I going to have to object to every witness? Let's see, they're pulling them up. Now, who's this? Oh, is this Miss Buford? Nope. Who's this in the green slacks coming up? Oh, sorry, I'm a little bit ahead of you guys. BAP says, this is shaping up to be one of those cases where the defense attorney is knowing but may have the better case, which is awful because I want this mom to have some sort of justice. Yeah, so we were talking about Stephanie Lee. She was the mom. It was July 8th was her birthday, and that's also the day that her son, Jimmy J, went missing, which is so sad because now that's forever going to be, her birthday and his missing. So Jay texted at 2 a.m., but she didn't see it until a couple hours later. They talked every day, so that's why she thought it was kind of odd when she woke up, I guess around 7, she didn't hear from him because she responded back to him. So they were driving down, her and her husband, Stephanie and her husband were driving down to Biloxi for her birthday, and they still didn't hear anything from Jay. And they also shared locations.
All right, are we ready?
Oh.
All right, objections of the defense will be noted for the record. I am going to exclude the introduction or references of any emails at this time, but I will allow a limited examination of Ms. Buford in the nature of what was elicited as proposed testimony anyway. So if somebody would get Ms. Buford, please. Do you have an opportunity to talk to Ms. Buford?
We did.
Yeah, bring the jury in. Come around, Ms. Buford. We'll get the jury slated and then we'll get you sworn in, okay? All right, you may be, let's swear the witness, please. Come around and have a seat with this witness, sir. You may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell the jury who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Buford. I work at the University of Mississippi in the Department of Social Work. I serve as a clinical instructor of social work and field education director. And Jay Lee was in my class at the time that he went missing.
All right. How long have you been in that position?
I've worked at the University of Mississippi for approximately 12 years.
And have you been a field supervisor? Is that what you called it?
Field education director.
Field education director. What does that mean?
I supervise field education internships for social work students at both the bachelor's and the master's level.
Okay. Placing students in a professional setting.
That's correct. Making
Students.
sure that they meet CSWE competencies as they are practicing.
Okay. And you said Jay Lee was a participant. And what was his major? Do you know?
Social work.
Social work.
Bachelor's of social work student.
Okay. Were there requirements, like standards before they could participate?
Sure.
In that internship program?
Before they can intern, students are required to complete all other classwork, all classes aside from the internship and seminar class.
All right. So in May of 2022, had Jay Lee completed his requirements for his degree?
All of the requirements aside from the internship and seminar class, which is a 12-hour class.
And as far as those requirements, do you know whether he graduated with any kind of honors or anything of that nature? Do you know?
His graduation was an honorary graduation because he wasn't there to complete.
Okay. But as far as scholastic honors, do you know whether he had any scholastic honors?
No, I do not.
Okay. You're saying he didn't, or you don't know?
I don't know that he did, yeah.
Okay. And do you know whether he participated in any groups, organizations on the campus?
He was a member of the Black Student Union Association and ASB,
Okay.
Associated Student Body, and worked with the LGBTQ community on campus.
Okay. With that organization, do you know if he held any positions in those organizations?
From his email signature, he said he was director
Okay.
of that.
All right. Can you tell the jury how long when you first became aware of Jay Lee in a professional capacity, him as a student and you as a field education advisor?
So I met Jay Lee in the fall of 2021 when he was enrolled in Social Work 335, which is Social Work Practice 1. My next class with Jay Lee was in the spring of 2022, where he was enrolled with Fields of Social Work, where we were preparing for the internship experience in that class. And then the last time in the summer of 2022, where he was completing his internship experience.
Were you able to make any observations about him as a person, his personality?
Yeah, I mean, Jay Lee was a strong presence. He was very outspoken, expressive, and he communicated his thoughts and feelings, very well.
Do you know whether he had a pet?
I do know that he had a pet because he reached out to me once the fall semester, the first semester, and asked if it was okay if he could bring his pet to class.
All right. Did you authorize that?
No, I could not authorize that because it was against the policies. But he, asked every one of his teachers if he could bring his Pomeranian, I believe it was, who he'd had for 10 years.
All right. Did you actually recommend that he be placed in an internship setting?
I met with him to discuss various options, including what his interests were and what internships were available. And through that, we together decided that CPS was the choice that he actually ended up working at, Lafayette County CPS. So, and
What is the Lafayette County CPS?
that's Child Protective Services.
And what do they do?
They protect the children of Lafayette County from child abuse, neglect,
Things of that nature?
investigate, yes.
All right. And your responsibilities as the field advisor, while he was in that program, would you have been in contact with him
Oh, yes.
daily, weekly?
Our class would meet on Fridays, usually from 10 to 12. Other than that, I would meet, as a matter of fact, the last time I met with him and his field instructor was in June, mid-June,
Okay.
for our midterm evaluation. Just to
Midterm
kind of-
evaluation. So on July 8th of 2022, would Jay Lee have been still placed with the Lafayette County CPS?
That's correct.
How long was that program to continue?
Until the
Until he got
end
his
of
response.
July. Okay, so he had to complete 400 hours during that summer.
And do you know how many hours he had completed up until July the 8th?
He was within a few weeks of being finished.
So he wasn't done?
No.
Okay. And how did you find out that he never showed back up at his spot as an intern at Lafayette County CPS after July the 8th?
I believe his field instructor reached out and told me that he was not at the internship. And she was just kind of concerned about him. Yeah.
Your Honor, on the way far, I understand what the testimony was going to be.
Let's bring it to an end anyway.
Had anybody ever contacted you about Jay Lee not showing up where he was supposed to be prior to that?
Prior to that, No.
That's all I have.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor, no questions for this witness.
All right. May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Buford. You're welcome to stay, but you're free to go, okay? All right. Normally lunch is whenever we get to a stopping point. And today, the stopping point just happens to be at the time your lunch gets here anyway. We got lucky today, but don't expect us to be so punctual every time. But most days, rather than trying to herd you up and get you here, there, and the other, we're going to bring your lunch to you in the jury room. We're going to carry you out at night and feed you a good meal, but we're going to let you eat here today. Remember the court's instructions. Don't discuss the case even amongst your fellow jurors. Don't inform or express any opinions. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. And don't try to investigate the case. That being said, have a good lunch. And we'll be ready to start back at 1, okay? Court being recessed until 1 o'clock for the lunch break.
All right, chat. I'm going to switch feeds now while they go to lunch, so just bear with me for a second.
I'll look at it.
Just kind of wait to see if anything here happens until I go to the seal. Now, there's the seal. All right. All right. We will zoom a little bit, but I have to, let me switch this feed. And we'll just real briefly, okay, so Jennifer Buford was the second on the stand, and she was the field education director, and Jay was in her class. He was involved with a couple associations, the Black Student Association and the LGBTQ Association. They met in fall of 2021. And so the importance of the dog Lexus was that he took the Pomeranian Lexus to every class if he could. So we were kind of wondering why were they spending so much time on the dog, and I think that's why, because they were very, very attached, and he would go nowhere without his puppy. So that's why we heard about the puppy. Okay. Just give me a moment here and let me switch feeds. So the reason I'm not using this, I had to switch feeds, is because this other feed came in like halfway through the opening statement. So we're going to go and we are going to zoom a little bit here. See, that was their lunch there. And all right. Okay. And this one does not have closed caption either. All right, guys, let's continue on. I'm going to pip squeegee myself back down to the corner here. And let's continue on with, we're after lunch now. So we heard from Stephanie Lee and Jennifer Buford in the morning. Then they took lunch, and now we're coming back out of lunch.
Asked me that apparently we have microphones on the fence, on the council tables, at the bench and at the podium there anyway. They've asked that those be removed in that they sometimes it can interfere with them having private conversations with co-counsel and their client. And I'm going to let the other microphones might remain in effect in a position, but the microphones at council table, at the bench, and at the podium there, there appear to be mobile and wireless. I don't have a problem with them situated back on the rail or somewhere out of the way of catching conversations between counsel and the client or co-counsel, but I understand the need for private conversations. And if somebody from the media wants to come take possession of them, they can, or we can relocate them ourselves. But
They may have one.
I think we've got a good enough microphone system.
This one and that one's only two. You can put them on the back.
So there's no microphones at the council tables. No microphones.
Okay.
There are no microphones either way. There's a microphone here, there's a microphone there, and a microphone on the witness stand. So
But
which
if there's none at council table, they were indicating to me that there were microphones there. Are there, you think?
That's what Mr. Creekmore said just now. I think we're just now requesting the bench and the lectern.
Do what?
The bench and the lectern.
Well, we can get by with that as long as there's not any at council tables. The only thing and if there's not any,
There are none.
And if they approach you, I'm the guy running the audio. If they approach you, I turn it down. I'm only, if you're saying something.
Which one is yours?
This one.
Okay. What are these things here?
That's the important reporters.
Oh, okay.
These
Those are brand new. That's the reason I didn't recognize them. That's what. All right, those are the court reporters.
So we're only getting what would normally be
No,
on the.
you're
on the
fine.
presentation.
Okay, I'm learning every day.
Me too.
Thank you for being here, and we can live with that. They were under the impression that they were being live. Council, they were being live fed somewhere.
So if council approaches you, I'm turning it down. It's not going out.
Perfect. We're all good. Thank you.
You want this removed,
You
right?
can,
Right.
you can leave that. You can leave that one.
Well, they are saying that, that microphone may catch their
You,
private
you
conversation.
know its capacity better than me. Do you anticipate that would happen or not?
No, it turns that way. Brooke said she was getting texts from people that were watching the stream after we went off the record, and they were hearing conversations that are texting her.
You get reports from people who are watching live streams that they are catching conversations.
Okay.
We'll just have to turn them
off during the breaks.
Turn them off during the breaks. You can leave this microphone, the witness microphone, and the podium microphone.
Turn them off during the breaks.
Turn them
Yes, I
off
do.
during the breaks.
Just need to be able to turn them
So
back on.
do you want them turned off when the jury leaves?
Oh, you can leave them on during when we're not on, when we're off the record and we're getting ready to go to lunch or getting ready to take a 10-minute break or something. We'll cut them off.
When you leave the bench, I'll turn everything down.
That'd be a good time.
Is that a good?
That'd be a good time. Thank y'all.
And then also when everybody approaches the bench,
Approach the bench, try to cut it
if
off.
there are motions being made from
From out there,
there, that's fine.
that's fine. By the way, I'm the special project producer for the project for the.
Thank you. Good, appreciate y'all being
Thank
here.
you so much, sir. Appreciate the
We're gonna
guidance.
we're gonna try to make you at home, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Court TV is coming to join with you.
Okay. Tell
They'll
them,
just plug in.
come on in, more than there.
They'll just plug in like everybody else.
Mr. Davis?
How are you doing? I'm gonna try to get here.
Okay.
Christopher Bowles.
All right, court come to order, it's about kickoff time.
May see, court call to order.
All right, is that at 1 o'clock, Joe? Yes. Let me borrow your file here real quick. All right, court will call a case, Circuit Court of Lafayette County, call number L21-086, Mona Pittman versus Christopher Balls. Is Christopher Balls present? Christopher Balls. Matter was set for judgment debtor examination. Here, will Mr. Balls serve?
Yes, sir.
All right. The court will note that Mr. Balls was set to be here for judgment debtor exam. Today at 1 o'clock. Record reflected he is not present. You can take appropriate actions, just not right now.
Yes, sir. I've been excused.
You may. All right. All right. I previously made an announcement about the microphones. It turns out that we may have the microphones that were at council table were not part of the live feed recording. I'm going to just, any microphones on council table, I'm going to let me move. And I think to have a microphone will remain at the bench, at the podium, and at the witness stand. Try to talk into those microphones, but there should not be any microphones at your table. But the podium, the bench, and there, and I've instructed the operators of the podium of the microphone here at the bench that any time the parties approach the bench for a bench conference, that the microphone will be cut off. All right? All right, who would the state call as the next witness? Jury ready? Bring them back, jury in, if they're ready. I noticed over the years that being on a jury is sort of like being in church. You got your seat anyway. You know, I got my seat at church, and if somebody's sitting in my church, what are you doing in my seat anyway? But it just works out that way. Feel free to sit where you like. I trust the jury had no problem with the court's instruction about discussing the case or forming any opinions about the case. If you ever have any problems in that regard, let me know. I hope the lunch was of sufficient quantity and quality to satisfy everybody, okay? If you have any complaints, talk to the clerk. He's the head chef over there anyway. But he's, I think he'll take good care of you. All right, who would the state call as its next witness?
This time the state would call Jose Reyes.
One more time.
Jose Reyes.
Jose Reyes. If you would raise your right hand and be sworn in, please. Run around and have a seat. You may proceed.
Mr. Reyes, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Jose Reyes. I've been a good friend with Jay Lee since undergrad. And I live in Marshall County with my family. And I went to school here for undergrad and also graduate school for social work.
Hey, so that was a lot. So tell me, you were good friends with Jay Lee.
Yes.
So you were familiar with the victim in Jay's case.
Correct, yes.
But before we get into that, you said you went to undergrad. Where did you go for undergrad?
Here at the University of Mississippi.
Okay, and what year did you come to the University of Mississippi?
2019.
Have you graduated?
Yes, ma'am. I graduated in 2023 with my undergraduate, and then I came back and did my master's and finished this past summer.
And what is your degree in?
Social work.
Is your master's in that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed in that field?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What do you do for work?
I work as a therapist in community mental health.
So let's go on to Jay Lee. How did you meet him?
Funny enough, we met at an Ariana Grande concert in 2019. We were actually living in the same residence hall, but we didn't know about that until later when we met at that concert. And then ever since then, we both realized we love Ariana Grande. And since then, we've just hit it off. And then we later discovered that we were also in the same major. So we just stuck together since then.
And so you said that would be 2019 when you were a freshman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And up until his disappearance in 2022, were you all still close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Could sort of describe your friendship.
The best way I would describe our friendship would be very much like a sisterly bond, meaning like we would banter, we would gossip, very playful friendship. It was more so like a sister. I didn't really consider Jay Lee as a friend, more so as a sister, but not even like. He did identify with he, him pronouns and was cisgender, but more so like, and I guess in queer world, sister's just like your sis. But
Well, actually, I'll have you explain that more.
yeah,
You said that you saw him as a sister. Did Jay Lee identify as a woman?
he did not. He was actually cisgendered. He was comfortable with how he was born. That may not appear at the way he presented himself physically, but we had many conversations. He said that he identified as male, was comfortable in his skin.
So when you say presents himself physically, how did he dress?
Fashionable would be a term. Very unapologetically, very true to himself. He did not care who had anything to say. If he wanted to wear high heels for his 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, he definitely would.
So kind of tell me more about his personality. What was Jay like?
Very vibrant, very silly, very caring, very compassionate. As we spoke, we were both in the same field. We were going towards social work, so you can only imagine how much compassion, how much love and care he had for other people. Very silly, outgoing, family-oriented.
So I kind of want to go back for a minute, just in case the jury didn't fully, I want them to make sure they understand. You used the term cisgendered. You were trying to say essentially that Jay identified as a man and that's how he was born and he knew he was a man.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware of Jay ever tried to trick anyone to think he was a woman?
No, ma'am.
but Joey's comfortable being male.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that he was family oriented. Did he talk about his family?
Yes, quite often. He seemed like he had very, very close connection with his family. He would mention to me that he would speak to his mother daily. He would tell me about his stories with him and his sister.
I hate to interrupt, but he's talking, I can't understand, he's talking kind of fast.
Slow down just a little bit, make sure you're speaking to the microphone, okay?
Okay, can you hear me loud and clear though?
Yes, you can make sure to just speak a little up. It's kind of a big room.
Okay.
And so you were saying that you were saying that he was family oriented, and y'all spoke about that.
Yes.
Okay. And you would say y'all were really close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
As a part of that, how often did you all talk to each other?
Daily. We would text here and there, and every once in a while I'd get my FaceTime call from him.
So, did the communication stay the same throughout the school year or into the summer? Did anything change?
I mean, it dwindled a little bit considering he started his internship, so he was fairly busy with his internship. And I was busy trying to enjoy the little bit of my summer before I went back to school. I also had a job at that time, but he was mostly tied up with his internship responsibilities.
So in July 2022, did you still hear from Jay Lee often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when the last time you spoke to Jay Lee was?
It was actually the day before on Thursday. It was around close to the end of the day. I believe it was like 4:57, 58. I remember getting a FaceTime call from him. I had just came back from a walk around the neighborhood, and I got a call, and he was just telling me about his day. He was ready to go. It wasn't a long conversation, but we definitely did speak on that Thursday.
And that Thursday would be July 7th?
Correct, yes.
So when you spoke to Jay, was he in a good mood? What was his attitude like?
Yeah, he was in a good mood, happy that it was the end of the day. He was just telling me we should do something this weekend.
So without getting into anything that he particularly said, was he in a happy mood? Was he sad, depressed? Was he in a good mood?
He seemed in a good mood, yes. He was in good spirits.
Okay. And in your friendship with Jay, had you ever experienced him any type of suicidal ideation or any type of thing of that nature?
None at all.
And is that something you would recognize considering your field of work?
For sure. He definitely has a loud, vibrant personality, so I definitely would have noticed something off if there was anything like that.
Are you aware of if Jay had any social media accounts?
Yes.
Okay. Can you kind of tell me a few the social media accounts that he had?
Well, Instagram, of course, Facebook, Twitter, which was what it was called at that point, TikTok.
And about how often did he post on these accounts?
Fairly often. I consider Jay Lee as my little celebrity. He would post on live. He would post just about anything. If it was a award show, if it was something that was going on, I would expect to hear from him somewhere online.
Would it be fair to say you would see a post from him somewhere daily?
Can you repeat your question?
Would it be fair to say that you would see a post from Jay, maybe a story or anything on one of the social media accounts daily?
Yes. There would not be a day that Jay Lee would not post, whether it was something of him or just something that he had reshared or reposted. He was online pretty actively.
Since July 8th, 2022, have you seen any new posts from Jay Lee?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I have. I miss my little celebrity.
And let's talk a little bit more about, did Jay have any pets?
You have any pets?
Yes.
Yes, he had this spoiled Pomeranian named Lexi. That was his daughter, pretty much.
Do you know if he was close to Lexi or Lexus, the dog?
He was very, very close to, yes, I love that you included her government name. Yes, he's very close to Lexi. He would not really go anywhere without her. She had a backseat cage just for her, and it wasn't even a cage. She was spoiled, like I said, so it was like a little pink, comfy couch for her. She was always with him.
And how did you know that they were close?
I mean, it was so obvious. I mean, during this time, we would probably have their Christmas photo card by now. I remember one year he dressed her up in.
No, this is cumulative at this point in time. I don't see the relevance.
Continue with your answer. You said that around this time they would be sending out the Christmas photo shoot. What 1 year? What did they do? Continue on.
So he would dress Lexi up, and he would be in his Christmas jammies and pose in front of the Christmas tree, and that would be their photo shoot. They would often go on museum dates, go on walks. She was very, very spoiled.
As to Jay Lee's, how did Jay Lee get around Oxford? Do you know?
Usually through his own car.
Do you remember what kind of car he had?
Before he went missing, he had I believe, a black Impala.
So it was a black, like, sedan type car?
Yes.
Did he ever allow you to drive that car?
Only once, and that was strictly for me to run an errand for him.
And what was the errand?
To get his oil changed.
So did he ever, if you needed to borrow it to go someplace, did he allow you to drive it places?
No, I never really got to joyride it. Besides that one time I took it to get his oil changed. I believe he was probably getting like his hair done or something at that time.
You sort of talked about the LGBTQ community and that you all were sisters. Are you also a part of the LGBTQ community?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the term down low?
I am.
What does that mean?
Download would be a word to kind of describe someone who may be a little discreet in their identity, may not really be comfortable with being known that they have interest in same-sex or LGBTQIA activities or things. So kind of like how it sounds down low, just keeping it on the down low, very discreet, not wanting to be known that they were also into that kind of stuff.
And so would that mean that people who are down low, are they, like you said, you identified yourself as a part of the LGBTQ community. Is that something a person on the down low would do in public in court like this?
Can you repeat your question?
So you testified that you are a part of the LGBTQ community. Based on your definition of down low, is that something a person who identifies as down low would do, identify themselves publicly?
No, ma'am, they definitely would not. Very discreet.
Brief indulgence.
All right.
On the day, July 8th, 2022, I believe you said the last time you talked to him was on the 7th, right? The day before?
Yes, no, that's correct.
So on July 8th, 2022, did you have any contact with Jay Lee?
Yes, I reached out to him sometime in the middle of the day because I had not responded to his last message from him. And I had sent him, it was like a music video, but I did not hear back from him. And then I later reached out again once I realized that we were wondering where he was.
So how did you learn that no one knew where he was?
I was contacted by his sister, just asking me had I heard from him. And I said no. So at that point, that made me concerned because it must mean a lot if his sister's reaching out to me.
What did you do after having learned that information? Did you try to call him, check on him?
So I instantly texted him. Obviously, I texted him, and upon texting him, I noticed that the messages were green, meaning that they didn't send fully. He has an iPhone, and I have an iPhone, so they weren't blue, and that's when I was like, okay, this is weird. And then I started calling him. Nothing was going through. And that's when I started getting more concerned. At that point, I didn't know what to think.
And did you try to search for him or do anything of that nature?
So after not hearing from him and after my phone calls not going through, my texts going green, yes. So at the time, I believe if I remember correctly, I was at my parents' house with an ex-boyfriend, and I was like, something's up. I asked him, would you mind coming with me?
He said what he said.
I didn't hear you here, Shay. Ask me a question anyway.
The question I had asked Mr. Reyes was if you had tried to look for him and you said you were at your parents' house and that you were with the ex-boyfriend and you were telling your ex-boyfriend that you were worried. What happened next?
So at that point, I suggested, can we go? Because I live in Potts Camp, so for reference, that's like 50 minutes from here in Marshall County. And I was like, can we go up there just to see, like, at least if his car's parked outside of his apartment complex. And then my parents, they weren't comfortable with me and him going alone, so they accompanied us as well. So we all hopped in our family vehicle and we headed to Oxford, to his apartment complex. His vehicle was not there. I went up to his door.
Was he there?
He was not there. I knocked on his door and all I could hear was Lexi through the door.
So you could hear the dog in there. And since that time, have you seen or heard from your friend Jaylee?
I have not.
Brief indulgence.
I tend to cross-examination.
Thank you. Ask you a couple of questions about your social media connections or contact with Jay Lee. Can you tell me what accounts that you used through Snapchat or Instagram when you communicated with Mr. Lee?
So we would primarily contact each other through iMessage, so through text. Every once in a while we would send something to each other through Instagram, like a funny video or a post that we saw online.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement that that you were familiar with Mr. Lee's, according to what your direct testimony was, his sexual preferences?
Can you repeat your question?
Were you familiar with Mr. Lee's sexual preferences?
As far as?
Through your conversations with him, whether or not he was homosexual or bisexual or what he identified as. You're familiar with that, being in the same community with him, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee
was transsexual. Is that a fair statement?
It is not.
Well, tell me, based on what I understand on the reports that I've been provided, information that would lead someone to believe that's the fact. What is your representation that he was straight?
So as I mentioned previously, I said that he was cisgender, and he also liked men as well, but he was comfortable in his own skin.
All right. But as far as his activity, and you knew him, apparently y'all were best friends or close to being really good friends, right?
Yes.
Okay. As far as your connection with him, is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee would dress up as a woman or in that manner and hook up with men, both of the community as well as individuals that you characterize as down low? Fair statement?
What was your question? What was your
The question is, he dressed up flamboyantly as basically as a woman, correct? A lot of times.
He dressed as Jay Lee.
Okay, it's Jay Lee. But I understand, but if someone, he just dressed up, if you just looked at him, he appeared to be dressed up as a woman on a lot of occasions, or at least in a feminine manner. Is that a fair statement?
He dressed very fashionably.
Okay, all right. So would that also be a fair statement that he, quote unquote, liked to hook up with people that were on the down low?
Excuse me?
Was it a fair statement based on, is it a fair statement based on what you know about Jay Lee that he liked to hook up with individuals that were, what you testified earlier, were on the down low? That he liked to do that? Is that right?
What's the relevancy to this question, sir? Can you rephrase it? I'm sorry.
Well, I want to, and I'm trying not to ask you anything that I understand that you've already provided in the statement, but my question is that whether or not Jay Lee liked to hook up with individuals, I'm not saying whether it's men or women or what, but individuals that were on the down low. He'd like to do that, correct?
No.
Well, do you recall on July the 11th giving a statement to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones where you in fact told him?
Improper impeachment.
I don't know what the statement says, I don't know. Not general statement, your approach.
Again, Mr. Reyes, do you recall giving a statement on July the 11th to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones? I believe, I don't know exactly where you were, but you remember giving a statement to those two police officers?
What was the statement?
Well, I'm just asking, do you remember talking to them first?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember making the statement to them, or did you in fact make the statement to them that Lee liked to hook up with people who were on the down low?
Is that what it says?
Making that statement.
It was 2 years ago, so I'm not quite sure what exactly I said.
At this point, you can't admit or deny that you made the statement. Is that a fair statement?
Let him look at the statement.
I'm going to now, but I want to make sure, give him one more opportunity. Do you remember making that statement?
No, I do not remember making that statement.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have an objection to this as well, because that's not his statement. That's.
Let me see what your order is. Yes.
My objection is, Your Honor, like, I'm not saying you didn't make a statement. I'm saying that, one, if you're going to refer.
Just out of curiosity, can y'all hear me when I'm up here whispering? Good, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Madam, John, I'd like to have this item marked, for identification.
Identification service can be marked, I guess that's gonna be D1. Can
I just go D2 and just go chronological? Can we just do 1, 2, 3, 4?
Without the S,
No, I'm doing the S and Ds.
what,
I'll do D1.
do whatever you want to. You make the D1? All right, that's for ID only, right?
For ID at this time. May I approach the witness, Young? Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
I want you to look at this, what's been identified in D1. And if you would, look over it, please, and read it and tell me, after you read it, let me know that you've read it, okay? It's 2 pages.
done with this, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After having reviewed defense exhibit for identification, even when you recall making those statements to the two detectives, I referenced early investigators, you remember making that statement?
A similar statement, but I'm not sure if I used those terms that you stated.
And also, can you state whether or not, based on your relationship with Mr. Lee, having knowledge of his activity within the community, whether or not he would hook up with people on a regular basis?
What does a regular basis look like?
Well, regular basis, I mean, you have sexual contact or hookups referenced in this with, I mean, more than once a week, on a regular basis.
Oh, no, Jay Lee was very protective about that stuff. He only did so with people he had talked to, for at least for a little bit.
Okay. And in fact, he didn't tell you the names of any of the people that he hooked up with, but provided to you nicknames, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the statement that you made to Miss Douglas, Detective Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Jones, you did that voluntarily. They just were interviewing you to basically, this was on July the 11th, just brought you in, interviewed, it was voluntary on your part, and you were free and open about your relationship with Jay Lee, your friendship, things of that nature. Fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. Can you tell me the names of the social media, either Snapchat or Instagram messages or anything like that? You previously testified that y'all just really Snapchatted, right? Mostly. Did you ever do any social media or Instagram with him through any accounts at all?
What do you mean? Can you
Did
repeat?
you message him through any Instagram accounts ever?
Yes. I stated earlier that we contacted each other mostly through iMessage and every once in a while through Instagram and Snapchat.
I thought that's what you said. I wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of your account at that time?
Which account?
That you used primarily with Jay Lee?
I would use my Instagram account. I'm not too sure what it's actually called, but it's a variation of my name, Jose.
Okay. And look, Mr. Reyes, I'm not trying to tie you down to remember what you used 2 years ago, but do you recall, if you can recall that account that you used during that time frame that you communicated with Jay Lee?
Yes, I said it was a variation of my name, Jose, so it was spelled HOE.SAY.
Okay. And do you recall the name of the account that you communicated with Mr. Lee?
I know he went through several changes in his username. I want to say it might have been something like I am Jay Lee or something of that nature.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that you've never had any conversations where Mr. Lee ever had any suicidal thoughts or ideations of suicide. You did have conversations with him through social media or through some of these accounts about Jay Lee's, for lack of a better word, promiscuous conduct in his life, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You had conversations, did you not, through your either Snapchat or Instagram, things of that nature, where you had, I'm not getting into the details of it, but you had conversations with Jay Lee about his activities within the community there, as far as hookups, names he wouldn't provide, things that he did, things that he preferred, things like that, right? I mean, you were close friends. You had those conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of those conversations, as I understand, was that, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong or untoward about it, but some of these conversations involve conduct on Mr. Lee's part where he kind of enjoyed the fact that you see guys out and be dressed like a woman and they kind of find out he was a woman like later on, and he kind of enjoyed that, didn't he?
No.
You did not enjoy that?
Like, he would not dress up as a woman to meet these people.
Okay. Well, he dressed up in a feminine way. Fair statement, right?
Generally, yes, but not just specifically to hook up, as you say.
But he did dress up during courting, as I understand it, to some of the information that's been provided as a result of search warrants that were done on behalf of the Oxford Police Department, University Police Department, that he would hook up with individuals dressed in the manner that you previously described in your testimony, right? As dressed up, feminine, flamboyant, and in a manner, he dressed up and met people in that fashion, right? When he was dressed up like that, right?
No, sir.
He never did that?
He may have, but that wasn't, he did not dress up just to meet with these people.
Mr. Reyes, I didn't say that, but just to meet those people, he did that generally.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
During the course of, quote unquote, some of the hookups that you referenced, he would dress in that manner. Fair statement?
He dressed that yes,
Okay.
generally, yes.
Thank you. And also, you're familiar with the fact that Jay Lee, as far as his routine and habit there in the community, as far as the LGBTQ community, he was one of the individuals that was well recognized in the community in the Oxford area, right?
Yes.
And also that you state that he wouldn't go anywhere without the dog, but he didn't take his dog out when he was engaged to hook up folks in this area. Fair statement?
That's fair.
And also these hookups that you're making reference to, a lot of times, Mr. Reyes, some of these hookups were people, and let's be honest, that he'd never met before except through social media, that he would meet through social media, get dressed, or go meet people out in the community late at night, all hours of the day. Fair statement?
I don't believe they were random, or I don't believe they were
I'm not necessarily saying they're random. I'm saying whether or not he would meet them through social media or through conversations as a result of his activity in the community. A lot of times we'll go out and meet them in different places in the community, right?
I'm not familiar with where he was meeting them at.
Well, it'd be a fair statement, would it not, Mr. Reyes, that Jay Lee likewise was participating in the download aspect of that community, those individuals you described that they keep it secret, but he was participating in that aspect of the download community. Fair statement?
No, not
Well,
a fair statement.
You do know that he used nicknames for certain individuals that he hooked up with. One of the nicknames, according to your statement, was medical student, nickname of confusion, and other nicknames that Jay Lee used to associate those names with people that you didn't know. He kept to himself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would be a fair statement as what you described as in the download community that he was working or he was doing things that he was keeping secrets from you and all other people that are listed to you about what he was doing in his personal sexual life and the sexual activity that he was carrying on. Fair statement?
Can you rephrase your statement, please?
He wasn't telling you everything he was doing in his private life.
Correct.
But he did represent to you that he had associated names with numbers of people, whether it be Legion or medical students, and there were other nicknames that he told you about, right? Numerous nicknames of other people, right?
Maybe not numerous. Those are just a few of the ones that I recall.
Okay. Those all that you can recall at the time you gave that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I usually get my man new used to English, you know, but there's something we just finish.
Corbin, those. When you got back to, when you went by Mr. Lee's apartment, what was it? Did you go inside?
I did not go inside. I did not go inside. The door was locked from the outside.
The door was locked from the outside?
He stayed on campus, so the way the doors work on campus, you have to have key card access. That's the only way you can get into the room.
You know how many times you were interviewed Mr. Reyes by members either the University Police Department or Oxford Police Department?
No, sir, I cannot recall.
Okay. You don't recall any of those conversations?
I recall the conversation.
I'm sorry, I rephrased my question. You don't remember how many times you were interviewed?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Amen.
Jose, I want to give you a chance to clear some stuff up I was confused about on cross-examination.
Okay.
So, what was Jay Lee's sexual orientation?
Homosexual.
So he was gay?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe defense counsel was asking about like transsexual, like when you stated Jay Lee's gender, what did Jay Lee identify as?
Male.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Males.
Male.
So as I mentioned earlier, cisgender, so he was born male, he was comfortable with his male, like how he was. Yes.
And you believe they said that he would dress as in a feminine way sometimes. That's what was said on Cross. Was that accurate? Sometimes he would dress in a feminine way.
In a fashionable way, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And when he would dress that way, was that his usual thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, like, when you say fashionable, was he wearing dresses every day, pants every day? Like, what? Describe some of his outfits.
I mean, sometimes it might be a pantsuit, sometimes it might be a dress. It just depended on his mood. Obviously, in college, sometimes we're running late, so sometimes it was sweats in a sweatshirt, but mostly when he could, he would dress to the fullest.
And just so we can make sure that it's clear, did he dress this way, as far as your knowledge, to attract men?
No, ma'am. He dressed that way for himself. I don't think he ever seeked validation from men, like I said earlier, very unapologetically.
We talked about participating in the down low culture. Was Jay Lee down low?
No, ma'am. As fashionably as he dressed, no, ma'am.
So it was obvious that he was gay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when opposing counsel was talking about participating in the down low culture, I think he was referencing Jay didn't out people.
Correct.
Can you kind of explain what that means to out people?
So a lot of times, as I mentioned, sometimes men that are down low, they may not be ready to really reveal their interests, who they really are. So, and obviously, people come from different households and different settings, so outing somebody could essentially be telling other people that this person is XYZ without their consent. So a lot of times we will like protect identities just to be courteous. Some people may not be ready for that, so we'd be mindful and we would not out anybody.
So people who are not ready to come out, why is that?
I mean, that can be a number of reasons. I couldn't just put one thing. Like I mentioned, family, fear of being discriminated, stuff of that nature.
And so these men that are on the down low, they're trying to keep this a secret, correct?
I believe so.
And they don't want to be exposed, correct?
I didn't.
Correct.
You did this on cross-examination.
I'm just saying with you.
Now, did you know Jay Lee's type?
I mean, I believe he would like go towards more masculine energy. I don't think it would ever just be a specific type, but it would be more so just someone more masculine.
So people who are kind of less like him.
Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he liked men who liked men.
Yes, ma'am.
On cross-examination, defense counsel asked about hooking up with people. He was hooking up with all these people. And you started saying he didn't just hook up with random people. What's your understanding of the people back in 2022 that Jay Lee was hooking up with?
As I mentioned earlier, Jay Lee is very protective of himself, so he would make sure that he knew them a little bit to some degree. He would not be the type of person to just get on and see somebody online and message him to hang out.
So he wasn't having random hookups. You also said on cross-examination that he was well recognized in the LGBTQ community. Would that be fair in Oxford?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was well known that he was a man, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it normal to, if someone is trying to hide their sexuality, to try to protect them?
Your Honor, question. And also didn't go into that other problem.
I didn't understand the question.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay. You need rephrase or repeat, whichever one you want to do. I didn't get it
I
anyway.
can rephrase. In the LGBTQ community, is it normal or abnormal, you tell me, to not expose or out someone who is on the down low?
I mean, it's more sort of like of a courteous type of thing. Obviously, someone wouldn't want to be outed, so why would someone else out somebody else? But yes, ma'am.
You wouldn't want someone to do that to you.
Correct.
I never got anything out of it. I was objecting to it.
Let's move on.
Brief indulgence. Your Honor, no further questions.
Couldn't be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go to the interviews on go and you can stay, whichever one you want to do, okay? But you can return to the audience or go home or whatever you like, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, here's been out about an hour. We on a break. We on how long is this going to take?
About the same,
What?
about the same amount of time.
Break.
Your Honor, can I ask for a quick 5 minute
All right, let's get a few minute break because it's let's take a look as quick as you can. Break.
Oh, hey chat. They're waving at you. That's funny. They see us. Here comes the wave, guys. That's funny. Let's see. Can everybody hear me? I think so. All right, so they're going to go on a break. We're just going to, yep. Yep. It's so funny. They know that they're on TV. This camera is flopping all over the place. Well, I think yeah, I mean, if they graduated, they knew each other. Okay, let me collect my thoughts here, guys. So they're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to pop up a little bit more here. So that was Jose Reyes, who we just heard from, who was a really good friend of Jimmy J. I'll just call him Jay because everybody calls him Jay. Jay Lee, Jay. So he's a social worker. He had undergrad and a master's, and he works as a therapist now. He described his bond and relationship with Jay as a sisterly bond where they would just banter and gossip. Jose said that Jay Lee did not identify as a female, but he was comfortable as a male. So he was cisgender, meaning he was born, he's born a male and identified as a male, but he liked to cross-dress. He liked to wear females' clothing. They texted daily, and they spoke very often. He said Jay was in good spirits, and he wasn't Sue or Slide at all. So there was none of that, because they were trying to make sure he went missing. And why did he go missing? Well, it wasn't because he offed himself. And then he talked about the Pomeranian, Lexi or Lexus. He was very, very close, and we were wondering about this in the opening statements. why they were talking about the Pomeranian so much. Well, because Jay took Alexis all over the place. So when Jay went missing or whatever, when people went to his apartment and they heard the dog barking, they knew something was up. They talked about being down low, boy, I mean, I've heard about that since the 90s. Used in different ways, but it's the same thing, just being discreet, basically. They're attaching it to the LGBTQ community. You want to be discreet in your identity, but, we've heard down low, keeping it on the down low for 40 years, 30, 40 years. But they're applying it in this regard. So Jay's sister contacted Jose, and that Jay had not been heard from, and that would have been July 8th, which was the mom's birthday. Poor mom, Stephanie. So he texted Jay immediately, and the message were going green, and they both had iPhones, which, they should have been blue, so he knew something was wrong. And he was calling, and nothing was going through. So then he went, Jose contacted his ex-boyfriend, and the parents said, no, you're not going to go there by yourself. So the parents went with him to Jay's apartment complex, and his car was not there. And he has not heard from Jay since July 8th. And then Cross was going hard about Jay's sexual activities. And the one thing, did he dress up in that manner to hook up with people? I think, he was just trying to maybe make the reference that, Jay was dressed up as a female and he hooked up with somebody, and that person, got upset at that, or, what's it called, a panic defense is in effect in Mississippi. Now, the defense did not bring that up. The panic defense basically is, you're with somebody and they sexually appear as something different. So you think it's a woman, but it turns out to be a man. So that's now a defense that you can hit that person because of that. Sometimes I wonder about this country. Dressed up in that manner to hook up with people. So in that manner, I guess, was he dressed up in drag, dressed up as a female, maybe hooked up with a guy who didn't appreciate that. So that's what the defense, I think, was going after there. But in their defense, they didn't say anything about that. I'm sorry, in their opening, defense didn't say anything about that. It was all about the 71 search warrants. So, all right, so that brings us up to date. We're going to zoom a little bit.
Temperature I'm worried about today is y'all, okay?
And Your Honor, I think they control the thermostat down at the Chiefs would be.
Yeah, that's what I think. I understand it's a problem. We're going to do our best.
It's the sheriff.
It's the sheriff's fault. It's the sheriff's fault. Anyway, okay. The sheriff said he didn't care. They didn't vote up there. All right, who would you call as your next witness?
They were called Khed Fears.
Khed Fears. Somebody get Khed Fears, please. How do you spell that, Mr. Creekmore?
Khed. F-E-A-R-S.
If you would, face the court order there, raise your right hand and be sworn in, this lady here. Come around, have a seat with us here, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury who you are?
My name is Khed Fears.
And what do you do?
I'm an X-ray tech.
X-ray tech?
Correct.
You currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts?
I work in Atlanta at Northside Hospital.
Okay, that's in Atlanta, Georgia?
Correct.
How long have you been there?
I've been there for about a year now.
Okay. How old are you?
Say that again.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay. Where did you have to go to school to become an X-ray tech?
Yes.
Sure. What did you have to do in order to get a job as an X-ray tech?
Well, I went to a radiology program at Mississippi Delta Community College in Moorhead, Mississippi. And it's just a 2-year program. You do clinicals and you do classroom work.
Okay. Got a degree?
Yes, sir.
Did clinical work and then got a job in Atlanta?
Correct.
Are you living in Atlanta right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been there about a year and a half?
Correct.
Now, back in 2022, where were you living?
I was living here in Oxford, Mississippi.
All right. What were you doing here?
I was an X-ray tech at Baptist Memorial Hospital.
Okay. The main hospital here?
Yes, sir.
Working as an X-ray tech. How long did you work there?
I worked there since 2020. I started off as a student intern, summer of 2020.
All right. And you're 27 years old?
I'm 29 now.
29 now.
Yeah. So I worked at Baptist Memorial about 2 years before I left.
So in 2022, you were how old?
27.
Okay. Now, do you know Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Jay Lee?
Jay was a friend of mine. I met him in the park.
When did you meet Jay Lee?
I met Jay in the summer of 2022, around May.
All right. So you went to the park in May, and can you tell the jury about how you met Jay Lee?
I was there feeding the ducks, and Jay happened to be walking in the park with his dog Lexi, and Jay was real friendly, so he just kind of like approached me, and he was like, "I like your earrings," and I was just like, "Oh, thank you," and we just kind of struck up a conversation, started talking to each other. I remember it was hot, so we decided to walk over to like the park benches where it was shaded. We continued chatting, getting to know each other, and we exchanged information. And we said we should hang out sometime.
From that moment that you met Jay Lee, how would you describe how often y'all communicated with one another?
We talked to each other about every other day.
Okay. And how would y'all communicate with each other?
We communicated with each other through Snapchat.
All right. And for some people that don't know how that app works, how can you communicate with somebody, the different ways that you can communicate with someone if you're both friends on Snapchat?
Okay, so Snapchat, basically what it is, you send people pictures with messages on them, they open them up, and you can send pictures back with messages on them. You also can directly message them. So it's just like an open chat, kind of like an iPhone message. There's a text thread there. You can do video calls, things of that such.
Okay. Would you use all different kinds of methods to communicate with Jay Lee?
Yes.
Through the messaging, through voice calls?
Yes, sir.
As well as taking photographs or video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, from May until July, how would you describe the progress or the nature of your relationship? You know, you just meet him in May, but by the time you get to July 8th, how would you describe to the jury that relationship?
It was a pretty good relationship. I thought it was a genuine relationship. I thought it was nice to make a genuine gay friend. So that was nice. And yeah.
Now, are you part of the LGBT community?
Yes, I am a gay man.
Okay. Now, how would you describe Jay Lee? Would he be a part of that LGBTQ community as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, In the early morning hour, well, let me back up. If you could describe to the jury what your work schedule was and around the time of July of 2022.
Okay, so I work a 7-on, 7-off rotation. I go to work 7 days a week, and I'm off 7 days a week. And I would work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
The night shift?
Yes, sir, the night shift.
All right. Now, just briefly describe what your duties are as an X-ray tech at Baptist Hospital.
All right, so like I said, I just shoot X-rays. If you come in and you have a cough, a cold, we shoot a chest X-ray. If you're in a motor vehicle crash and you break a leg, I'm shooting pictures of your leg. If you get a gunshot wound, So it's just diagnostic imaging.
Okay. So on July the 8th, early morning hours, were you actually working a shift at Baptist Memorial Hospital?
I was.
Okay. And that would have started at 7 p.m. and would have carried on until 7 a.m. that next morning.
Correct.
All right. So 7 p.m. on July the 7th to 7 a.m. on July the 8th.
Correct.
All right. During that time, did you ever get a break?
Yeah, I mean.
Or let me ask, did you receive any messages that night?
Me and Jay were texting that whole entire night.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And now, there was a time period when you got a text from him that you didn't see it until later. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we were texting up until probably about 1 a.m.
Okay.
And then it stopped. And then I received another text message from him at 5:21 in the morning.
Okay.
And it just said, I'm bored.
Yeah. All right. Did you see that as soon as that text came through?
So the way Snapchat works, you just get a notification. It says, hey, Jay has sent you a message, but you have to actually open it up to see what it says. I saw it when he sent it to me, but I was working.
Right.
So I do morning portables at 5:30 in the morning.
What does that mean?
Okay. Morning portables, you get a list of people every day who need chest x-rays, who just had surgery per se and just need to be checked up on daily. So I had my list of chest x-rays. I said, hey, this will take me about 30 minutes to do. At 5:30, I'm going to run up and do it, and I'll be back down when I get done. And when I'm finished, I'll reach back out to him.
Okay.
So that's what I did.
All right. So what happened after that?
I decided to call him. I video chatted him. And when I video chatted him, I noticed that he was up and he was on the go.
You noticed what?
He was up.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, for me, I'm like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I expected him to be in bed maybe.
Right.
But like I said, it was daylight. I could see it was bright out. I could see that he wasn't at home in bed.
All right. Did you make any other observations about what he was doing?
It looks like he was leaving his house.
Okay. How do you know that?
Like I said, the phone was pointed up and I could see a hallway to the outdoors. And I asked him, I was like, where are you going? He told me he was going to be grown.
I don't think that's here. The response may be hearsay.
Can we approach him?
Okay. I have to make a tough call for a minute, so I'm going to ask y'all to step into the jury room and let me listen to these lawyers argue.
Okay. gonna go.
Since the sun's gonna keep you on fire.
Well, that's good. Keep me a little warm.
All right, the witness had stated that he asked Mr. J. Lee, where are you at? At that time, there was objection, I assume, in anticipation of what the answer to that question was going to be anyway. I assume that he's going to say J. Lee responded in some manner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what you're objecting to.
And basically, if the court would allow, the state would proffer that
Tell me what the answer to that question would have been.
J. Lee is basically going to say to Mr. Fears that he's on his way to meet somebody. They had gotten an argument before, but he's going back because he's expecting some benefit, a sexual benefit.
And the defense contends that's hearsay. Is it offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
It is not.
What's it offered for then?
I'm going to let Gwen argue this part.
All right. Well, if it's either is or is not offered for truth of the matter asserted.
The way it would not be is because
I'm going to let Gwen, I'm going to let one at a time argue. I'm going to let you pick your best horse to ride. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, well, our argument is twofold. We're offering it for the truth of the matter that he was going to go somewhere. The hearsay exception for it is the then and there existing mental state or condition. Your Honor, I actually have a case cite for the court. It is Holloman v. State, 178 Southern 3rd 689.
You wouldn't, if you would give me just a second to get my able assistant, I want to actually read the case instead of, not that I don't take y'all's word for what it says, but I like to read them myself. But, did you get that cite book?
I can give the court an overview while you're waiting for it to print.
Go ahead, please do.
In that case, Holloman was charged with having killed his wife. Her friend, his wife's name was Laura, and Laura spoke to, Katie, her friend, before leaving. She told Katie that she was leaving him, that she wanted a divorce, and that she was taking her clothes from the closet, packing them up, and leaving. It was within the court's discretion, of course, in the admissibility, but the argument was that it was a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, or pain. And it did not include memory or belief to prove the fact remembered. It was just what she was going to do. And it's related to her execution or identification of the declarant's will. Mr. Fears is here to testify as to what J. Lee was telling of what his intent was and why his intent was that. It is similar to the statements made by Holloman's wife to her friend regarding what she intended to do, which is that she was going to leave him and she was going to pack in her clothes and that she wanted a divorce. In that case, it was allowed to come in. It was affirmed by the court. And Your Honor probably has the case by now.
Let me, can you direct me to a head note or something to the good spot?
Yes, it's actually
Head note number 10, there's spontaneous statement.
head note 6. The paragraph before that, it has section 3. So whether the trial court erroneously admitted hearsay statements by the victim.
Y'all give me just a second. As I understand the state's argument, that y'all contend this is, the state contends while this is hearsay, that this is an exception to the hearsay rule.
Yes, Your Honor. It is also, I would further argue that it is, the detective will later testify as they receive this information, it is going to come into how, when the detective testifies, it's about how they proceeded in their investigation. And then later on, I mean, the defendant admits that he invited him over. So it's, you know, even if it was ruled not a hearsay exception, Your Honor, it, although we do believe it to be one, it would be harmless because the same information is coming.
I'll hear from the defense. Anybody want to can argue it.
The case that they cited is making reference to a statement made in the presence of a witness that observed the event occur as to some type of assault. That's not the case here. Also, what they're telling the court is that they anticipate that if you let it in now, it would be harmless error because it's going to come in later. Your Honor, under that particular case law, it doesn't satisfy the exception as a present sense impression. They're having conversations about conduct that may or may not occur between the declarant and someone else. The case they've cited is certainly not on point.
I'm going to take just a minute and read the case in its entirety anyway.
Now, in that particular case,
I'm listening. Go ahead.
the witness observed the activity between the alleged victim and the defendant, and as a result of that, the statement that she's packing up and going to divorce the individual, the court ruled because she had observed something and that statement was made during the course of that particular event, and the statement made after that, there was a connection between the two. It's clearly not here in this case.
Let me just leave one more second anyway.
All right, guys, so why they are sorting all this out, I wasn't quite sure what the argument was either. But Capri Law says, so Jay Lee had blocked Timothy, who's the defendant, and Timothy made a new account to contact Jay, and Jay told the witness, Khalid, that he was going to meet up with a previously blocked sneaky link. So that was a little confusing to me. I'm not quite sure what all that was about, but they're arguing it now. So while we're waiting, Khed Fears is an X-ray tech, and he met Jay at a park in May of 2022, and they communicated through Snapchat. And they were texting at 1 a.m. and then 5
I'm going to
a.m.
find that is an exception to the hearsay rule being 803.3 of the rules of evidence. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, pain, and bodily health. If the testimony is, I'd ask the witness to step out for a minute, because I don't want him. I don't know what the testimony is going to be, and I don't want to be giving anybody a course on what to say. Right, as it relates to, as to the extent that the statement by Jay Lee to this witness is to what his plan was, I will allow it, route to be introduced. Nothing further than that. Nothing further than what his plan was. And I don't know what the statement is, but if it's something more than what he planned to do, it'll be excluded. As to what he planned to do, it'll be admissible. Is that clear as mud? And if somebody wants to give me a proffer of what that statement is anticipated to be, I'll tell you what portion of it is admissible and what portion of it is not admissible.
Yes, sir. My understanding of the statement is, as he testified, he was basically on like a FaceTime with Jay Lee as he was leaving his apartment. He wasn't at home, and that he will testify that Jay Lee was telling him that he was going where he was going and why he was going there. He was like, I'm going back to meet this guy I met with earlier. I blocked him on everything because we had a fight earlier. And that's what the statement is going to be.
I'm not going to let the part about because we had a fight earlier in. He can say that I'm planning on going somewhere, but I'm not going to let him talk about that.
I think that's where we get into not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. Exactly what
y'all carried me pretty far down the hearsay road already. That's as far as I'm going.
May I make a record?
Please do. You can make any proffer proof that you like.
Once he hears that information, this is on the early morning hours of July the 8th, 5:58. On July the 11th, he has sent a post from social media from OPD asking for information on the whereabouts of Jay Lee. It's that information about the fight and about where he was going that resulted in this witness on his own contacting law enforcement to provide them that information. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Because of the nature of the information, it was important that he tell law enforcement.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to those witnesses. But as to this witnesses, I'm going to let him testify as to what Jay Lee's plan was. That the plan is I'm going to see I'm going to see some guy basically. But I'm not gonna, I don't think that the reasoning behind the plan is not the same as the plan anyway. And that's court's ruling. You can ask the defendant, what Jay Lee told him about where he was planning to go.
Okay.
And what he was planning to do as to his motivation as to why he made that plan or as to why he was going to where he was going. I'm going to exclude that testimony. That's not part of the plan. That's the basis behind the plan. All right? And if you need a minute to discuss that with your attorney with your witness before you get back before the jury, I'll let you do that. But court is going to find it. For the purpose of this witness is hearsay. For the purpose of some other witness, the complete statement may not be hearsay. But for the purpose of this witness at this time, the court's going to find it as hearsay.
So where he was planning to go. Okay. I was just writing down what Your Honor said the question was.
Do it now.
I was writing down the question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody have any objection, Mr. Creekmore advising, or if you won't do it here on the record, of any limitations of it?
I don't have a problem.
Okay, all right. Y'all wish me to address the witness, or y'all want to try to talk to the witness? Do y'all wish me to address the witness on some limitations, or y'all want to try to do that?
I've spoken to Mr. Fears about the court's ruling with respect to not saying anything in the presence of the jury about Jay Lee saying that they had been into a fight earlier. Is that correct, Mr. Fears? Okay.
All right. Shut the jury back in. All right, everybody good on the jury? All right, you may proceed with the question in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we took a break, we were talking about you noticing on your phone, I believe it was 5:21, that you had gotten a message from Jay Lee. 5:21 a.m.
Yes, sir. 5:21 a.m. He texted me. He said, "I'm bored."
Okay. All right. And then you called him.
5:58. I called him.
5:58.
5:58.
And you could tell he was going somewhere?
Yes.
Did you hear him get in his car?
Yes.
Did you know what kind of car he had?
He had a black Ford car with his name on the tag.
Jay Lee on the back?
Yeah.
Any other noticeable features about the car?
No, it had a big stripe on the front of it.
Okay. All right. And could you hear the car in the background?
Yes.
All right. And what was said in that conversation with Jay Lee?
He was just telling me about how he had seen someone earlier, and he was going to see the person who he had seen earlier, and he described the things that they did. He also told me that
Subject court instruction, I'm going to let him testify in manner which we instruct.
Yes, sir.
Let me
What happened after that?
Okay.
What else did he say?
He said,
Narrow the question down to, asking did Mr. Lee say
What his plans were. In that conversation, did he tell you what his plans were?
he said he was going to get oral sex, receive oral sex.
Thank you, hon. Was it your understanding that he was going to meet somebody for that oral sex?
Correct.
All right. What if, were you concerned about that?
I mean, yeah,
All right. Why were you concerned?
because of what he previously told me.
Okay. Well, did you know enough about Jay Lee in the LGBT community to know that he was out in the open?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know anything about his preferences?
Yeah, he communicated with me what he liked.
Okay.
He told me what he also attracted, though.
And did he look up to you in some way?
I would say so, yeah. We were,
And why is that?
because I was a 27-year-old man. I mean, I'm not new to this. I've been around the block. I know how it works. I know how it goes.
All right. And did you give him any advice about that?
Yeah, I would tell him that, like a down low man or like a man who isn't comfortable with their sexuality is not someone you want to be out here hooking up with. I was like, because, you know.
What did you tell him?
I told him, I said they will kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed.
Now, how would you describe Jay Lee, his personality?
Well, first of all, Jay was very brave. You get what I'm saying? He was very fun, friendly. He loved to dance, vibrant, bright.
And when you saw him, was he typically always put together fashionably? So, what about his relationship with his dog?
He didn't go anywhere without her.
Didn't go anywhere without Lexi. All right. And when you were talking to Jay Lee at 5:58 a.m., how did he sound then? Did he sound depressed or
No.
concerned about anything?
No.
Did he sound more like the Jay Lee that you're used to? Vibrant?
Yes.
Excited?
He sounded like he was going to go have some fun.
Okay. Court's indulgence. All right. Did you know Jay Lee to use social media?
Yes.
Did you pay attention to what he posted?
Yes.
All right. And then after July the 8th, well, let me ask you this. Did you know him to post often And regularly?
Jay would post every day on his story.
And then after your last conversation with him, did you ever see him post anything again?
I did not.
All right. Now, did he ever try to contact you again?
After?
After?
No.
Did you ever try to contact him?
Yeah, I reached out to him and I said, "Hey, friend," and it never got opened. The message was never opened.
Message was never opened. All right. Then, what happened on July the 11th of 2022?
July the 11th. Okay, I woke up getting ready to go to my shift. I got ready, and before I'm leaving out the door, I'm checking my phone, looking at my messages, and someone messaged me saying, "Hey, I see that you've been hanging out with Jay a lot. He's missing. Have you seen him?"
Okay.
So that happened, and once I got to work, I reached out to the number that was on the UPD, the campus police.
Did they send you the post from University Police Department
Yeah.
sending out a request for information?
Yeah.
So you had that post,
Mm-hmm.
and you called that number.
Right.
All right. And what happened after that?
I worked my normal regular shift. 2 police officers, I'm assuming, came to my job later on that night and interviewed me.
Okay. So you reached out to law enforcement to
Yeah.
tell them what you knew, to see, did you know whether that was going to be helpful or not?
Well, I mean, I knew it would because I knew what kind of conversation we had.
Right. Okay. So when you found out Jay Lee was missing, it made, in your mind, that conversation even more important.
Absolutely.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Tend to the witness, Sean.
On examination.
Thank you.
Let's get right.
Good morning, Mr. Fears. How you doing today?
I'm well.
I missed it. I just wanted, you work at Baptist. What are your job responsibilities? I just wanted it on my notes. What do you do out there?
I was an X-ray tech at the time.
Are you still doing that now?
I'm still an X-ray tech today,
But not at Baptist.
but not at Baptist.
Sound like you worked a lot of hours.
Did.
Okay.
I worked 40 hours a week.
12 on, 12 off, and that's a full-time job you had there, right?
Right.
How long had you been working there?
Been working there since 2020.
Okay. And so when you testified earlier that you met Jay Lee in the park, when was that? How long had you known Jay Lee prior to July the 8th of 2022?
I met him in the park in May.
May. So y'all known each other, became pretty instant friends, pretty tight at that particular time.
We were building a friendship. We were getting to know each other.
Okay. Were y'all involved in any type of relationship at all?
We were friends.
Okay, just friends, no other type of relationship. Okay. Would it be a fair statement, Mr. Fears, to say that that during the course of your becoming friends with Mr. Lee, that he used different platforms to establish hookups with basically random hookups?
Would it be fair?
Yeah. To say that.
I don't understand the question.
Did he use, as well as, I mean, you have, according to what I understand, during the course of your investigation, my understanding is that Jay Lee and yourself, not necessarily together, used an app called Jacked.
Okay.
And that Jacked is an app for the purpose of hookups, right?
It can be used for a lot of things. It can be used for hookups, dating, chatting, networking.
But for purposes of Jay Lee's use of Jack, and not necessarily yours all the time, but it was used for hookups for Jay Lee, as you understand it.
I'm not quite sure.
Okay. But you remember giving a statement at the time that you were interviewed, that you referenced to on direct examination, that that jacked up is something that that being you, and Jay Lee used to hook up.
May we approach? Improper impeachment. Improper impeachment. This is not a document that we created.
Your Honor, I'll rephrase the question and try to do it all at one time, if that's okay.
If you would just, let me hear it, let him.
Just leave you questions.
Right. Mr. Fears, not a trick question. The app Jack, did you use it, and did you have knowledge that Jay Lee used it for the purpose of hooking up with other people?
I think you could only assume that. Jay never said, hey, I'm on this app doing this.
No, I'd like to have this exhibit marked for identification.
Yes, sir.
May we approach? I'm sorry.
It's not just two. Thank you. Mr. Fears, I know it's been a long time. When you get comfortable. But I want you to, I'm going to point on this particular document. It's identified as Defense Exhibit D2. And just read it. I'm going to run my pen across it so we don't go through the whole document. Tell me whether or not you recall providing this information during the course of the interview that we referenced. You've had an opportunity to look at the identified.
One shade, one of these days, 150 years old, so we had Had time to get y'all no shade for the windows anyway. Try to dodge that sunlight the best you can so you can see.
Gotcha.
As far as that particular statement, you recall making that statement to the detectives pertaining to the Jack Up app, that you told them there was an app that you and Jay Lee used for the purposes of hooking up with other males in the local area.
The detectives asked me what Jack was because they didn't know what it was. So I described to them what Jack was, what it could be used for, that hooking up with people is what you can use the app for. Most one of the things you can use the app for.
But as far as the portion of it in this particular statement, I'm not going into the rest of it, but for
I'm gonna ask about this particular question.
There's a recorded interview, and that,
There's what now?
there's a recorded interview of this exact thing. It is not phrased the same way in the recorded
No,
interview.
no, I thought we weren't going to have talking objections here.
If there is a, I'm gonna let you ask this last question. Did you, I think he's already answered the question anyway, but I'm gonna ask the question one more time.
Do you recall giving, you admit or deny that you gave that particular statement to the law enforcement officer?
What particular statement? The one that you just showed me?
Whether or not that app, that y'all used that app for hookups.
That we used it for hookups?
Yes. You deny that statement?
I still don't understand the question.
The question is, do you admit or deny that what's in this officer's report pertaining to what they took down in this report is in your interview, at some point in time, you admit or deny that you told them that Jack was a app that y'all used to hook up with men in the local area?
I admit to telling them what Jack was, that what you could use it for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You also are familiar with the fact that further down during the interview, you also identified not only Jack as an app that Jay Lee used, but BLK and Grindr in order to have hookups.
I don't know what BLK is. I never said that.
Let me show you again whether or not you recall making this statement in this officer's report, okay?
You have an objection? Go ahead, Vic.
Your Honor, the interview, the submission.
Yeah, come on. I will say this, if there is a
Ms. Fears,
Yes.
without going into the content of either interview at this point in time, you were interviewed twice, fair statement?
You said what?
You were interviewed twice or just one time?
I was interviewed by two separate people.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's my point. And first time that you were, according to the report, that I've been provided, 7/12/22 is when, my understanding is, you made representations to the officer about the app Jacked, Grinder, says in here BLK, but you deny making any reference to BLK. Okay, do you know what Grinder is?
I know what Jacked is and I know what Grinder is.
What about, okay, and what, would you agree with me that those apps are apps that Jay Lee used, and one of which apparently you used for the purpose of hooking up with other men in the local area?
Okay.
Is that, look at Ms. Spears. Yes or no, then you can explain yourself to the extent you need an explanation. Is that yes or no? Use those apps, correct, to hook up with men in the local area.
You just asked me if Jay Lee and I.
Not together, that you had knowledge that Jay Lee used these apps and knowledge that you used at least the Jack app to hook up with men in the local area.
No. I did not have knowledge that Jay Lee was using the apps to hook up with anybody.
Okay. So the statement in Defense Exhibit 2, Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee used apps such as Jack, BLK, and Grinder in order to have hookups. That's wrong in this report.
Jay never told me that he was hooking up with people on these apps. We never had that conversation.
Khalid explained to us that the Jack app, what it is, and showed us how it works. You showed him how it works.
Correct.
He explained that Jack, you did that. That part of the statement is correct, right? Okay. Khalid explained that the Jack app is something that he and Jay Lee used to hook up with other males. That's incorrect.
Like I said, Jay never told me. Like I said, we were building a friendship.
Sure, I understand that.
And you don't just come out and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, da 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 da. No. So I've never heard Jay from his mouth say that, hey, I'm on these apps doing this. You know, what I do may be something totally different, but he didn't tell me that, no.
Okay. And so how often would you and Jay Lee talk? Every day, every other day?
Me and Jay would talk about one every other day, yeah.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you were familiar, you had conversations personally amongst yourself through Snapchat and through other, whether it be Instagram, things of that nature, between your address and his address? Fair statement, your account, right?
We communicated on Snapchat.
All right. And your account at that time was KHAALIDDY. That's you, right?
Correct.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you and Jay Lee had conversations about what he liked to do sexually and what you like to do sexually through the course of those conversations?
That's not fair to say.
All right. You never had those conversations about sexual stuff or activities or
we had
preferences or anything like that?
We had conversations about what guys were we into. I never asked him about who he was having sex with.
Understand that. I'm not necessarily talking about preferences. I'm talking about activity within whatever he may be doing with sexual partners, what you may like, what he may like, things of that nature. You had those conversations through your Snapchat or Instagram conversations with him, right?
We had conversations through Snapchat.
Okay. And his account, one of them, was Sucker for Jay. That was one of his that you would send messages to, and he'd respond. You're familiar with that account, or that handle, whatever you want to call it. I'm not very tech savvy, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sucker for Jay was how you conversed with him and sent messages during this time frame.
Is that what his Snapchat name was?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what Snapchat did you use with him as far as in June or July 2022?
Well, I'm not sure what his username handle is, but the way his name pops up in my Snapchat, it says J. It has like a little heart emoji.
One of those, Sucker for Jay, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's been provided in the discovered response as a result of a search warrant that
Your Honor, I object.
If the witness
Witness has said, I don't
doesn't know what the account was,
So I want to hand you and mark this for identification. This is right.
D3. What?
P3.
We approach.
You may.
Fears, what's the mark for identification is D3 ID, and it appears, I'm not going to have you read all this, I promise you, but for purposes of identifying, that's your account. How you go by KHALIDDY on June 6th, correct?
Correct.
And you look at this on here, Sucker for Jay, that's conversations that appear that you had with Jay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Look at it for just a minute and hold on to it. Just hold on to it if you don't mind. just look through it and tell me whether or not you have any dispute. But that appears to be conversations that y'all had, correct?
Correct.
So it appears throughout this conversation, I'm not going to go through the details, but it appears that y'all are having some conversations about sexual conduct, things of that nature. I want to direct your attention to the third page, if you don't mind.
Let the state see, have you got a copy of that other document? Let him have a copy of the document. I'll go back into here for a while. Mental culture stress, don't express, form any opinion, don't talk about the case with anyone. I'm going to ask that what's the party preference on whether the witness stays on the stand during this? Y'all come to order. Do the parties have any preference whether the witness remains in the witness stand during our arguments or whether the witness? I want to ask you to go back to the witness stand, Mr. Fears, and we'll don't discuss your testimony if you want. We'll call you when we need you, okay? Thank you. All right, Mr. Fears, get out there. I'll let you make your objections anyway.
Just didn't want to go into. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. My first objection when we started this was as to I thought he was going to have it be read because that would be this is not a report he made coming into evidence without being authenticated. My second objection is that it is hearsay. In looking at this document, he said he identifies it as a conversation, but before he didn't remember it. He's looking at it. There's no top that says this is the sender and this is the receiver. So I don't know which message goes to which, because this wouldn't even be the proper witness to bring this in under. Secondly, there is not a hearsay exception that this would fit. We're talking about.
I'm gonna deal with one of these objections at a time. One at a time, anyway. We'll get to hearsay if we get to hearsay. Okay. But tell me your first objection anyway.
My first objection was having him read anything on here into evidence. If he reads it out loud, especially
until such time as something is authenticated to the satisfaction of the court, we're not going to have any reading to the jury. By looking at the document, I don't know who is the giver and who the receiver. The witness may know who the giver and the receiver is. If this witness is able to testify that, yes, I had that conversation with Jay Lee, I was the giver or I was the receiver, and it's authenticated, then we'll move on into any hearsay objection. If the witness can't do that, then we won't get as far as the hearsay objection. But if you want to take the hearsay objection up at this time, rather than ping pong in the jury, you can make your arguments as to why you feel this is hearsay, and I'll give the defense opportunity to say, for purposes of this argument and purpose of this argument only, I'm going to assume that the defense can authenticate it. Don't know that they can, but rather than ping pong in the jury, I'm going to work under the assumption that they've gotten past the authentication portion and move on into the hearsay objection. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. My second objection was that it is hearsay without an exception. If you are able to identify who said what, or if this witness is, I would say, Your Honor, that there is no exception. He's just talking about, like he said, he even described it in his question, things that they say they like to do. It's not a present sense impression. They're not doing it in the moment. It's not a then existing mental state. It's not a statement for medical purposes. There's no exception as to if it's being offered for the truth. If it's being offered that this is what Jay Lee liked, then Jay Lee's not here. That's a hearsay, Your Honor, without any exception.
I'll let you take up each argument first. Take up the argument of what you feel has to be done to authenticate, and whether you have authenticated, whether you can authenticate, and if so, we'll we'll move the hearsay objection.
Your Honor, the witness clearly first of all, I was going to ask a few more questions pertaining to the content, whether or not he identified the conversations on there, whether or not they occurred. He already answered that question to the extent he could identify the conversations.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to, won't you go ahead and take up your answer to response to the hearsay with the assumption for purposes of argument that you can get by the authentication portion of it anyway.
First of all, it's not a factual assertion. It's a conversation between the two. It's not trying to establish any fact, only that they had that conversation between the two of them. I'm not establishing any fact other than the fact that they had that conversation. Don't think it's hearsay in the first place. We're not establishing any fact that anything occurred, only that they had that conversation. Then the court has to turn to whether or not it's relevant. It's obviously from the opening statements they're going to try to introduce some documentation that there was a conversation about some strangulation or something along those lines during the course of their presentation, and also basically having conversations about sexual preferences and things consistent with what the state proposes our client said or did during the course of some other evidence that hasn't been introduced at this time, which I assume that the state's going to try to introduce. The stuff about the choking, Your Honor, it is conditionally relevant, Your Honor, at this point in time, based on what I understand and what they presented in opening statements as to our client's statement on the 558 Google search. Just ask them about those particular things. These conversations they're having between each other.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to, is there anybody that can tell us with any degree of certainty who said what on those exchanges?
I believe who did the phone extraction about the Snapchat return, which I think is Douglas, then Ryan Baker. There's several detectives that could.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to get, without relaying anything to the, getting off into any specifics, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask this witness who this conversation is between, and can he identify?
He's already answered that question, Your Honor.
I think so. He says that. But then, who said what?
That's correct.
Once you decided who said what, if he says the other way, that or I'm going to give you an answer to that question as to who said what and what was said, and then I'll decide about the hearsay at that point. All right?
Thank you.
Make any sense?
Can I just make a final record on that point?
All right, go ahead.
Just to say that in opposing counsel's response, he did not cite a single exception to the hearsay rule. He only said that it was relevant. Something relevant.
He said it was not. He said it was not offered for the proof of the matter asserted. That's what he said. And I'm going to see what's said, and then I'll make a decision whether it's offered on proof of the matter asserted or not. I did not hear any exception to the hearsay rule cited. I did hear him offer that it was not offered for proof of the matter asserted. I'll make a decision on that after I know a little more. All right. Bring the witness back in. Don't ask the witness anything, to read anything specific out loud. Come back around, Mr. Fears, and have a seat there. We're bouncing you around like a basketball today here and there, but I appreciate you bearing with us, okay? All right, show the jury back in. Fair warning, I may send you out again in just a minute. I told you we're gonna bounce you around like a ping pong today, so maybe we'll get better. That's the reason trials take 2 weeks sometimes.
I approach, Your Honor.
Hey, remember the court's instruction on how to conduct the interview.
Mr. Fears, I ask you to identify conversations or this document, D3, and I think you had responded that Khalidi, Khaliddy, that's your conversation, your chat to Circle for J, which is J. Lee, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so once you review, so you're the originator of the conversation, and he's the recipient of the conversation on the first level, and then after when he responds to you, he'd be on the left side of the page, correct?
Ask him, rephrase your
Okay.
question. Ask him to identify who is the recipient, who is the,
This is, you're sending a chat message here.
rephrase. Just ask him if he can identify who is the recipient and who is the sender.
They go back and forth, Your Honor.
On any particular line. Anyway.
On the left side is the sender in the message. On the right side is the recipient, correct?
Let him ask us. Let him review the.
Review the document. Tell me who the sender is.
There you go. We get it somewhere now.
On these two columns, the question is, who's the sender? On this side?
Just a second, I'm trying to decide who is talking in the conversation. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so tell me, the left side of the column I've identified, third row over, is that sender or recipient?
Sender.
Okay. Right side is recipient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you can identify these conversations. You've looked at the conversations that you've had with Jay Lee through y'all's chat, correct? Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the third page of this document, if you don't mind. Can you look at that, please? You see at the bottom of the page, beginning right here where I've marked although, you see that on there? Third page, third line. Pick a page right here. I think you're on the wrong page. Look on this line right here of the document.
Which page is it again?
I think it's third. this particular document is the second page, I'm sorry. On this particular line where it begins, I'm a lover, not a fighter, who is the sender on that? Don't answer what it says at this time. Tell me who
I
the
think he
sender
just said what it said. That's the,
But that ain't the good part. I'm gonna let that in for clarification first.
Or this conversation right here on D3,
Okay.
who is the sender?
Jay.
Okay. And the recipient?
Me.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to have D3 introduced in the evidence.
I wasn't able to see.
Let him say, everybody talk about what we're talking about anyway.
The objection from prior before as to hearsay, not deception.
I've got a question is, when you're asking for the D3 in its entirety to be introduced,
I am.
we were talking earlier about offer for the truth of the matter asserted, they're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Our court attention was directed to one particular item, not D3 in its entirety.
That's correct, Your Honor. And I will take all the pages out of the page referenced, and we can redact before it's published, if it is, all the other portions off except for the conversation.
I want to read in particularity, when it's all said and done, what portion of D3 you're asking to be introduced for me to make a determination whether it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted or not. Show me, don't tell me, show me what portion of D3 you actually want to be.
All the aspects marked in orange.
And somebody tell me which decided who was the giver and who was the receiver.
Sender on the left, receiver on the right.
Hey, tell me, what does this mean?
You had to have a witness do that, John.
that.
Oh, I think that's like emojis, but they can't print out.
Oh.
Third time.
There'll be two sequential messages from the same sender to the same recipient. So each time it changes, it would be a change.
This one right here, this one which one would that one be?
Would be
Like,
from-
these two guys here,
So this is being said by Victor, it's the same.
both of these.
No, Judge, the one above that would be from the previous.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like that, y'all
That,
think?
yes, Judge.
I think so, I can't really
And
see.
y'all
Can
looking
we
to,
read it?
Okay, yeah, maybe vision's back. So that one.
Motion messed up.
Yeah, and so, and then this one says.
Yes.
it's
Second for
recorded.
Jay.
Yeah, I'm on the right page. And then that is still him.
So it appears they are still arguing over these text messages that were sent between Jay and Khalid. And they're trying to introduce evidence regarding choking in Google searches too. So they were arguing about that a little bit earlier, but now they're hot and heavy over these text messages that went back and forth. So I stepped away a little bit and I'm just reading through the chat. Yeah, never, don't send text messages that you don't want to be read in court. And Care Bear, yeah, no, the judge does not silence his mics. So if I stop talking and turn the volume up, you could probably actually hear what he's talking about. But let's see if let me try that. Yep. Sorry about that. I'm just going to go back to being quiet right now. All right, while those guys talk, so Khed Fears is on the stand right now. He's an X-ray tech, and he met Jay in May of 2022 in a park. They communicated through Snapchat and texting. Now, here's where I thought it got interesting. He texted Jay at 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. And then 6 a.m. Jay was up and excited, and he was leaving his house. At 5:21, he receives a text message saying he's bored. Then he called Jay at 5:58. So Jay said he was told Khalid that he was going to go see someone that he saw earlier, and then he was going to go receive oral sex from someone. Not sure if I can say that, YouTube, but you know what? It doesn't matter right now because we're demonetized anyway. Khalid was concerned about what Jay had told him earlier about this guy. And now they're arguing about trying to let in these text messages. But what I found interesting is that Mom said on the stand earlier that Mom texted him at 7 a.m. He didn't get a response, and yet Khalid was talking to him at 6. So but he was out the door. So something happened between 6 and 7 a.m. That's what I'm figuring.
I don't think that goes with the top
All right, I'm
part.
sure they're talking, and I'm talking.
Maybe we approach so I can show you.
What we got in discovery, Your Honor?
No. So.
Yes, Gordon. He met him in May, and this happened in July. So yeah. So they only knew him a couple months, Jordan. They only knew each other a couple months. If that's when you want to call this, Julie, then yes, I'm using this time for my.
I think we do after now. I think we do. There was just that one question about this, and we now changed our opinion together.
So what I found interesting is Khalid was on the phone when Jay said he was going to meet some guy that he had blocked, meaning Jay had blocked. And what Jay Lee, they were arguing about, Jay Lee could talk about what, I'm sorry, Khalid could say what Jay Lee was planning to do, not the reasoning behind it. So he could say, I'm going to meet some guy, not I'm going to meet him because blah, even though he did get in that he wanted to have oral sex. So I guess he did get that in there. But I guess that's what he did tell him that, not what he was planning on doing. And now they're talking about, I guess then Khalid went to go see the police on July 11th on his own. We're not sure if the police report was what the police took or if it was a written statement. Not 100% sure. Unbalanced equation, I'm not quite sure what that was about. But he went to the police. Khalid went to the police. What else? Yeah, I'm really okay. So between 6 and 7 a.m. That's when this happened. Pip squeegee emoji. Yeah, well, if we ever get monetized again, we'll do that. That would be fun. So Capri Law, thank you for a lot of, you said, yeah, Jay Lee had blocked Timothy. Timothy had made a new account to contact Jay, and Jay told the witness, Khalid, that he was going to go meet up with him. But the judge did allow, what he planned to do is admissible. But no, he said, no, he cannot. So my notes are incorrect, or they're contradictory, because he said, oh no, yeah, not the reasoning behind, yeah. What he planned to do is admissible, what the reasoning behind that was not admissible. So far we've heard from Stephanie, the mother, his really good friend Jose, and then now Khed Fears is on the stand right now. And Khalid, again, testified that Jay did not go anywhere without his Pomeranian Lexi. So it was very unusual for him to be going out without his beloved dog. And we all know if you don't go anywhere without your pet, you don't go anywhere without your pet. He sounded like he was going to go have some fun. Yeah, the cross was kind of getting into, what was it? What was your relationship? And he said, Khalid said, he was building a relationship and a friendship. He described what Jack meant to the police, which is hooking up. And I guess it is also an app along with Grindr. But they are arguing a long time about these text messages. Let's go to chat. What are you guys up to? Capri Law. Jay Lee arrived back at Tim's house at 6:12. Do we know that yet, Capri, or is that you in the future or us in the past? All right, maybe they're coming back now. Let me turn off for a moment.
I'm not. Mr. Fears, get your exercise.
Get my steps in.
Yeah. As to the highlighted area, D3 is the exhibit, but I'm going to have you go over the portions so we can run through this a lot faster. The highlighted areas that are in D3 are marked as to this particular page where the top of it starts with Khalidi and Sucker J, and at the top of it, it says, for purpose of the record, I like a nigga. It appears to be that, okay? So that's where we're starting as far as that particular, what it says right there. So as to going down to line 4, where it says Sucker 4J and Khalidi, that's Sucker J and that's Khalidi. We've already identified the fact that sender, recipient, Sucker's 4J is J, and Khalidi is, Khalidi is you. What was said, what did Sucker J say to you in that conversation?
It says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM.
Okay. And that was the extent of that particular line's conversation. What was said next by Sucker J to you, to J to you?
During sex.
Okay. And what was said, continuation of that particular conversation, what else was said?
Where do you want me to stop?
Right now, the next line.
Okay. Jay says, LOL, I enjoy a little, looks like he wanted to say mutual aggression.
Okay. Mutual aggression. All right. The next line is what? Who said what? From who to whom?
The next
line.
The next line would be, where are we at?
Right here.
Okay. That would be me to him.
Okay. And that you just sent something that's some emojis.
Could be like emojis, yeah.
Emojis, yeah. All right. And after that, Sucker Jay sent, what happened next?
I think
After
I
the
corrected
emoji.
his typo. I said mutual. Boy. Sucker for Jay. He said mutual. I said correct.
All right. You said correct on the next line. All right. And then what did Sucker for Jay say to you?
He says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And your response was?
Heavy on it.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
What does that mean to me?
Yeah, heavy on it.
Heavy on
with
it. Heavy on it is a music label that my favorite rapper started. She started her own record label, and it's called Heavy on It.
Okay. Okay, so that's what you said to him, heavy on that.
Yeah.
And then you said back to him, do you have any kinks, LOL, right?
Correct.
And Sucker for Jay, to you, what was that response?
He says aggressive, and also he says aggressive, and he also likes to get put in his place.
Okay, let's go to the next marked location on this particular page. As to what's marked right here, what did Jay Lee on page that start up at the top in this particular exhibit says, "Ooh, I'm sorry, I'd bring you some if I weren't." Pages aren't identified, so I have to identify it, but what's at the top of the page. Jay, at this location right here, I've identified to you. But what did he say to you?
Right here.
Yes.
What's
Right.
the timestamp?
1429. I'm just going. We're in the second orange area, Your Honor. All three of them. I'm going to get all. This is the, Your Honor, this is the part we're going to identify. I'm getting to identify all the other conversations. Then we'll get to the part that we're going to redact that.
Your Honor, I had a particular, I had a specific
Okay.
question.
I was just laying the predicate.
As to the two line, there was two lines there that the court
Okay.
could not identify. They were together.
Right.
There was a spot between them as to whether or not who was the giver and who was the recipient. Generally,
Right.
when they're all on one line, I could figure it out.
Right here, Mr. Fears.
Can I confer with Mr. Reyes?
May. But that's the specific question I got there as to one particular line, who was the giver and who was the receiver, because it's not clear to the court.
Right here. As to this conversation right here from Jay to you.
This is where we are.
Right here, at the top of the page, we talked about it earlier, right here. It says, sender is who?
It's Jay.
All right, and to you, right?
Correct.
That's your records. Read that out and tell me whether or not what that says.
It says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And you said heavy on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I look at that just a second? Let me show you right here what I'm talking about.
I understand.
That's that conversation, that whole conversation. It's talking about that part right there.
So it's.
Go one right over right there. That's where the statement starts. That's right. Do you have any keys LOA? I don't think so. Right. Just identify that conversation.
So what he misidentified, my understanding.
So I'm trying to think. What did come in was Khalid was concerned about what Jay had told him earlier. And down low is not someone you want to be hooking up with. They will kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed. So that's pretty Trial Junkies United. It didn't come in, but Khalid said Jay and the defendant had a fight the night before and now was going to meet him. That's why Khalid was concerned. And I'm saying that maybe it did come in, or it was implied. Maybe it wasn't specific. I guess it's not specific. But the argument was Khalid was on the phone when Jay said he was going to go meet some guy that he had blocked. So he didn't actually specifically say Tim or Timothy. Yeah, Crystal Limited Edition. They're going to have the jury so confused and lost in the weeds as to what was relevant. And this is supposed to be a 10-day trial. I'm like, now I understand why it's a 10-day trial. But that was 10 days outside of all this. It's probably going to be a 20-day trial. I was really hoping for this to be done in a couple days because we have a lot going on next week. But we'll take it one day at a time.
Mr. Fears, if you start right here, where it says Sucker J. Khalid, and identify the conversation, who said what, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where am I stopping?
Start right here down to putting someone in their place.
Okay. So Jay says,
okay, go ahead.
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked? I said, heavy on it. Then I messaged him back and I said, do you have any kinks? LOL. Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also get put in my place.
Okay, that's a conversation.
And
The rest of it doesn't matter at this point in time. We're not addressing that.
Okay.
That's your recollection and what you recall is conversations that y'all had, and that's reflected in this record.
That's our conversation.
That's the conversation. Thank you.
I think I satisfied myself that who said what. And who said what? And I know, and I apologize for jumping so many hoops, but I can't be assuming things when it's open to interpretation. I will now hear your arguments on why this is or is not hearsay. There's been an objection by the state as to that this is hearsay. I'm going to give the state an opportunity to explain to me why they believe that it is hearsay, and not give the defense an opportunity to say why they think it's not hearsay. All right, go ahead, State, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's a hearsay the line where he says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and get put in my place, because there is no exception. It's not a statement of then and there personal being. He's just talking about what he likes. And the argument that it is not for the truth of the matter, then what's the purpose? Just to show the conversation, as they stated before, they're relating it back to its relevant. The content is the only thing that's relevant. So obviously, you want to use that for the contention that it is true, that Jay is saying, I like to be aggressive. That is what you're using it for. There's no other purpose, and there's no exception. So the argument that it is not hearsay bears belief, because if it's not for the truth that Jay likes this sort of thing, what's it for? To embarrass the victim? To shame him? Like, what is the real purpose? And Your Honor, they've never articulated that. They just argued it was relevant. A lot of things are relevant, but does it meet the standard of not being even offered for the truth? And if it is, what is the exception?
I'll listen to you.
First of all, I stated earlier, it's not a factual assertion where we're trying to establish that Jay Lee choked anybody or that anything occurred between these two individuals. We're not trying to establish that fact. All we're trying to establish is offer this, not for the truth of the matter asserted, that this conversation took place between the two. And it's been established already through these individuals that he said he didn't have any conversations with him about this sexual activity, things of that nature. First of all, it rebuts his examination direct, and also is conditionally relevant based on the fact that they've established, going to try to get into...
I know question the court's mind is relevant. You can move past that.
Right.
But relevant, you can be relevant and still be hearsay.
Right.
But I'm going to find it relevant anyway.
Right. But it's offered not to prove that they acted anyway or the truth that anybody choked anybody, but only to lay for purposes of part of the foundation to establish that these individuals had these conversations about potentially sexual deviant activities between these individuals and other individuals, and what Jay Lee's preference was and what other people's preference was. There's other conversations in there consistent with that, but as to this individual, as to what they had conversations about, Your Honor, it's not a factual assert. We're not asserting any fact. We're not trying to establish any fact other than we're trying to say that this conversation took place and they had these conversations about what they liked as far as sexual preference.
He's already testified that he had conversations like that, so why did the details, he knows the details are hearsay, why would they need to be said?
We just testified he did or did not have conversations of this nature.
He's already testified when he showed him that they had conversations of a sexual nature. He already earlier testified to that. First he said they didn't, but then when he showed it to him, he said, oh yes, we did. But he didn't, what would be the purpose of, if you're trying to say that we're only introducing it to say that he did have those conversations, he said he had conversations where they talked about things that they liked. So why would you need to introduce the hearsay?
The court going to take about a 5-minute break, scratch my head, and come back to the meeting. Okay?
All right, so they're arguing. Are the texts hearsay? What do you guys think? State is saying no. If it's not for the truth of the matter, what is this for? Just to embarrass the victim? And the defense is saying yes. Conversation that took place and confirms they had sex talk after Khalid said they didn't. So the defense is saying they're not trying to embarrass the victim or Khalid, but they're trying to impeach him. It sounds like, basically. What do you guys think? Is that what you're hearing too? I'm going to go ahead and zoom a little bit, but that's what I got out of that. Julie, why are you gobsmacked? The argument, low miss, I just explained, and I might be a little bit behind on your comment, but Julie, why are you gobsmacked? All right, let me jump forward here. All right.
So, Mr. Creekmore, you may want to pay attention. I've reached a decision. What I'm going to do is this. The court's recollection of the testimony was from this witness that he and Mr. Lee had not discussed their likes and preferences of a sexual nature. This conversation would tend to impeach that anyway. I'm going to allow the defense attorney to read those limited statements that we got there. Ask Mr. Fears did he did or did not make those statements. I'm not going to introduce them into evidence as substance evidence. I'm going to allow them to be questioned for impeachment purposes. All right. So D3 is not going to be introduced into evidence. I am going to let you impeach Mr. Fears on those matters.
Your Honor, and I may have misheard. I think that you're correct that he did say that we didn't talk explicitly about sexual preferences and that kind of thing, just
That's the way I
preferences in men. But when confronted with extraneous evidence, he said, yes, we did have that conversation.
That's how it goes.
And this would be more evidence for impeachment purposes, and I'm going to. I'm going to allow him to impeach the witness about what his previous testimony was. I'm not going to allow it admitted into evidence, but for impeachment purposes only. Y'all understand that? And since the only portion of D3 that I've reviewed for those purposes, that's what I want to limit it to at this time.
There's other portions in here, Your Honor.
As to that particular issue,
As to the impeachment aspect, yes, Your Honor.
I'm talking about that as on impeachment on that particular question.
Yes, just whether or not they had other conversations. But what I planned on doing was, based on what we've gone through and how long it's taken, ask the question about other content. You remember other conversations?
If they are for purposes of impeachment, something prior inconsistent statement he's made in his testimony, I'll give you the opportunity. If they're not, I'm not going to let you do it. I'm fine with this hearsay, but it's for impeachment purpose, but not introduction into evidence.
Right, John.
All right?
As substantive proof.
Not as substantive proof. Y'all. Do y'all need a minute with that, Mr. Creekmore? Is that going to relate to this witness, Mr. Creekmore?
No, it doesn't. It relates to the next witness, so I think we should go. It relates to the next witness.
It's 4:24. There's probably not going to be a next witness today.
Your Honor,
Can we get through his cross-examination and redirect? There's probably not going to be another witness today, so y'all have all night to get that going, okay? All right, show the jury back in. Thank you for your patience. I trust no one's having a problem with the court's instructions. Anyway, call it to my attention if you do. You may proceed with your question in light of the court's findings.
Right. Mr. Fears, last time we were on the record, showed you it's been marked for identification. It states defense exhibit 3, and pertaining to your previous testimony about you Jay Lee didn't have conversations about sexual preferences, things of that nature. I'm going to hand you a portion of, and again, this is the exhibit, and these are the portions that I want you to be concentrated on, highlighted part. It won't be highlighted on the exhibit, okay?
Okay.
But if you would, on that particular page, reference to y'all's conversations, where starting in the line highlighted, I'll look at that line and agree with me whether or not y'all had these conversations between you and Jay Lee on June the 13th, Monday, June the 13th. And you've identified these previously, right? This is y'all's conversation, right?
This is our conversation.
All right. You admit or deny, I assume you admit now that you have made these conversations, and would you read Sucker for Jay's Jay Lee, correct?
Correct.
And Liddy, that's you, right?
Correct.
So if you would start at the highlighted area, which is the same portion of D3, and state, first of all, what Sucker for Jay, which is Jay Lee, in that chat said to you, I feel like, anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So he says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM during sex.
What does that mean to you?
BDSM to me?
Okay, do you have any idea what that means?
I don't know the actual definition.
All right, and what's the next response, or the next, what Sucker Jay said after that?
He continues on to say, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression.
All right. What occurred after that?
Your Honor, I think that was a misstatement of who was the sender and the receiver. I'm sorry to be insistent on that.
Just identify the conversations. Go through the conversations, responding, and
Give who is the sender, say that, and say this person responds to this. Okay. Just one line at a time, okay? Or
Okay.
one text at a time.
Where do you want me to start?
start back over at the top.
Okay. Jay says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM during sex.
All right, then what did he say?
Jay is still talking.
All right.
No, that's not correct. The
Jay
way
was
we've
still-
identified it outside the presence of the jury, that emoji,
Talking about the emoji.
no, but if that's part of the same.
What was said next between the conversation between you and Sucker J. Lee next?
It says, LOL, I enjoy a little mural aggression.
Okay. That's what you said to him, right?
No, that's what he says to me.
Okay, then what happened? That's what he's testifying to.
It looks like I sent him some emojis.
Okay.
And then Jay says, mutual, question mark. Oh, wait a minute.
All right. And then what happened? What did you say to him after that?
Just a second.
Your Honor, we approach.
It makes sense now.
I'm on approach. I'm not reading, I've had a conversation, we've had a pretty good argument about this, and this witness has got no shit for it.
Mr. Fears.
Give me just a second, please.
Testimony has changed that.
Just a second, because this format, y'all, it's a lot. Let me look over it. Okay.
Take your time.
Okay, so it looks like I said, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression. That's what it looks like.
Okay, that's fine.
And Jay is correcting me, saying mutual, And I said, correct.
And then what? What'd Jay say then?
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and be choked? I said, heavy on it. I then reply, do you have any kinks, LOL?
Then what was said?
Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive, and I also like to be put in my place.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I want to move you down to the conversations on the page that you've identified previously. On the left side of the page is Jay Lee. I was going to identify at the top. Yeah. Says who at the top.
Have I gone too far?
I think so. Okay.
I would ask you to allow you to identify.
Both sides. Conversations.
Before you go, okay?
That's all on the bottom of the page. Look at the time right here. June 13, 14, 20. Okay. Mr. Lee, if you would identify the conversations if you can. You've identified previously sender on the left side, recipient on the right side. Do you see that particular conversation that's highlighted on that conversation? No, just a highlighted part.
Yeah. He's good. I'm getting lonesome up here. It's been 2 minutes. We didn't talk about this.
I would draw the question this time around. Reserve the right to offer at the appropriate time. Fears, I wanted to ask you, I know it's been so long since you it's testified earlier that the apps that you went to or that you didn't go to, or basically that you talked to the cops about, Jack and the other two, are those apps that you had on your phone? You had Jack on your phone?
I had 2 of the 3 that you...
2 of the 3. They're actually on your phone. Okay. And did you ever share anything that you received from Jack or Grinder, I think, with Jay Lee or anything like that, or any information or anybody that you had met on Grinder and talked to Jay Lee about that individual or set anybody up or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge,
Okay.
no.
All right. And Mr. Fears, I want to make sure, in addition to what we pointed out as far as conversations that you and Jay Lee had on, I believe that would have been, you identified Monday, or May the 28th, 2022, you would agree with me, would you not, that I went through all these conversations or went through each one of these, it's going to be certain times that y'all had conversations about sexual activity, sexual preference, things like that, right? Some, not a whole lot, but some. Similar to what I pointed out just a few moments ago.
You said sexual activities and
Not
sexual
activities,
preferences.
but preferences, things of that nature, conversation between you and Jay Lee, consistent with what we just talked about a few minutes ago.
I'm
Correct?
confused.
You don't believe so?
I said I'm confused.
All right. You first testified, I want to go through it again. You first testified that y'all didn't talk about sexual preferences, didn't talk about partners, didn't talk about certain things, about meetings,
I think we
how
didn't.
you hooked up, things of that nature. You talked about whether or not you'd given that information to police officers on the 12th of June 2022. And we pointed out that y'all had conversations about choking and things of that nature in that conversation. Would you agree with me, in all likelihood, or if there is conversations consistent with what we discovered here on cross-examination?
That's not sexual preference, though.
Sexual preference, sexual conduct, sexual conversations about certain things.
Okay.
A lot of that, right?
You said a lot of it?
Yeah. Within your chat history, during the 4 months that y'all knew each other. Talked
How
about a
many
lot of
months?
sex, I guess.
We talked about a lot of sex? I don't think we did. I don't think we talked about a lot of sex.
Portland.
I'll tell you. Are you ready?
Is that yours? It is. Okay. All right. Now, prior to coming in here, you reviewed an interview between yourself and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you had with, or the cross-examination you had with Mr. Horan about statements that were made to University Police Department,
Okay.
that was different times, not?
I had 2 different interviews.
So at first you were responding about that interview that you had just watched, correct, and reviewed, to refresh your recollection.
Correct.
All right. Because how long ago? That was back in the summer of 2022.
Correct.
All right. Now, did those law enforcement officers, whether they were University Police Department or Oxford Police Department, come find you to get information from you?
Both of them did. Both sets of officers.
Why did they do that? How did they even know you had information relevant to this case?
I'm the one who called them.
You called them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the information that you provided to them, they ended up, UPD as well as OPD, got information from you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it was the Oxford Police Department that actually recorded that interview with you.
Correct.
All right. So, had you seen that interview prior to coming here today?
No.
Now, the information that you provided them about the conversation that you had with Jay Lee on Snapchat that morning of July 8th at 5:58, and then prior to that at 5:21, did you have to look at anything to refresh your recollection as to what was said?
No.
Now then, the conversations that you had with Jay Lee while y'all were friends, I believe.
Your Honor, first of all, I didn't go into the conversation you had with Jay Lee on cross-examination.
That's what we argued about the whole time.
Oh, you're talking about the Snapchat? Okay, I thought you were talking about the
Yeah,
conversation.
that's a good day anyway.
I was talking about Jason, that's his reference.
Yes, sir. I believe your testimony was that you were y'all met in May, and then from May to July the 8th, y'all became closer and closer as friends.
We were building a friendship.
You explained that to the jury.
Yes.
During that time, did you have many conversations with him?
Yeah.
Through Snapchat,
Yeah.
iMessage, or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Did y'all meet on any of those apps?
Not at all.
Okay. And I think you were saying that you explained to law enforcement about the apps that were used by LGBTQ interested people in order to make connections.
Law enforcement came to me, both the UPD and OPD, and they knew absolutely nothing about how we communicate at all. So I had to explain to them.
Now, can you tell the jury whether, now looking back, thinking about the conversations that you had with Jay Lee prior to July the 8th, whether y'all had any robust or significant conversations about how he uses social media to make connections?
About how he uses social media to make connections?
Yes. On his own?
We never had a conversation about him reaching out to people, no.
All right. And then, how long has it been since you've seen messages that you had with your friend Jay Lee in between May and July of 2022 and now?
How long has it been since I saw? I don't go back and look at the messages. It's been 2 years.
It's been 2 years.
Since y'all just showed me that text thread.
One conversation about sexual activity. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Say it one more time.
When Mr. Horan asked you about a specific, I don't know, maybe 4 lines of conversation back in June of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Did you remember that? Did you remember that conversation?
Did I remember the conversation after reading it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. But prior to being confronted with it, you didn't recall that?
Absolutely not.
I wanted to be more specific about when I asked you earlier about, do you recall whether you had significant conversations with Jay Lee about his using social media to make connections? Do you remember that question?
Did you just ask me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On cross-examination, you were asked about whether you had conversations with Jay Lee. Actually, you were asked about 2 apps, Jacked and Grindr.
Correct.
And BLK, which you didn't know anything about.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can you recall right now, tell the jury whether you and Jay Lee had any conversations about his use of those two sites, Jacked and Grinder, in order to make hookups for himself?
We never had a conversation saying, hey, I use this app, or he never had a conversation with me saying, hey, I use these apps to hook up with people.
Okay. So the primary interest in that was you explaining to law enforcement what they were?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? That's all I have.
All right, so this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Just stay right there for just a minute. Figures. Look for the jury. It's 4:47. We're not gonna get any substantial headway made before 5 o'clock. I'm gonna let y'all be excused for tonight. Don't get y'all lined up to go eat somewhere here, not pretty good, I think, anyway. I had never been there. Y'all give me a report back tomorrow. I won't know a lot. I'm gonna instruct you once again. Don't discuss the case. Don't matter what discuss the case with you. Don't express or form any opinion. Don't investigate the case in any way. Anyone tries to discuss the case with you, tell them to stop. If they persist, let me know. Y'all have a good evening. We will start back at 9 in the morning. Everything goes well. Speak to a little date about today because we kept the update last night. Thank y'all for y'all's service. And we'll see y'all in the morning. It's not Khed Fears. Hey, Kevin. Mr. Fears, did you travel to Atlanta?
I did.
Was it subpoenaed by both parties or one?
Was not subpoenaed by the defense yet.
Yes. What do you want to tell Mr. Fears?
Give him some contact information. I'll get him back. I can get him subpoenaed. I don't want him not to go home right now if he wants to go home.
Mr. Fears, let me ask you this. If the defense may call you, it could be sometime next week before that, may or may not. I don't want you having to stick around here, but will you give me your assurance if we get some contact information and we call and give you some notice that you'll come back?
I would need pretty good bit of notice. I'd have to let my supervisors know, and I'd have to plan ahead to travel 5 hours back and forth.
If you'll give me his contact information, what he's using right now, my staff not only will contact him plenty of time, and pay him travel pursuant to the rules as well.
I don't know if this is the court equipped to do like remote type testimony, like a closed circuit system?
We could do that if we had to.
Fine with me, Your Honor.
We'll do that. If we have to hear from you again, we'll set up a Zoom call or something with you, okay? That'd be better than you coming back from your court in Atlanta.
That'd be great.
But I want you to make sure all these people have good contact information on you so that we could, if need be, to be honest with you, I'm sort of skeptical if B will get here.
I
But
don't want to impose upon Mr. Fears. I know he had to travel a long way.
But given you contact information, we'll be back in touch with you. If we need you, we'll set you up on a Zoom call or something.
Okay.
All right. Anything else before we break for the evening? All right. I'll be here before 9 in the morning. We'll have the jury here ready to kick off. I'll be here by no later than 8:45. I would encourage the attorneys to be here as well so that we can take up any matter before the jury gets here, okay? All right, that being said, court be in recess until 9 in the morning. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fears.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I need to get you a order
Hey, Mr. Fears,
for Mr. Fears.
I'm gonna sign the mileage for the current rate, not the
67.
whatever the current rate is anyway.
Working at. Where do you work at? I'm working
Can you hear him purring? All right, so we're going to go to day 2, guys. Ralph is purring. All right, so that was interesting. So we heard from four witnesses today. Mom started us off in day 1. Stephanie Lee was the mom. Then Jennifer Buford, who was the field education director. And then Jose Reyes, who was a really good friend of Jay's. And then Khed Fears. Yes, Little Miss, he is out on bond. I'm pretty sure I have that in the description. He was arrested, but then they let him, he did clear bond there. So Khed Fears, he was up there for a long time. He was an X-ray tech. He has to travel 5 hours one way. So he's done for the state, but now defense may want him to come back. So that's 10 hours. He's got to drive 5 hours and back 5 hours, and that's another 15 hours of driving he has to do if he needs to come back. So we got a little, we had some fun there in the chat with all the sexting that was going on. And there were some good arguments going on. The judge ruled that they had not discussed sexual matters, so the defense could not introduce it, but they could use that to impeach Khed, because it was all about are these text hearsay. Let's see what else. Jay said that he likes to be aggressive and put in his place. There were texts about choking and be choked. Khed said, yeah, heavy on it. And then Trial Junkies United said something to the effect of, some people, expound on their experiences, so there's no way to really know if that was really, true, or if it, you know how it is when you're talking to a friend or a buddy, you say things that may not be entirely true, and then here it is being pulled into court. And at one point, defense Horan was saying sexual preference or sexual orientation. It's like, no, let's see, I thought I wrote it down. That's not my sexual preference. He was schooling him on the difference between preference and being a social deviant, sexual deviant. And Julie was right. She's like gobsmacked. It's like, yep, they went there. So he's trying to victim blame or say that.
I think they were thinking.
Oh, wait a minute, hot mic. Let me turn this down.
Just so they could be ambient. Yeah. And that made it, I think that.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. All right, so that's it for day one. So we kind of recapped. We did, I think, pretty good there. Whoa. I'm going to move on to day two. So let's pull up day two, because this is pretty interesting. I thought it might be pretty interesting. But who's with me? Who's ready to go to day two? I got 41 people watching. Are we ready? We're ready to crash and burn into day two. Let's do it. Day two.
Yeah, he's gonna sit here now, so I'm gonna be going down
What he said.
All right. We're going to move on to day two. Let me just put this up so people see. Okay, now we're moving on to day two. If you're watching this on a replay crew, we just finished day one, and now we're going into day two. Let me just take myself off for a minute. So day two coming up.
This one, but I mean, it's still going on.
For the media personnel, I want to make sure that I got several reports from different sources yesterday that our bench conferences were being broadcast. I really don't know if that was before we had a conversation yesterday about them or not, but anytime the lawyers approach the bench, I don't want it broadcast. I want the microphone cut off anytime the attorneys approach the bench. There are reasons that we have private conversations, and there are people that, if the public can hear these private conversations, they can report to witnesses what they hear and things like that, and it could affect their testimony. So anytime the attorneys approach the bench, kill this microphone. All right. Anything that's broadcast that the courtroom audience can hear, you can broadcast, and the audio. Anytime the court is not the judge, I'm not on the bench, and the lawyers are milling around, talking with each other, kill the microphones at that time. But that being said, are we ready?
You said kill the microphone, that's all microphones.
That's all microphones. Just kill the microphones. When the court's not in session, if I'm not on the bench, all microphones are dead. I'll give you an opportunity to speak more freely with your clients and your co-workers and such as that. All right. Anything else we need to take up before we get started this morning? Did the state have its first witness ready? Mr. Creekmore, y'all got your first witness on standby and ready to go? Anything we need to take up? Defense know who this witness is, and there's no pre-objections or anything.
Kaziah.
All right. Tell the jury in.
Have the same objection on untimeliness of it.
All right. That'll be noted for the record. All right, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a pleasant evening and a good night's sleep, and that they fed you good. After we get through here, I think the restaurant you go to at night, see which one y'all get. I get 15 opinions. I'll get a pretty good sample anyway. But, everybody good this morning? All right. Remember, I trust. If you ever have any problems with the court's instructions about investigating, talk about the case, that y'all bring that to my attention. But that being said, are we ready to kick off?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll resume with the state's case in chief. Who would the state call as its first witness this morning?
Kaziah Carter.
Somebody get Mr. Carter in. How do you spell that?
Kaziah, I think. I-A-H.
Well, Ricky, would you do me a favor and bring me my pen off the desk back there? I just thought I was prepared for court. We got one right here. Steal that. I got me one. I got a spare I can leave you. Come around, Mr. Carter. All right, have a seat in the witness chair there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Kizzziah.
Kizzziah.
Yes, sir.
Your last name Carter?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you could, just tell the jury who you are and what you do.
My name is Kaziah Carter. I'm an HVAC technician. I currently stay in Tunica, Mississippi, but I stay here in Oxford for 2 years.
Okay. Where are you living now?
Tunica, Mississippi.
Tunica. You were here pretty much all day yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And then came back this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when did you move to Tunica?
Shortly after the incident.
Okay. You talking about around the time of July of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that your line of work now is HVAC?
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell the jury sort of what your responsibilities are in that field?
HVAC work is heating, air, and ventilation, and refrigerating for commercial and residential.
Okay. And what do you do?
I basically troubleshoot furnaces and condensers and anything to do with ventilation, ductwork in your house, anything like that to keep you guys comfortable breathing in it. Good
We
air.
could have used you yesterday around here. We got both same day.
You're either hot or cold in here.
Yes, sir.
Now, back in July of 2022, where were you living?
I was living in Highland, but they ended everybody's lease kind of early, so I ended up checking up with my girlfriend in Campus Walk.
Okay. All right. And so you moved out of Oxford shortly after July of 2022.
Yes, sir. Just a couple months, probably 2 to 3 months after the incident.
Did you go to Tunica to begin a new career in the HVAC?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the purpose of leaving Oxford was a job opportunity.
I mean, that and the incident really made me go leave here, and just go back home and start over.
Okay. So how long did you live in Oxford? From when to when?
2 years going on 3.
Okay. Where'd you grow up?
Tunica, Mississippi.
Okay. So you would have moved into Oxford about 2020?
Yes, sir. Shortly after COVID.
Okay. Now, in July of 2022, you were working at Winchester?
Yes, sir. As an adjuster.
Okay. And for the benefit of the jury, just tell them what Winchester is, what they do.
Okay. Winchester is a bullet manufacturing warehouse, maybe 15 minutes from here. My job was to put the primer on the bullet and adjust 3 machines to get 150,000 rounds every night. So I'm basically probably shooting the machine to keep the machine running. If it's running, I'm not doing it. If it's not, I'm working.
Okay. So at the time that, how long had you worked at Winchester?
I say maybe 6 weeks.
Okay. All right. So from July of 2022, you'd been working at Winchester for about 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall what your shift was?
It was, some people call it grave. I think it was like 10 to 7:30 overnight.
All right. So you're working at Winchester, you work the night shift, get off in the morning hours. Now, during that time, let's just drill down on July the 8th of 2022. Where were you staying at that time?
Campus Walk.
With your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
All right, and who is your girlfriend?
Darren Powell.
I'm sorry?
Darren Powell.
Can you spell that for the court?
DARYNPOWELL.
All right. All right, now if you could, if we wanted to go to Winchester from the courthouse right here, can you describe how to get there from here?
Yes, sir. So you can come down Molly Bar. I think it's a 76. It's the only gas station on that corner. You'll keep straight for about 5 miles, and you'll hit a left, and you're going to keep straight again for another probably 3 miles, then you'll see the big warehouse.
Okay. Now then, if you were going to go from, I think if you drive North Lamar out, going north, will that take you to what we call the three-way at Molly Bar? Do you know where the three-way is?
You said Lamar?
Right, this road right here.
Yeah, this road here?
North Lamar going right out that way.
I didn't take that route.
No, I know you didn't take the route, but if we were going from here, you go straight up North Lamar.
Yes, sir.
When you get to Molly Bar, which is what everybody in Oxford calls the three-way. Do you know where that is?
Yes, sir.
You know it to be called the three-way?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. You just keep going and it's out there on the left.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you were leaving Winchester to go back to Campus Walk Apartments, where you lived or staying with your girlfriend, Darren Powell?
Yes, sir.
You would leave Winchester, hit Molly Bar, and then take a right?
Okay. When I leave Winchester, it's a long straight road. You pass some gates. After the traffic be heavy, so after a couple minutes after I leave, it's a long road, and the stop sign to have us waiting for people to go left or right. I will go right. After I go right, I'll go down for about 5 miles. So after I go down, I pass this 76 to the left of me now. And I hit that right on Molly Bar and keep straight.
Okay. Would that take you by a gas station called
Yes,
Rock?
sir.
What's the name of that gas station?
I'm not familiar with the name of the gas station, but I know exactly what it is. It's a liquor store connected to it.
Connected to it. Now, if you don't mind, tell me whether you know Tim Herrington or not.
I know of him, but I'm not friends with him.
Okay. And if you could explain that to the jury, just how you would be aware of him and what that connection is.
Yes, sir. My girlfriend has a group of like 5 or 6 people. All of them came to Ole Miss at the same time. And I have a guy that I used to go to school with named James Carter from Tunga, Mississippi. And that's how I went to know him and my girlfriend.
Okay. Now, on July the 8th, 2022, after you left work at Winchester, did you see Tim Herrington?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you saw him, did you recognize him?
Not out the first glance.
All right. Tell the jury what happened.
Okay, like I said, when I leave work and I hit the right to go on Molly Bar, it's a gas station to the right that's connected to a liquor store. It's a 4-way, so you can't go fast. When you slow down and stop your car, by the time you speed back up, you'll probably be going about 10 miles an hour. So I was driving by, and I seen a person jogging with like a gray sweatshirt on. As I kept going to see the front of his face, I seen it was him, and I blew the horn speaking, and he waved me down. So I turned back around, looked around, got into the gas station. He asked me for a ride to take him back home to the Lafayette place because he had been jogging.
All right. Now, this was going to be July of 2022, early morning hours.
Yes, sir.
7 to 7:30.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time it was?
I roughly believe it was after 7:30 because I get off at 7:30, so it'll probably take me 8 to 10 minutes to get to Molly Bar.
And you say he was wearing a sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Was that a long sleeve?
Short sleeve.
Okay. Sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe his condition?
He was sweating, but wasn't sweating heavy.
Hang on a second, Mr. Go ahead.
I'm objecting to relevance at this time unless the court is going to allow us, are we allowing the proof to go on out of order?
I'm going to allow this testimony. We got to start somewhere.
Yes, Your
We got to start somewhere.
I'll withdraw my objection. I just want to.
We got a lot of witnesses in this case. You got to take a lot of coordination. I'm gonna give you both sides some leeway and when you call them anyway.
All right. Can you describe his condition?
Yes, sir. He was sweating, but it wasn't a heavy sweat like he had been jogging too long, but he was jogging.
Okay.
Light sweating.
All right. Now, I do want to, we'll come back to this. Do you recall days later being in contact with law enforcement? This would have been around July the 20th, 21st, 22nd?
Yes, sir. 2 weeks later.
2 weeks later. And did they ask you questions about meeting Tim Herrington that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you see video surveillance where that meeting occurred at Rocket's gas station?
I didn't see video surveillance, but I seen a picture.
Okay. Saw the picture, like a screenshot from that video surveillance?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so the day that you saw Tim Herrington, that was what day?
July the 8th.
July the 8th, early morning.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you seen the video surveillance from body cam and the Rockets video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you see those?
Yesterday.
Now, your interview with law enforcement 2 weeks later, do you recall if that was on July the 22nd?
Yes, sir.
2022?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that interview with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see that yesterday as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, hey, just for y'all's recollection, when you're having those conversations at the podium there, that mic is hot anyway. Now, I'm not saying you was or wasn't, but I think you were. I'm not saying that. Just remember.
So he's going to mark both of those, no objection to both of those coming in.
All right.
Both videos are obtained on exhibit.
Both. All right. When you say both of them, so I'm just going to exhibit 4 and body cam video will both be contained. That's going to be. You're going to make them. How many S's? Are you doing S's and D's or just doing straight?
Yeah, I guess that stipulate, assuming they're going to tie it into something.
Yeah, I think they're going to get there.
S4.
What was S2 and 3? Do what?
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, you're doing them all numerically?
Yes.
Not S1 and then D, okay. All right, I got you.
All right, on Exhibit 4, you saw both videos. Now, I need to clarify, after he got in your car, what happened?
I was really tired from work, so I was speeding, trying to get home. I think the officer was in the left lane. He was going maybe 40, and I was going maybe 45, 50, and he pulled me over for speeding.
All right, and I'm going to back you up even more. After you pulled in, flagged down by Tim Herrington, what did he say?
He said he was tired from jogging.
And what happened after that?
We pulled off. We had a short conversation. He asked about my girlfriend. And I think he asked me maybe how was work going. Wasn't too much to say.
All right. So did you change? You were headed back home, correct?
Yes, sir.
After you picked him up, did you change where you were going?
No, sir. I was already heading towards Campus Walk and Lafayette Places, going that way too.
Did you stop somewhere else before you got home, back to your apartment?
I stopped at his place.
Okay, why did you do that?
He asked me to drop him off.
All right. He asked you to drop him off, and where did you know where he lived?
No, sir.
Where did you take him?
Lafayette Place.
All right. On the way, you were stopped by the police, you say?
Yes, sir.
Now you've seen the video surveillance from Rockets. You've seen the body cam footage of that traffic stop. Do they accurately depict what happened that morning on July 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, the state would ask this to be received if it hadn't already.
All right, it's going to be admitted into evidence, no objections. You may do so. I don't know if, are you going to be have it on the big screen and on the monitors as well or not?
Just on the big screen if they need to.
Where do you want it situated, Your Honor?
Wherever you want to be.
Well, I don't want to get too close to the jury.
You can stand right here in this doorway if you like, anyway.
But
I can count on you to be nice.
Rockets video from first round. See what's
Yes, sir.
clearly to orient yourself what's going on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is the gas station that has a liquor store connected to it, right by the four-way.
There's a, apartments on the other side.
Yes, sir.
That you're looking across the street.
Yes, sir.
That street right there is my bar.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's another road that comes to a stop sign.
Yes, sir.
Now, where, from looking at this surveillance camera from Rockets, which way are you going?
I'm going to be going past. I'm not going to be going towards the left. I'm going to be going towards the right.
See these golf cars traveling on my bar going from left to right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the direction you're going?
Yes, sir.
All right. So before you get to this gas station, there's a stop sign. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Just tell me as the video plays, you see your, it's not actually your vehicle.
It's my girlfriend vehicle. A Kia Optima. White Kia Optima. I think you guys might have passed it.
You know, they're skipping around on the video. I think they're showing me it's just fire kids in a minute.
I'm gonna let them fit with the way they think, most time efficient is what I'd like here anyway. And if you need to show this entirety, I'll give you an opportunity.
Looking at the spot here, do you think we're past it?
I think there was me passing by. I'm trying to see. It's kind of hard for me to see. It's at the top.
Do you mind if the witness sits down?
Go down there if you need to anyway. Just make
All right, you reviewed this yesterday, right? So, you recall the moment? Are we past it or is it?
I need to hear him.
I think it's coming.
I can't hear him now.
All right, stop right there.
Did you hear me?
No.
I see it. Just passed by. My white car just passed by.
All right. All right, this point in time, the 17-minute and 10-second mark, we're going to back it up about 15 seconds.
Okay.
And if you could, at the time that you see the vehicle you're in, let the jury know.
Okay. It'll be at the very top. It's kind of hard because it's kind of cut off, but you will see. You will see. Yep, there was the vehicle right there. It just passed by.
All right. So where it stopped right there, you see an individual running
Yes, sir.
on the street. Just before that, there was a car that passed.
Yes, sir.
Was that the car you were in?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's going to be on this video. Approximately 17:05 mark. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. The video speaks for itself right here, doesn't it? Where it says 7/8/2022, and the time listed from Rockets.
Yes, sir. I had just got off work.
Is that consistent with 7:38 with when you would have gotten off work and been on your way back home?
Yes, sir. It's not more than an 8-10 minute drive.
All right. Now then, we're going to look at the other. All right. Before we look at this video, what happened after that? In that first video.
Yes, sir. Basically, I had just stopped at the 3-way, 4-way, and I passed by him, and he was jogging. It took me a minute to get past him to recognize who it was, so I blew the horn. When I blew the horn, he waved me down.
All right. Let's play this next video. I think can the witness step down?
As needed.
All right, you see the way the camera is angled? It's just a same gas station, same parking lot. Better angle. All right. Now that, where it is right here, stop. At 1650, there's a truck on, is that Mollybar Road?
Yes, sir.
All right. That would be, looks to be traveling in the same direction you were traveling.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's play that, Jeremy. Okay, pause it right there. All right, so same image, same area, but just a different angle. All right, now at the 17:05 minute mark, this car that I'm pointing to up here, is that you?
Yes.
All right, who is that running that road?
It's Tim.
All right, if you don't mind, come up and look. And can you describe what he's wearing?
It's very sweet.
Okay, all right. All right, so you've already described to the jury that passed him on Molly Bar.
Yes, sir.
Stopped, turned back around into the Rockets parking lot.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that shown and represented on this video surveillance?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, at this point in time that he's come up to the car, is that when he asked you for a ride to his place?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you why he wanted a ride?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He said he was jogging and he was tired.
Was it hot that morning? You know what the weather was in Oxford, July the 8th?
I'm pretty sure it was above 60 degrees. Some in Mississippi, it's hot.
Wearing a sweatshirt, and you say he wasn't sweating much?
No, sir.
All right, and how long was it after this that you were pulled over approximately?
Maybe 3 to 4 minutes.
Is there anything else that shows you on this video surveillance after this? 1739.
Say it again, sir.
Is there anything else on this clip that shows you after this point?
No, sir.
Okay. And then this speaks for itself too down here, right?
Yes, sir.
7:38.
Yes, sir.
a.m. But that time would be consistent with your recollection of when you got off work and your routine from that time.
Yes, sir. I take the same route every morning.
Now then, after this, you were pulled over. Can you tell the jury about that interaction?
Yes, sir. Like I said before, I was tired and I was trying to rush to get home. And I think the speed limit maybe was 35 and the officer was in the left lane going 40. I passed him going like 45, 50 and he pulled me over.
All right. Did you pull over?
Yes, sir.
All right. What happened?
He asked for the normal stuff at a traffic stop. I gave it to him. He ran it, came back out, told me to slow it down.
All right. And at the time you were pulled over, you admit you were speeding?
Say it again, sir.
You admit that you were speeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now then, was anybody in the car with you at that time?
Yes, sir. Tim was still with me. We had just pulled off.
Tim Herrington was with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognized him because he was a friend of your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, and you've reviewed that video of the body cam of the officer that pulled you over, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that accurately represented what happened that morning when you were pulled over?
Yes, sir.
Can we play that?
Officer of the Rewatch Police Department.
Close
and
it
that's
right
not the
there if you
issue.
don't mind. All right. This is going to be on this clip of this exhibit. This is the 108 mark. And again, you've got some times to speak for themselves, correct?
Yes, sir. A couple minutes after I just picked them up.
All right. What we're seeing, what's being projected, the image projected to the jury is who is in the driver's seat of the vehicle?
I am in the driver's seat.
All right, that's the white Kia Optima.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, on the other side, who's sitting in the passenger seat?
It's Tim.
All right. If you don't mind, can the witness step in?
As needed.
Now, where we have this pause, you've identified yourself and you've identified Tim sitting in the passenger seat. Now, can you also see your right arm in that image? Just, if you don't mind, just put that out for the jury. She can't hear you. I'm sorry. That's all right. It's my fault.
It's my right arm.
Now then, if you can, step back up to the screen. Do you see Tim Herrington's left arm?
Yes, sir. You see that arm in the front.
Now then, okay. All right.
Limit you past me, okay? I got you. Do you have your license and insurance? All right, where do you work at? Winchester? All right. Do you have a license, or is it just at home, or? Okay. Were you born in Mississippi? Okay, what's your social? 871269. And what's your first name? And what's your date of birth? 99? Alright. Same time, I'll be right back with you, okay? Okay, Mr. Carter, just slow it down for me, okay? Make sure you keep your license on you, okay? All right.
Was that the extent of your interaction with the officer that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else on that video show you or Tim Herrington?
No, sir.
The person that was in the passenger seat with you that day, do you recognize him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you don't mind, if you can, for the record, just identify where he's located in the courtroom and what he's wearing.
Tim is to the right of me in a navy blue suit.
Okay.
Stipulates identified the defendant.
All right, so record, so reflect anyway. Defendant has been ID.
All right, after this interaction with the officer, where did you go?
I proceeded to drop him off at home. Well, to be honest, I don't know if this is home or what. I didn't know where he stayed, but he asked me to drop him off at Lafayette Place.
Okay. Did you drive to Lafayette Place?
Yes, sir.
Drop him off?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that you observed, any vehicles, unique or otherwise, in the parking area near Tim Herrington's apartment?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I don't know where his apartment is, but I dropped him off at Lafayette Place. It's like a little shed thing that you bag your vehicles in. It was to the right of me, and when he got out the car, he walked up and to the left.
Okay. Did you notice any vehicles there?
It was a couple vehicles there.
Do you remember any of them?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember whether? Do you remember what type of car or other type of vehicle, if you do?
No, sir.
Okay. Court's indulgence. You'd been driving that same route every morning when you got off work?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen him jogging there before?
No, sir.
All right. Are you familiar with the people that jog on a regular basis that route as you're leaving work?
Yes, sir. 7 people jog there.
All right. Was Tim Herrington one of those people?
No, sir.
Was that the first time you'd ever seen him jogging down the road on your way home from work?
Yes, sir.
Attend to the witness, John.
Cross-examination. Luke, can this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go, Mr. Carter. Thank you for being here, and you're welcome to stay, but you're free to go.
Appreciate you.
All right, have a good day. Break. We're going to take just a real short break to get our. You can go. Get our next witness lined up. Remember the court's instructions. Don't discuss the case, form an opinion. Court's going to take us a real short break.
Sounds like the judge needs a comfort break, real short break. All right, Chad, I'm going to pop in here. So this was Kaziah Carter. He's an HVAC tech. He said the incident made him leave. He lived in Oxford for about 3 years. He moved there shortly after COVID. He worked at Winchester as a machine adjuster. And I think he said like 150,000 bullets he had to make sure the machine worked. And I didn't catch the right amount, but somebody in chat posted, I'm sorry, who it was, posted that. He stayed with his girlfriend at Campus Walk. So his girlfriend had a group of friends, and that's how he knows Tim Herrington, through them. So when he was leaving Winchester, he left work around 7, and he was driving past this gas station / liquor store, and that's when he saw Tim, who was wearing a short sleeve sweatshirt, and he was sweating. Not a heavy sweat, but a slight sweat. And he said Tim told him he was jogging and was tired. Then he was driving Tim back to Lafayette Place, or Lafayette. He said Lafayette, but Lafayette Place, I'll go with. That's where Tim lived. And he was pulled over for speeding, and he wasn't going that fast. I think he said he was going like 40 or 45 in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. So the officer pulled him over, and I wish they showed the body cam, but I wish they'd showed us. They aired it in court, but they didn't show it to us, or they showed very little of it. But I wish they had showed us. Basically, the officer just said, "Yeah, just slow it down and let him go on his way." I got a little buddy here, my little buddy Rafa, little Rafa right here. So that's that. That's a quick little recap for our first witness, and let's continue on. Let's see who our next witness is going to be. Lawyers are all yucking it up at the sidebar there. They're taking their drink orders, or maybe they're taking their lunch orders. Judge, I'll have a pastrami on rye. Oh, here comes the state. Let me get a ham sandwich. I'll have an egg salad. What would you like to drink? Coke? Pepsi? Oh, Trial Junkies United says, hi, Rafa. So Rafa's named after Rafa Nadal because he's the king of clay, and he's kind of clay colored, so that's why we went with Rafa. And he's very brave. Okay, I think we're about to start back up, chat.
I understand that we may have objection as to the next witness, is that correct? Who are y'all going to call, Ms. Gwen?
We're going to call Chief Khed Mahan.
You got to speak louder, I got to get somebody to hear your name.
Khed Mahan.
All right. Going to be any objection to that witness?
Based on the timeliness of the disclosure, Your
All
Honor.
right. I'll hear from you, okay?
Your Honor,
Let the record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury still.
I believe she was a witness. I want to make sure before I make that representation, but I believe she was a witness that was disclosed on Sunday night at 4:45. Sure. Not included on the 1121 disclosure, Your Honor. Based on that, untimeliness of it, I understand, I will represent to the court. I do have,
Is she while there may not be a formal witness list discovery, is her information contained in discovery?
in the 22,000 page documents, it is, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask this, what's going to be the nature of her proposed testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Chief Mahan was at the time over investigations for UPD. The investigation began with UPD, like the University Police Department. Instead of calling every single University Police Department officer, since she was the chief, we were calling her to go over the UPD investigation. Further, has she wrote a report? Yes, Your Honor. She not only wrote reports, she also signed off on reports, and she was the supervisor over all the officers who, on UPD side, who were investigating the disappearance of Jay Lee. They have those reports. She also took pictures. She also took the pictures of the search of Jay Lee's apartment, Campus Walk apartment. They have those. They actually have all of this. When opposing counsel refers to 20,000 pages of discovery, he's referring to digital dumps, like from computers and phones. The UPD police reports amount to 160 pages. Everything she did is contained within those 160 pages. And they have that.
All I'm saying, Your Honor, is that I've had to inspect those documents due to the fact of the untimeliness of the discovery as to these witnesses to make sure whether or not there's information contained in the entire body of what I've been provided.
Do you have a copy of this witness's report handy. I'd like to, let me look at it right quick.
The other representations are correct, that they were provided in discovery. I don't know which dump it was, Your Honor, to be honest with you.
I just hadn't told her to do it yet, but, Take the witness chair there, please. You may proceed when you're ready.
Chief Mahan, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Captain Jane Mahan.
I apologize, Captain Jane Mahan.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about what you do.
I'm a police officer at the University of Mississippi Police Department. I've been employed there for approximately 21 years. At the time of this report, I was the captain over administrative operations, which oversaw investigations in the crime prevention unit.
And were you, when you say at the time, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Yes. During the initial phases, I became involved. I was not involved from like the very first phone call to our department.
But were you the person supervising over the UPD side or University Police Department side of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was multiple in the beginning, so were there other agencies involved?
It became a point in the investigation, like when Jay Lee's car was found, that we reached out to Oxford Police Department because obviously his car was found in another jurisdiction.
Make sure you speak up so that the jury can hear you and try to speak. I just want to make sure.
Okay, and so his car was found in another jurisdiction. Where was the car found ultimately?
I'm not sure specifically if you're talking about that it was parked at Molly Bar Trails at one point, but how we were notified of where the car was located is through the towing company.
Okay, so when you said that OPD, Oxford Police, became involved, it was because it was parked in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction?
Yes.
And was that at Molly Bar Trails Apartments?
Yes, Molly Bar Trails is in Oxford's jurisdiction.
Okay, so starting from there, we're going to go, since that's when you said that's when Oxford Police became involved, I want us to kind of start at the beginning. Since you were supervising and you signed off on many of the officers' reports, I want you to kind of tell us about the investigation. How did UPD learn of Jay Lee's disappearance?
Sorry, it's going to take me a minute to get through these. So on July 8th, our dispatch office received a call about a missing student, a call from the mother of Jay Lee. So when they took that initial call, our dispatcher tried to call Jay Lee's phone several times. Eventually, an officer was dispatched to his residence, which was located on campus at Campus Walk Apartments. Officers responded to the apartment and made no contact there.
So you said y'all got the call. It was like it was a welfare check?
Yes, she had not heard from her son.
Does Oxford, or apologize, does the university police have a procedure for welfare checks on students?
Yes, actually, we have a missing student notification policy because we answered to the Clery Act. But our procedures generally involve people call the person. We may call, we may email, we go, we try to locate them, talk to friends, people who they are known to associate with, and run down every avenue that we can. And we also, if we believe they have traveled into other jurisdictions, we notify those jurisdictions to see if there are cameras that captured a tag through that jurisdiction or whatever route we believe they traveled.
So let's sort of walk through some of the stuff that you did in this case. That welfare concern, did it come in on July 8th?
It did, yes.
And about what time did, you said they were calling, what time did they go check his apartment to see if he was there?
The report states around 8:30, 8:28 actually p.m. The officer went to the area, Campus Walk, to the actual apartment to check to see if they could make contact with Jay Lee.
Okay, and did you all continue to try to contact him pursuant to your procedure throughout that night of July 8th?
Yes, the officers continued to try to check, and then on the morning of July 9th, around 6 a.m., Jay Lee's mother called back to UPD requesting another welfare check because she also had not heard from her son throughout that night.
So he still had not been located around July 9th?
No, and at that time, the night shift lieutenant had the dispatcher initiate a phone ping to try to determine the location of his phone.
Okay. And then after initiating that phone ping, did you all do anything in relation to that?
To the ping?
Yes, like did you put out be on the lookout? Did you do anything?
So we requested the ping. They also continued to check areas such as the archive apartments on West Motel. They continued to check, and at around 1 p.m. on July 9th, a be on the lookout was, I'm sorry. Okay, I see now. I apologize. Okay. So on July 9th, around 1 p.m., the officers put out a be on the lookout to the local agencies.
I And what does it be on the lookout?
Basically, it's a notification to the law enforcement officers in that agency. It's like a stop and hold. Like, stop, if they see this individual, their vehicle, or come in contact with this person, to please contact our agency because we're trying to ensure the welfare of this person.
Hey, did you all, you said he was living at Campus Walk Apartments. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all ever get to see when he left or find out anything about him coming and going, if he was ever even there?
Yes. So later, by reviewing video, sorry. Okay, so Lieutenant Moore reviewed the housing camera videos at Campus Walk, and it showed Lee had not returned to his apartment since he left on July 8th at 6 a.m.,
so
around 6
I
o'clock.
understand you were kind of overseeing the investigation and directing officers and lieutenants and detectives to different places. Did you also have an opportunity to review the surveillance video?
Yes, later in the investigation, I was able to review the video of him leaving his apartment.
So you did review the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. And what footage did you review? Like what time frame, what day?
On the 8th, specifically, I know he left his... I'm sorry. At 4:00.
Did you have an opportunity to review footage of from Campus Walk showing Jay Lee?
Yes.
What date and time did you review?
Okay, on July 8th specifically, at 4:01 a.m.
Well, first just tell me like the length of, oh, never mind. I apologize, withdrawn. So you did have an opportunity to review it. Yes.
Yes.
And how did you know it was, how did you recognize that it was Jay Lee that you were viewing in the video?
By his appearance, I had seen him before on campus. I knew it was his apartment because we have access to housing records, and that is where
Make
he
sure you
lives.
speak up so they can hear you.
Okay, by his apartment, his appearance, and that was the car he was driving that was registered to him.
Okay. And the cameras that this came from, who controls those cameras?
The housing department on campus
University of Mississippi?
at the University of Mississippi controls the cameras. UPD officers, the investigations officers have access to view those cameras.
Okay. And the time, is the time accurate on the university cameras?
Yes, it's a time.
And you reviewed that footage before coming into court. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Not have any objection to that. I assume it's exactly the same when 5 minutes ago.
Yes, it's the 401.
All right, that's going to be S5, is that correct?
Correct. Well, I'll have her identify her.
All right, go ahead. Get her identified.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Captain Mahan, I'm handing you a jump drive. Prior to coming in to testify today, did you review the video footage on that jump drive?
Yes.
And did that video footage accurately represent the campus walk apartment surveillance of Jay Lee?
Yes.
Okay. And had it been altered in any way since when you first saw it?
No.
Now, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the campus walk surveillance footage of Jay Lee.
There being no objection, court will admit it, and you may publish it to the jury. We watched you doing that. I will say I'm glad there wasn't no cameras at Ole Miss when I was here. I probably would be a judge today if it was.
Captain Mahan, you were just saying you reviewed that. What times are of relevance in this footage? Like the actual time of the when you see Jay Lee.
Okay, so it's going to be on the 8th at 4:01 a.m. You'll see him exit the apartment, and then in the parking lot leaving. You'll see him return to the parking lot around 4:39 a.m. At 4:40-ish, you'll see him at the apartment door going back in, and you'll see his final exit around 5:58, 6 o'clock that morning.
So I wanted to start with the 4 a.m. When he first exit. But while he's getting that set up, what was Jay Lee's apartment? Do you know the number?
D302.
Okay. And I believe we're going to get to it. We're going to play it, and I'm going to ask you what we're looking at. So who was that coming out of the apartment?
That is Jay Lee. That's the apartment where the pumpkins are. That's where he lived.
And what time was this?
That should be at 4:01 a.m. on the 8th. And it should say it up there. I can't see it from here.
Your Honor, may the witness step down so that she can see. Make sure you sort of project your voice towards the court reporter so that she can hear.
Yeah, right. It shows you the date and the time it's here. This is Jay Lee's apartment.
Okay. And what was he wearing when he left his apartment at that time?
I can't hear her.
Slippers, a robe.
Come on, you come stand here. This side of the court reporter.
Okay. So slippers, a robe, a bonnet.
Continue to play it, please. Thank you. And where does Jay go?
Down the stairs out into the parking lot.
We go to the other camera view. while he's getting that set up, what are we looking at? What is this video of?
That is the parking lot on the east side of the building you moved to.
So that's the campus wall. Oh, very much. And who was that just came out?
Jay Lee.
And that is that the one who just left his apartment?
Yes.
Continue to play. What's Jay gonna do?
He's gonna get in his car.
You could tell me what was Jay's car?
It's a black Ford Fusion with a stripe down the hood. Like
What
a
was-
racing stripe.
What was his tag?
Jay Lee 1.
So Captain Mahan, does Jay Lee ever return to his apartment?
He does around 4:39 a.m.
If we could go to that committee. Okay, tell me what are we gonna see?
You'll see Jay Lee pull in and park facing forward.
Is that Jay Lee's car that we're looking at pull up?
Yes.
And who's that exiting the car?
That is Jay Lee.
Where is he headed?
Back to his apartment.
If we could go to the other camera angle and show.
That's Jay Lee returning to his apartment.
And does Jay Lee ever leave again?
He does at around 5:58 a.m.
You could please go to that next map. Thank you.
And this one you'll see is like on his hall.
Pause it.
Sorry.
Pause it, please. So what was notable about, first of all, who came out of the apartment?
Jay Lee came out of his apartment that came his wall.
And what was notable that you said that we were supposed to look for?
He had his phone in his hand. And that's notable because he was, the lead has told us he was talking with him when we left his apartment.
Objection, Your Honor.
She said something about the phone.
No, Your Honor, she was making reference to conversations, hearsay statements.
She could testify as to the investigation and why they did. She was testifying, it wasn't as to the.
I couldn't hear exactly what she said. Y'all come around.
Jay Lee go? At this time when he left, I think it was at 5:58. Sorry, in case they confused you.
To get in his car and leave.
Thank you, Captain. Could you go to that next camera angle? You get to pull back. Oh, wow. Right there. And is that Jamie's car?
Yes.
And can you tell what direction he's exiting campus law?
This video, he will go back toward Kaziah Road.
You can retake the stand. Captain Mahan, of course, this was an investigation into Jay's disappearance. So, did officers from UPD continue to watch for?
Get that card.
Yeah. To watch to see if Jay. Thank you. Would the officers continue to watch to see if Jay Lee ever returned?
Yes. One thing I specifically did too is I contacted our housing department on campus. So your ID lets you into the apartment complex. I contacted our housing department and asked them to put like an alert on his ID. So if he ever came back to the apartment, an email would be sent to me.
And sort of explain that a little more. How do you get in and out of those apartments?
On that one, card access.
Okay, so you were saying that you asked the university to put like an alert on it?
Yes.
And what would happen if that was used at the apartment, Jay Lee's car?
I would be notified by email of it.
And per your investigation, the UPD investigation, did Jay Lee ever return to that apartment?
No, not that I've ever been notified of, no.
And was there any footage of him returning to that apartment?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
So,
Hold on a second. We got on the screen, we got ESPN playing, and not that I'm complaining, but it might be distracting to somebody. If I get a good game going after a while, I may zone out on y'all.
So I want you to tell me about some of the areas throughout the investigation that UPD searched for Jay. Where did you all search?
We searched, checked the archives, Ole Miss Motel.
What is archives?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay.
Sorry. And it's an apartment complex that Jay Lee was anticipating moving to.
Okay. And just Captain Mahan, so you know, our jury, they may not be familiar with Oxford, so as much detail you can provide is wonderful. Tell me, did y'all check anywhere else?
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Obviously, we continue to check on campus, parking lots, all areas on campus.
Did you all check any hospitals?
Yes, we checked hospitals, the two main towing companies at the time in Oxford that we were aware of. Checked the jails, checked Lexington Point, which is an apartment complex, Quality Inn Motel, Heritage Drive, Anderson Road, were some of the other areas that were checked.
And was Jay Lee located, or any footage of him or any sign of him located in these areas?
No.
And kind of explain for the jury why do y'all check hospitals?
Because if they're injured, or incapacitated in some manner, or anything could happen to somebody. They could not have their cell phone on them, or they could not be healthy enough to make a phone call or return a phone call.
Was there any sign that he had been checked into any of the hospitals?
No, none that.
And why do y'all check jails and detention centers?
Just obviously in case somebody is locked up, they won't have access to their cell phone, and they may not be able to had a chance to notify their family members.
And was there any sign that he had booked into any jails or detention centers?
No, not that we were aware of. No.
As a part of the investigation, did you all speak to Jay's family?
Yes.
Okay. What information did you learn that pushed the investigation forward? What were you working with when you spoke with Jay's family?
Specifically on the 10th, Lieutenant Carradine and I went and spoke with Jay Lee's parents at a hotel here in Oxford. And the mom, Miss Lee, told us like he had an internship with Child Protective Services. He would never leave his dog Lexi alone. That wasn't his character. He thought the world of his dog. He actually had a sticker on his car about dogs. And on the 8th, it was his mom's birthday.
So that was the day was a significant day?
Yes.
Did you learn of any contacts that he actually contacted his mom?
He had contacted his mom by texting her saying it's your birthday. And when she woke up, she realized she had the text from him. She could not get back in touch with him, and she had not heard from him throughout the day. We also learned that from the mom, that Jose was one of his best friends, that Jay Lee was not on any medications or suffering from any mental illness that we knew of. And she actually let us view on her phone that his phone's location was still not being able to be seen.
And why is it important to gather information like that when someone is missing?
To try to determine their whereabouts and to determine as much as you can in the process to be able to find them.
And so was this all a part of just your investigation into how we discover where Jay might be?
Yes.
So I saw the apartment. Jay comes in and out. Were you ever able to determine in the investigation if anybody else lived there?
Yes, we were able to determine there were roommates. I think their name is Marcus and Jamie. And they had moved out in May.
May of when?
2022.
Okay. And so at the time, actually kind of describe the layout of the apartment.
Okay, so obviously you saw the door. So when you enter the apartment, to the immediate left, there's a laundry room. Then there's the kitchen, and then it kind of goes around from a common area.
We'll get into more detail later. More so, is there the student housing? How is it set up? Is it like they're all sharing one room and multiple beds, or? No,
it's like 4 rooms in a common area and a kitchen.
And everybody has their own bathrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And so who was the only one staying there at the time?
Jay Lee.
Okay. Now, I would take you, I think we've kind of gone over some things you were doing. What time frame are we talking about right now? July 8th to like 10th? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, I don't know that specifically. So, yeah, so on July 10th, we actually conducted a search warrant of his apartment.
Okay. And was the dog there at that time?
The dog.
You mentioned that his dog was there, so.
Yeah, the dog was there and later released to the parents, given to the parents.
So the dog was given to his parents?
Yes.
Okay. And so you actually conducted a search warrant of Jay's apartment on July 10th?
Yes.
Okay, and were you there for when that search warrant was conducted?
I was actively involved in that search warrant. I took pictures during the search.
Okay, and would you recognize those photos if you were to see them again?
Yes.
Okay.
Notwithstanding my previous objection, I have no objection to him being interviewed, even as a positive or allowed.
Since you've got the positive, I think, be their best anyway. Go ahead and let her identify them and then mark them, okay?
May I approach the witness?
No, she does not have to identify one of them. I'm okay with her. Okay.
Captain Mahan, before you came in to testify, we went through these photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they do they accurately represent the photos that you took of Jay Lee's apartment during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the photos of the July 10th search of Jay Lee's apartment taken by Captain Mahan.
There's no objection, will be introduced, I think that'd be S6 as a composite exhibit. And what was the date of that search? December what?
July 10th.
I still have my previous.
I understand. It's noted for the record.
And then published the jury.
You may. Everybody good on the jury? Got everything great? Let me know, okay?
Captain Mahan, could you tell us what we are looking at?
Can't see. There's not anything over there. Nothing's in front of me.
I will say that this thing here has been jostled around on this button. We We published names to jury before, I had, are you going to be instructed jury, buddy?
Yes.
Anything?
It's black now. The screens are black now. Then the courthouse on the house, now it's black.
I can see. No, anybody want that? No, we got one of that. All right, say it now.
I can't see.
Keep that guy around, he knows what he's doing.
James is still not up.
Now, he's not up, huh? No. What about now?
It's black.
It'll come up in just a second. There it
Oh,
is.
okay.
There you go. Everybody's working.
All right, everybody good? All right, we got contact. Here we go.
Wait, has it been fixed?
I think everybody's ready. You go black? There we go.
Okay. Now, how do I make those arrows disappear? Can y'all see those arrows?
I think everybody see it.
Somebody's doing something.
There we go. Okay. Captain Mahan, what are we looking at?
The outside.
And make sure to speak up.
The outside of, is this thing even working? Campus Walk, Building D.
Okay. And just describe for me what we're looking at. What about this?
Stairway leading up.
And these photos, tell me, when you're taking photos as a part of an investigation, do you have a particular process for how you do it?
I start with an outside view of the location I am going to search, and I take photos on my way to that path, to the location that I need to search.
Sort of so we kind of be following your path.
Yes,
Okay. And where do these stairs lead?
up to the second floor.
And whose apartment is on the second floor?
Jay Lee's is on 304, so it would be on the third floor.
Okay. So what about this?
That's the stairwell between the second and third, and that's the third at the top. There's the pumpkins and his wreath outside his door.
And what are we looking at here?
That's his apartment door.
Up here.
Just another view of his apartment door.
What number was his apartment?
D302. And I say D because inside the apartments, the bedrooms are labeled like A, B, C, D.
And look at this photo. Is there anything significant in this photo?
No, nothing significant.
What is that?
Oh, sorry. There's cameras in the breezeway, I guess you would call it, of the apartment complexes.
Are those the cameras that would have captured Jay coming and going?
Yes.
Now, what is this?
Okay, so that's right inside the door. It looks like I would have been standing near, when you enter into the apartment, the laundry room's immediately to your left. In this picture, you can see the kitchen to your left, so I'm either standing adjacent to the laundry room or a little bit more into the apartment from the doorway.
Okay, and you said the laundry room is to your left. Okay,
Yes.
Is this that laundry room?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to take photographs of just, why do you take photographs of all of this?
To document how the environment at the time and things of evidentiary value or things that even aren't of evidentiary value, to just document the state of being of the apartment at the time.
Did the apartment appear lived in?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, we're going to go back out to when you were here. Oh, no, I apologize. Back out to when you were here. What is this a photo of?
It's a package.
Okay. And who was that package for?
It says J. Lee.
And to the left, when you first come in, or to the past the laundry room, what's located there?
The kitchen is on the left. There's a bedroom on the right, and then another bedroom on the right. And then it's like the common area and other bedrooms.
And would this be the kitchen you were referring to?
Yes.
And were there dirty dishes in the sink?
Yes, you can see dishes. There's like some food left out, kind of, too.
Just more angled in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And what view is this?
That I would be standing in the common area or like the living room. Facing on the other side of the Christmas tree is the door at the end of that hallway, the main entrance door. And then you can see the kitchen. And the door right behind the Christmas tree was Jaylee's bedroom.
I'm going to look at this right here. What is this?
In the picture prior, I was facing the kitchen. So I just turned to the right and took pictures like in a circle, more or less.
So I'll just sort of show, these are just the living room and the common area?
Common area, living room.
And what is this?
The door to Jaylee's apartment. I
Is that-
think. Wait, no, it's not. That's another door of one of the apartments.
Did you actually enter the other dorms or the other?
No, our search warrant was specifically. It was my understanding our search warrant was specifically for his room in the common areas,
All right.
not other people's space.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
That is Jaylee's room. And I think previously I said D, but this shows D, so it has to be B.
And these are the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So what are we looking at here?
That's the entryway into Jaylee's room. At the door, there's a closet to the left, kind of around that corner. His bed, straight ahead, obviously, is the window. The couch or love seat, the little coffee table, and to the right of that, if you go in past his dresser and things, to the right is the bathroom.
Now, I want to look at some close-ups of what was on the door. Was it easy to identify which room was Jay's when you came in?
Yes, I mean, his name's obviously on this one, and there were pictures of Jay.
So, yeah. And I think this would be the opposite side of that door. Is that correct?
Yes, because the light switch is there, yes.
So I'm going to show you some photographs you took around the room. So when you walk in, what direction would you look for this photograph?
It would be to the left. Yes.
And did you take close-ups of that table as well? That little desk right there?
I think so. Obviously I did, yes.
And what are we looking at on his desk?
Makeup, laptop.
Was that laptop collected from his room?
Yes.
And what about here?
The laptop.
And some other items were found in the room. What are we looking at here that was found in the room?
Looks like a card from Jose.
And here, that was found in the room.
It's an envelope with the name J on it.
And what about?
And the gift card.
And were those items collected as well?
Yes.
What about this?
That is I think it's the title to his vehicle. Yes, a 2014 Ford Fusion.
May I approach the witness? No. Handing the witness a part of composite exhibit S6. Now you can see it better. What is that?
It's a title for his vehicle.
Okay. And keep looking around the room. I think you're going to the left. We're going to see what is this?
His bed area, pictures on the wall.
And when you went around this room, did it appear that someone was leaving, packing up to go?
No.
What is this?
His bedding, shoes, slippers, his dog bowl,
What about that?
It's his dog's bowl, feeding bowl.
And earlier you were talking about there being a little couch. Is that like the couch and coffee table that's in there?
That's the coffee table, and I think the couch is on the other side. You can see it in this one. And the bathroom to the right.
And where is this?
Up underneath his bed. His bed was raised.
And what about this?
It's the coffee table.
And you said the bathroom is where?
You can see it in this picture. It's kind of to the right. You can see the doorway.
Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you took pictures in there as well, correct?
I think so.
That be his bathroom?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
It's still in the bathroom. You can see the commode. It's just the storage over the commode area. Personal hygiene items.
And do you do the same process? You just go around?
I just take a circular to capture a full view of what's there.
So would these be the next ones that I'm showing as a part of composite S6, just that circle you make in the bathroom?
Yes. From the pictures you're going, I would have stepped in the bathroom and started from the left and circled around and took pictures.
And were there still a lot of personal care items around?
Yes.
So just hairbrushes, straightening irons, things of that nature?
Yes. Everything.
And what about this?
Yeah, that's back.
Okay.
Cleaning supplies in the tub and personal hygiene items.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Cleaning items, the tub, personal hygiene items.
And what about this?
That's the closet. It's got a mirror on the doors.
I forgot to show this picture from outside the room, so tell me what we're looking at here. What's on the wall?
Pictures, I think one of them was a family photograph, if I remember correctly. And his graduation regalia.
I think I want to make sure you took pictures of the entire room and then, oh, forgot this one. This is just, what are we looking at here?
A refrigerator?
Is that in Jay's room?
Yes, because it's the door, I mean, it'd be immediately after you walk through the door to the right.
And what is this?
His closet, the closet in the room.
Did it appear that there was anything packed up?
No.
And actually, that's the bottom of the closet. The top of the closet, what are we looking at here?
Personal items, clothing. Looks
what
like
is that?
I can't even think of the, like a luggage.
And one more thing, what is that a picture of?
Personal hygiene items, cologne, perfume, deodorants, body spray, lotion.
What about this view?
I would have been standing in the room and that would have been back out.
Speak up,
Sorry. I would have been standing in the room and that's back toward his door and entryway.
And what's that behind the door?
It's like a backpack or backpack.
Okay, Captain Mahan. Earlier, when you were testifying, you said that y'all put out a bolo to, who did y'all put the field to look out? Who did y'all put that out to again?
Initially, we put it out to the local agencies, and later on in an investigation, we put it out nationwide.
Do you remember when you changed it to a nationwide bolo?
I do not. I can find it. I've got it in here. Something I failed to mention while I'm looking for that too was that on the 10th we also when we were looking for the vehicle, we also called Homeland Security to enter the tag number into their state system so they could so we all could be notified if the vehicle was traveling on the highways that have cameras.
Explain to me what that is. When you give the vehicle tag to Homeland Security, what happens? What do they do?
You're supposed to be able to put it into a system like when you cross some state lines and stuff, there's tag readers and it captures tag information. So we would have been notified if his vehicle was out traveling.
So on July 10th, you all were, y'all still hadn't located his vehicle. Would that be correct?
On my dates, let's see. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the exact date that we were notified that his vehicle was at Bandit Towing. Okay, so on July 10th, around 9 p.m., the vehicle was reported to us, we got a phone call about the vehicle. A tow truck driver said it was at Bandit Towing.
Okay, so kind of walk me through that. How, I know you all had put the BOLO out to the local law enforcement agencies, but how did the tow truck driver know that you all were looking for Jay Lee?
Okay, because in the initial part of the investigation, prior to the vehicle being found, we were looking for the vehicle and continuing to look for Jay Lee. We, the university put out a press release with the vehicle information, and when the tow truck driver saw the press release, he called our dispatch center, who then called me. Here's the
so where was this press release put out?
We put it out over social media. We called Oxford Police Department, asked them to put it out, the county asked them to put it out on their social media pages. I think it eventually ended up on the news. Our public relations department on campus would have coordinated that.
Is it safe to say this was everywhere, this press release?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
and I
apologize.
I'm sorry. I've got a note here of the BOLO nationwide. I'm just trying to find it in the report where it speaks of it.
Well, while you're looking for that, Captain Mahan, you stated just now that you all got notification by 9 p.m. on the 10th that Jay Lee's car was at Bandit Towing. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Upon finding out that Jay Lee's car was at Bandit Towing, did you all do anything from there?
Yes, I sent the investigators to confirm that it was actual vehicle we were looking for.
And were you, so basically a person called in a tip and said, I think I have the car, and y'all went out to confirm? Did
Yes.
you confirm that it was his car?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get information as a part of your investigation from Bandit Towing about when he towed, that the car was towed and where it was towed from?
Yes. The vehicle was towed around 1:50 on Friday, July 8th. The tow truck driver, he told us he first saw Jay Lee's vehicle on Friday, July 8th, 2022, around 1:45 in the rear, what he called the rear Molly Bar trails.
So it was towed from Molly Bar Trails?
Yes.
Okay. And did he take photographs as a part of towing, the procedure for towing?
Yes, he said he did. I think those were provided to Oxford Police Department.
Okay. And could you actually go back earlier in the investigation before you got to the vehicle being found at Molly Bar Trails? Did you speak with anyone else, or did your investigators speak with anyone else as a part of the investigation?
I didn't understand the question.
As a part of your investigation earlier, before you found out that the car had been towed by Bandit Towing on the 10th, was anyone else spoken to in regards to the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Before the car was towed, or before we learned, Jose.
So So y'all spoke with Jose, and I believe you stated that Jose was his best friend, his mother, right?
Yes.
And did you all, earlier when you were talking about the video on the phone, you said y'all spoke with a Khalid. Did y'all speak with a Khalid?
Yes.
Okay.
Khalid, or Khalid is what I call him.
So as a part of the investigation, what did you learn from Khalid? And when did you speak with him? When was he spoken to?
Okay. Hang on. Okay, so on the 10th, July 10th, around 7:55 p.m., Lieutenant Carradine and I called Khalid from her office and spoke with him. During that time, Khalid told us that he was FaceTiming on Snap with Jaylee at the time he was walking out of his apartment that morning.
And that, when you say that morning, what morning are you referring to?
July 8th. Yes. On July 8th. Yes, so he said...
Before you get into that, we were watching the video. We saw him leave twice. Which time was Khalid talking to him?
The second time.
Okay.
That he never came back.
And now tell us, did Khalid further the investigation?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Let the jury go into jury room for me. We got some business we got to take care of, okay? Remember, court procedure, don't hold the presentation, don't talk about the case, don't investigate. Court's gonna take just a minute break itself.
All right, guys, just going to jump in here real quick. And Captain Jane Mahan is testifying right now. And I just need a break because Kitty's hanging on the curtains. Oy, this testimony. All right. Are they coming back? No, I don't want to talk over them. So, kind of got interesting because the Molly Bar Trails is where, wait, don't step on the keyboard. The car was towed at 1:45. So I wasn't sure. There must have been PM. Oh, they did take a break. Okay, they're at a break. Where's the judge? Judge has disappeared. All right, so Captain Jane is showing video of Jay leaving his apartment at 4:01 in robe, slippers, and a bonnet. Not on nightcap. Jay comes back at 4:39, then leaves again at 5:58 with phone in hand. So that's kind of where we are at. She's flipping some papers. It's brutal, but we'll get through it. I think I can zoom a little bit here. Let's see what happens, because they're doing a comfort break. He's got a big team. He's got a lot of people on his side. He's got at least, 5 lawyers? And I don't think, if those are public defenders, wow, that's a lot of public defenders. All right. Just going to zoom a little bit through here. Close up of Jay's side of the family because they're sitting on that side. Oh yeah, there's his mom. That must be his dad, maybe in the glasses next to her, with his arm over. Maybe that's his father. All right, sorry family. I'm going to zoom a little bit. Wonder who that is. All right, so there's only one more witness after this. Captain Jane testifies for quite a while. Okay, judge is back on the bench. I'm going to go radio silent.
All right, let's gather back up and get back to work. All right, before we took our break, this witness, I think the statement about the attempt to elicit testimony about what Mr. Fears had said earlier in the testimony when Mr. Fears was testifying. The court wrote the statement proffered by Mr. Fears earlier was that he was on the phone with Jay Lee early in the morning. His plan was to go see somebody, some unnamed person for activities, and that they'd had a fight earlier, I believe was the basic of it. At that time, the court ruled that as an exception, that statement would be hearsay, that as an exception to the hearsay rule, that Mr. Fears could testify about what Mr. J. Lee's plans were as an exception to the hearsay rule. And through that witness, Mr. Fears excluded the testimony of concerning the portion of the statement that they had had a fight earlier or something to that effect. But I did open in this state asked that they would attempt again through another witness, which I assume this witness, to introduce that portion of the statement about the fight earlier. Mr. Horan, seeing that was coming down the pipes, was beginning to object, and I have sent the jury out for determination, which I assume is the admissibility or non-admissibility of that statement concerning the fight earlier. Would that be a good summary of where we're at?
Your Honor, I think it's, yes, it is about 99% of the right, except for the statement that got
Argument, yeah, argument. Okay, one man's argument is another man's fight. But, all right. The gist of it. There's been difficulties anyway. Is your, you have filed, you have noted your objection. I'll hear from you first. I'll give you an opportunity to state your objection.
Your Honor, reiterate the same objection that I had earlier, the same objection that it would be hearsay, and doesn't fall under the present sense impression as wouldn't be any different.
I have previously determined that it is hearsay, and whether or not and I have previously determined that that particular portion of the statement did not fall under the motive, plan, exception to the hearsay rule. I'll state indicated they would, with this witness, try to attempt to say that there's another exception to the hearsay rule is the way I get it. So I understand your objection. The court is finding it is hearsay. We can come back and argue whether there's an exception to the hearsay rule or not. And I'll give the state the opportunity to voice their opinion as why there's an exception, and then give you an opportunity to respond as why it's not an exception. All right, I'll hear from you on why that particular statement the court feels there's an exception to the hearsay rule. Or I'll give you a chance to another bite as to whether it's not hearsay or not, but go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument is that the statement from that she heard is not hearsay. Remember, Mr. Fears was talking about 2 interviews. Do you remember he was talking about 2 interviews? The recorded one and the non-recorded one. Okay. The non-recorded one is the one that we're referring to here. In the non-recorded statement, this is the early stages of the investigation, and they're gathering information to see what they might need to do, how they might need to do it. This is what leads to them. We have UPD officer Ben Douglas getting to get search warrants for a bunch of Jay Lee's accounts because Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was, it's close. Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was going to meet with someone who he had previously blocked and he had met with earlier. And that's why that he was on the phone. So they were getting search warrants to see where he's going, like if they can find that person. That is how the investigation moves forward. And I do have a case in regards to this, Your Honor, which is that statements made to police in the course of the investigation that further the investigation are not hearsay. The site I would cite to is Butler v. State, 75.
I'm familiar with Butler. It's a good one anyway. Go ahead.
758 Southern 2nd, 1063. In that case, the victim testified regarding what happened, specifics about what happened, or didn't testify, I apologize. The officer testified to what the victim said about what happened in the crime. The officer was testifying to that. Here, we're talking about what they used to further their investigation. Further...
Let me interrupt you just 1 second. If you would pull up Butler for me, I'll refresh my memory while we're going, okay?
Further, Your Honor, the statement, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We're not offering it to say that we're not actually, you can't really even say anything about the defendant with that statement because it's just saying that Jay Lee was going to meet somebody. It doesn't even refer to the defendant at all. There's not even a confrontation issue if you think about it in that way. But what I would say, Your Honor, is that statements made to officers in the course of their investigation are not hearsay, and that's what she's going to testify to as they move forward with the investigation. And in the Butler case, they go through that. There was one other point, but it's slipping my head right now, Your Honor. I believe that's it.
I'll give you a chance to gather your thoughts if you need them and come back.
Yeah, I have to think about
All
something.
right. How about before the defense makes their statement? I want to reread Butler, okay? It's been a minute. All right. I'll bear with you. All right. Anything else from the state?
I would just offer, Your Honor, that just like in Butler, we are not offering the statement to show that Jay Lee was leaving to go meet somebody he blocked. We are offering it to show that Khaled offered this information to the police because he thought it might be helpful and why they used it, which was then they start issuing search warrants. Ben Douglas issued search warrants, the direction of Captain Mahan. Ben Douglas will be coming in to testify, but then they start issuing search warrants for Jay Lee's accounts, his phones, and to figure out if they can get more information.
All right.
I think it says iCloud and his Apple ID, so you can figure out if they can get that information.
Your Honor, Butler case is a statement that was made by the victim. You don't have that in this particular case. And you also have a hearsay within hearsay issue here. Butler was a statement where the victim made representations that the officer used. In this case, they're asking the court to allow hearsay conversations that they had an argument, a summation of it, and then the hearsay statement from Fears to the officer. What she just told the court, the purpose of it was they were going to do that notwithstanding the fact if the officer provided that to other detectives, that he was going over there to hook up with somebody he'd been with earlier that night. They find out about that. The fact that they'd had an argument wasn't going to, the information about the argument wasn't going to stop them from doing any searching. Serves no purpose whatsoever to add this hearsay within hearsay, Your Honor. It's basically what it was. Butler's not on point, Your Honor. It adds absolutely zero value to the actions that the officers took by allowing this particular summation of the statement between the two individuals, and the victim is not the individual that made the statement to the officers, and they acted on it, as was the case in Butler.
My argument is that it's not hearsay altogether, because it's how they further their investigation. Not that it's hearsay, it's not hearsay.
This is a tough one. Court cognizant of the point of they would have got to the same place with or without the extra incentive of we had an argument.
Your Honor, I just said she was going to say that Khalid said that they were going to see someone he previously blocked, and he was going to see them. And
hang on one second. Does Butler hold it's not hearsay, or is it admissible hearsay?
Not hearsay.
I don't think that's makes a difference who it's from.
It does to the extent when you're asking the declarant is Fears, and he is characterizing a conversation that the victim gave him with another person. That is not, Butler is not on point with that.
Part of the reason Butler is on point is just like here, in Butler, nobody was identified. They said it didn't even implicate Butler. Butler is not even implicated. Here, Khaled isn't saying Timothy. He went to meet Timothy Herrington. He's not saying that. That's not what he's saying. He's saying what the victim recounted to him. It's not being offered to say that Jay went to meet. It's being offered to say, oh, this is how we proceeded and why we proceeded that way.
They were going to do that regardless of the hearsay, double hearsay statement.
Butler says Mississippi Supreme Court has held that omitting out-of-court statements made to the police during the course of their investigation is permissible, and so holding the court stated that it is elemental that a police officer may show that he has received a complaint, what he did about the complaint, without going into details of it. In Swindle, a police officer testified about a tip received from an informant. The court held that a police officer's testimony about a tip received from an informant is admissible to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. Court's going to find that part about to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. In this case, court's going to admit it. And I'll let you make any further objection. I understand it's an important issue. I'll let you make any other further record that you like anyway.
I have a problem with the scenario where the tip is made that we acted on a tip. No problem with that.
Hang on just a second. I don't see any distinction between a tip and a statement from an identified person. All right.
I withdraw my objection.
Do what?
I withdraw my objection.
All right.
In front of the jury.
Okay. Show the jury in.
Where was I? Khaled. That's where we were. Okay.
All right, everybody good on the jury? Hang in there, we're getting close to lunchtime. Before we get started back, how much longer you think you got with this witness?
Not much longer, Your Honor. I don't believe much longer.
We're going to try to finish direct examination and then take up cross after lunch. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, it's time. I'll withdraw my objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Yes, Captain Mahan, I believe we were talking about you all met with Khalid on the 10th of July 2022. What did you learn in that conversation with Khalid that helped further the investigation?
Yes, we called Khalid on July 10th. Khalid had actually called our dispatch and informed our dispatch that he was the person on the phone with Jay Lee when he was leaving his apartment. He said he was FaceTiming with Jay Lee on Snapchat when he was walking out of his apartment. He told us it was around 5:58 in the morning on July 8th. He told us that Jay Lee had told him that approximately 2 hours before he had had a hookup and he had ended up blocking this person on social media. Because Khalid told us that Jay Lee had told him that he and the person
Your approach anyway.
Mahan, if you could please just tell us what you learned from Khalid about where Jay Lee was going on July 8th when he was FaceTiming him.
he was going back to meet an individual he had previously had a hookup with.
Okay.
And
And
an argument.
said Khalid provided this information on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
And this was because the social media post had gone out?
Yes.
Okay, and how did this information further your investigation?
It allowed us to know, obviously, he was going to meet an individual, and he has not returned. So we knew he was on Snapchat, FaceTime, and so then we would start applying for search warrants for his social media, phone records, things of that nature.
And what officer was directed to at UPD was directed to do that?
It was Sergeant Ben Douglas.
Okay. Just to make sure that we covered everything as an overview, since we took that break, talked to Khalid on July 10th, correct?
Yes.
On July 10th, y'all also learned that Jay Lee's car had been towed by Bandit Towing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was Jay Lee's car towed from?
Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Oh, that's an apartment complex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where is Molly Bar Trails Apartments located?
I think this street is called McElroy Drive. I know how to get there. It's in close proximity to where Oxford Police Department is on McElroy Drive, north of there, north of a gas station at Molly Bar Trails.
Okay. And you said north of a gas station. What gas station is that?
I call it Rockets.
Rockets gas station. About how far is Rockets gas station from Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Probably about 0.3 of a mile.
Okay. And did you ever learn when? I know y'all learned about it having been towed on Bandit on the 10th, but did you learn when Bandit towed the car?
Yes. Sorry. I know I went through it earlier, though. You asked when the car was towed, right?
Yes.
At 1:50 on the 8th.
On July 8th?
Yes.
From Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Brief indulgence. as a final question, as you testified, you checked with hospitals, you checked with jails, you checked his apartment, you checked all these areas in Oxford. Did you all ever locate Jay Lee?
No.
Did he ever return to campus?
No.
And Molly Bartrell's apartments, is that in UPD's jurisdiction?
No, it's in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction.
So upon finding out that the car was there, who did y'all contact?
Chief McCutcheon.
And who is Chief McCutcheon?
He is the chief of police at Oxford Police Department.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Because the car was located in his jurisdiction. And at that point, we knew it was something bigger. And so jurisdictional-wise, they would be responsible for continuing the investigation.
So at that point is when they became a part of the investigation?
And it worked kind of like a unified command jurisdiction-wise, and we continued to assist in the investigation with certain things. Sergeant Douglas specifically, because Sergeant Douglas specifically was very actively involved in the investigation, writing search warrants.
So at that time, would it be fair to say that Oxford Police Department sort of started to lead, but you all continued to assist?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, Captain, we're gonna, all right, here we're gonna, we got food here yet? They close it tonight anyway, right? We're gonna take a lunch break now. Remember the court instructions, don't talk about the case, don't want to talk about the case. If you don't form or express any opinions, don't investigate the case, don't see about the case. I think if they don't have the food there, they'll be there just momentarily anyway. And so we're gonna, the court's gonna be in recess until 1 o'clock, okay? Captain, you'll you probably step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone until you get back on the stand, okay? But you're free to go. Just don't discuss your testimony. All right? Yes, and that's my thought.
All right, chat. They're taking a lunch break. And I will zoom, but first we're just going to hang here for a second. And thank you, Regina. Yes. Sybil Bergeron. It is in, yes, Mississippi. And Dwayne, yeah, sorry, they're going to say Oxford a lot, unfortunately, because that's where it took place. Yeah, I hear you, Dwayne. Sometimes, yeah, better to face it head on, I guess, you know. Whatever we can do to help you, we're here. What was that? Something just came flying in. Krista, limited edition. Being an adult is hard. I want to put on my onesie and go hide in my blanket fort. I know. I hear you. Adulting can be tough sometimes. All right, so we'll let yeah, Little Miss, there's a lot of exceptions to hearsay. They are confusing. I know. You know, it's like, I understand it in the simple form of like, you know, somebody told me this. Yeah, I get that. But it seems like they let hearsay in like all the time. Well, they moved it, Sybil. You say last time I saw a Mississippi trial was Jessica Chambers. I'm not sure who that is or what that is, but northern Mississippi, close to Tennessee. They moved it because they did move it and they sequestered the jury. They moved it out of Ole Miss, so they moved it somewhere else. I'm not quite sure where they moved it to. I can find that out in a second. All right, I'm gonna make myself slightly bigger here. Oh, do not want to do that. Good Lord, Chris. Okay. All right. So sorry, excuse me. So let's just run through Captain Jane's testimony here real quick. So she's the captain at the University of Mississippi. Mom called for a welfare check on the 8th. We went through her testimony. That was day one. Captain Jane showed some video of Jay leaving the apartment at 4:01 in a robe, slippers, and a bonnet. Then he comes back at 4:39 a.m. Then he leaves again at 5:58 a.m. with phone in hand. And let's not forget that Khalid testified that Jay called him at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then by 7, he was radio silent. So something happened between 6 and 7. Now, what they were arguing about, this Molly, okay, so Jay's car was towed by Bandit Towing at 1:50. I guess it must have been p.m. then, July 8th, at Molly Bar Trails apartment complex. So there was some fighting going on, some argument going on about hearsay about Khalid's testimony and these with the officers. He gave 2 interviews. One was recorded and one was not. And it was all about, was it hearsay? And the judge did allow Khalid's testimony in. And then Captain Jane goes on to testify everything that Khalid said earlier in the day. In day one, which was essentially the biggest testimony so far. You guys tell me what you think. But, Jay had texted him saying, let me just find my notes. Basically he was going back to meet this guy that he was trying to ghost, if you will. Let me find my exact notes. Okay, Jay tells him he was going back to see someone he saw earlier. He was going back to receive oral sex because he was bored. At 5:21 he was bored, and then at 5:58 Khalid calls Jay, and that's when they talk. And Jay was upbeat, sounded like he was going to go out and have some fun. And basically, it's Jay was going to see this guy, but he was maybe a little afraid of him because of something might happen to him. So I think that was some pretty powerful testimony, and that guy turned out to be Timothy, who is the defendant right now. Sybil Bergeron, Jessica Chambers, excuse my misspells. Yeah, no problem. I figured that's what you meant. She was 18 years old and she burned in her car in 2014. Okay. I do not remember that one, but we'll check that out. All right. So I think I kind of figured out this trial is just like, I know it's interesting. Of course it's interesting. A young man lost his life and we're trying to figure out who caused it. And I think there's some really, really good elements here, but the way this prosecutor is just going through her case and the judge is just like having everything is literally, well, right now it's just all about Khalid's testimony and with the officers. That just seems to be like, and then this Captain Jane on the stand, the prosecutor just did not, in my opinion, which is minuscule if you want or will, but she just did not prepare this captain, and it's just painful to watch. It's just so slow. There's so many stops and starts and stops and starts. So I'm going to try not to complain. Going to put on my big boy pants, and we're going to get through this. So with that said, I'm going to zoom, and let's see where we are. There is one more witness after this witness, just so you guys know. So we have Captain Jane. We're going to get through afternoon testimony, and then Capri-Law, tomorrow is way better and fluent. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're going to do day 3 and 4 tomorrow. This is day 2. We'll do day 3 and 4 tomorrow, and then we'll be caught up. So then Monday we can jump right in.
There, you getting them coming? You're a good boy. I don't care what you
All
say about
right. Back to radio silent. Let's listen in.
What? That's your primary responsibility, is keeping the DA's office tied to this table anyway. You have a good lunch, young lady?
Yes, sir.
Need to thank you.
I will. Thank you.
You got any luck there, Jeremy?
You ready, John?
Yeah, everybody but the DA's office is apparently. But no, y'all go back.
Oh, you're not, I thought you said you were ready.
No, y'all stay back in there. We still waiting on some customers. Sorry about that. I didn't make myself clear. Let's see if it'll do any good. I wonder if it'll do any good if the judge calls.
Got a bigger stick than I do, so.
Go down that road back there and if they there, bring them. At the office, every night, can't go get them back there.
So you headed over here.
All right. Come on in, Lindsay. I think you can handle things from the state. Just have a seat right there. All right.
Wednesday's just going into court out.
All right. Looks like we're all back here. We've got 15 people from Forest County up here against their will. Let's show them the respect to start when we say we're going to start. And if anybody needs to use the judges' chambers during lunch to facilitate their being here on time, we'll find a place for the courtroom for anybody that needs it for meetings during the lunch hour anyway. All right, so everybody ready? Where'd Lynn? If you would bring show the jury. Welcome back. Apologize for the delay in getting started back, but hope everyone had a good lunch. If you didn't get enough, you'll find some more, okay? I trust no one has a lot of court instructions. Let me know if you ever do. All right, I believe the point that you were about to cross-examine the witness, you remain under the same oath. Okay.
I can see John. I'd like to have this marked. Approach the witness, John. Captain Mahan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 7 and been provided to me in discovery representing the return of the search warrant that you talked about going to J. Lee's apartment.
Objection, Your Honor, to him telling the witness what it is. She should identify herself.
I'll let her.
Rephrase the search.
Can you identify that item?
Yes, it's a return to the search warrant we executed on July 10th, 2022.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's got some account information on there. If I gave you a PIN, bank account information, would you block out that information so if we introduce it into evidence or it's published, that it wouldn't be published to anyone other than
That sounds reasonable.
if you
I
would,
see it now.
you see it now, would you
Yes.
please do that? We may end up burning a copy of it so it doesn't bleed through, but I don't think so. I'm not going to publish it, Your Honor. I'm like, in case it gets into the court. When it gets into the court file, it won't be.
Just the bank account, there's a discovery.
Yeah, I would
Credit
just
card.
better safe than sorry, Captain. If you don't mind. Think you got it all?
I think so. I barely can.
That appears
It's
to
hard
be,
to read.
other than the alterations that you just made, it appears to be the return of the search warrant of Mr. Lee's residence that you talked about previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll move for introduction at this time. Captain, so we have some clarity as to kind of how this went down. Y'all did a wellness check or wellness investigation. Y'all do those pretty regular, I assume, right?
Yes, sir. It's a college campus, and it's not uncommon for us to.
And ultimately, according to your direct examination, it was ultimately turned over to Oxford PD. But y'all still worked with them in the investigation, correct?
Yes, it was kind of like a unified command structure. I mean, both chiefs were present for a while, and then.
Right, and my understanding is that occurred as far as y'all had a joint investigation, as far as the lead investigation between the two agencies, somewhere around the 11th or 12th. Is that a fair statement?
We had the initial conversation. I know the night the vehicle was located at the towing company.
On which day?
That was.
okay with that?
I'm sorry. It's a lot of paperwork and I would rather be accurate. Okay, on the 10th, the vehicle, we were notified that the vehicle was at Bannock.
And it was located.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the 10th, the J. Lee's vehicle was located at Bandit, correct? Told.
Bandit, yes.
And you testified previously about conversations that you had with him. And his representations to you were that he basically is under contract to make sure people aren't illegally parked out there at that location. And I guess he has other contracts in Oxford with people to make sure people aren't taking up limited parking in those areas. Is that a fair statement? That's your understanding when you talked to him?
My understanding was, yes, similar. They make rounds apparently in the apartment complexes, and if there's illegally parked or vehicles in that apartment complex that do not belong there, they tow them.
Right. And you testified that about 1:15, y'all came, you located that vehicle on that particular date at his service there?
No, he told us it was towed at 1:50 p.m.
I'm sorry. When did y'all actually get a search warrant for J. Lee's car?
It's just the time for the car is parked.
I'm past the part.
Yeah. That is on, I had the right information. Okay.
The material that I've been provided is that y'all got 2 search warrants for his car. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Trying to get through the paperwork.
Material I've been provided is testifying to the witness.
I'm going to give him some leeway.
Do you know when the first search warrant was obtained for J. Lee's car that was located at Bandit?
Not right offhand, I don't.
All right. What about the second search warrant for his car?
And we approach.
Captain, it's my understanding that the search warrant that was done and the return pertaining to the Campus Walk apartment was done by UPD Detective Ben Douglas, correct? And you're familiar with it. You were
I was
familiar.
actively engaged in that search warrant.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Were you at the search warrant location when they did it on the car, Jay Lee, when they?
No, I was
did the
not.
car? I want to ask you about, as to the car, I actually have 3 search warrants on the car, one pertaining to the finding of a black face mask inside Jay Lee's car. Were you present on that particular search?
No, I was not present for the search of the vehicle.
Are you familiar with whether or not UPD actually did those searches? You testified on direct that the car was down there and searches were done.
Sergeant Ben Douglas conducted the majority of the search warrants in this case. I did not see in front of me each search warrant that was conducted.
And that's what I guess I'm trying to get to. You're not familiar with them. Ben Douglas would be the individual.
Yes, you would have to hear from him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your direct examination and part of your investigation in this case. Would it be a fair statement, Captain, that you assisted Officer Carradine when Jose Reyes was interviewed?
I was not present for Jose's interview.
Okay. At all? At any time?
Not for Jose.
Okay.
I mean, I could have been at the police department. I think her and Sergeant Douglas were the first two to actually speak with Jose. I've got it.
Okay. You're familiar. Did you approve the report pertaining to the interview of Jose Reyes?
On the
It's page 52 of 133 of the 133-page report there.
really mountains out of order. I'm sorry, mine's not in the same order from the pages one to whatever. Mine's in a different order.
The way it was provided to me at the bottom right-hand corner, it has page.
Right, I'm talking about it right here in front of me. It's not in order 1 to 100.
Take your time. I give it to him.
Okay, yeah, because my page is not. Are you talking about the one from July 11th?
Have it marked for identification. approach them?
DA.
DA.
You may have to-
Just want to make sure.
Captain, I understand. I want to show you what appears to be bottom of the right-hand page, the number, identify the number, whether or not that appears to be your approval of the report on that particular day of Detective Officer Carey. I understand there's markings on it, but the content, does that appear to be the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. Of all 3 pages?
That one's not.
That appears to be.
Yeah, I was just, that was not Jose's interview, right?
In the middle of that page, could you tell what statement is made in there in that report as to what Jose Reyes said pertaining to his relationship with Jimmy Lee?
Objection, Your Honor. No reproach.
You may. Honestly, I don't know what the report says, so I really don't know what we're arguing about. If I did, I wouldn't have you jury step back. But tell me what we're arguing about, okay?
Well, yes, Your Honor, the report that they showed me was, I'm not sure what, it's the same one that we looked at.
And if we need to get you another copy, I'll run it, okay?
The report, it says that Officer Carradine interviewed Jose, and he said that he and Jay Lee didn't hang out that much. I said, I believe they're trying to introduce this to impeach Jose. However, when Jose testified, he did clear up and say that after the school year, when Jay was busy with his internship, they didn't hang out as much. So there is no reason to introduce this to impeachment. But then when we were at the bench, opposing counsel stated that this wasn't to impeach Jose and that he just made misleading statements. But that's not, then what's the purpose? Then it's just hearsay for no reason.
2 things, Your Honor. First of all, it does have some impeachment value based on Jose's testimony.
Let me ask you this. Who should you impeach Jose with instead of this witness anyway?
Your Honor, I asked Jose whether or not the relationship he had with Jimmy Lee, whether or not they were good friends or not. He said, yes, we were good friends. We've been good friends, best friends. Best friends, what was testimony. That purpose, I don't necessarily have to ask him anything about the statement to this particular officer, primarily because it's a public report. I don't have to impeach him with that statement. The confrontation clause does not require that I do that. The rule 8036 does not require that I do that under this particular circumstance. It's in furtherance of her investigation, what she did, just like the information that was provided previously on the statement that she acted on, she interviewed, that we discussed before the jury went in, and I had my objections that I withdrew. It's the same purpose. The impeachment aspect of it is secondary to whether or not she can testify what she did in furtherance of investigation and the content of the interviews of the individuals that she did, that she interviewed.
But, Your Honor, what is it in furtherance of? The previous time, we testified that we were saying it was in furtherance of why they then pursued search warrants for Jay's Apple account, Snapchats, and things of that nature. What is this in furtherance of? If it's being offered not to impeach Jose, which is the real reason, and not just subterfuge, if it's being offered just to see the furtherance of the investigation, he should state what did this further in the investigation.
Your Honor, this is kind of how the questioning would go. Did he give you this statement? He's previously testified inconsistent with that, has some marginal impeachment value. They interviewed, after Jose made those statements to them, that I don't hang around him that much. They furthered their investigation and rounded back around and then interviewed him a second time. That's clearly in furtherance of their investigation, Your Honor. They took his information, acted on it, tried to clear it up, and then came back to him and interviewed him again.
I'm going to let you ask the question. If a Butler statement is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes. Let's bring the jury back in. Hang on one second.
Hold on just a second.
I don't know. I'm going to let you ask this question, but I don't know if this. I don't know enough to know if this is the right witness to run further rabbits with. If you know what I'm talking about.
Your Honor, and again,
I'm going to let you start, and then if it,
I would agree, but for the fact on direct examination, they identified her as over the investigation, approving everything, reviewing reports. They laid that, Your Honor. I didn't.
You're probably right, but it's going to be. I'm not consenting to
everything.
I'm not consenting to everything. I am consenting to you asking this question. So.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear, Your Honor, that we are doing this through the captain because we don't want to have to call 30 other officers, which the opposing counsel is aware of.
He can call them. He can call them if he wants to. Anyway, go ahead. Bring the jury on this.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Have the exhibits that you were referencing, please. You're identifying the highlighted part, and I will ask the court to allow me to place that front page. Could you give the jury the benefit? What was the date of that particular report? Or statement at the top?
July 10th.
Okay. And at that time, y'all were still, as far as y'all being, UPD was basically deeply involved in the missing person aspect of Jimmy Lee, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell what Mr. Reyes told y'all at the time of that particular report?
The highlighted section?
Highlights that.
Okay. Lieutenant Carradine has, I asked Jose how often he and Jimmy hung out, who's Jimmy J. Lee. Jose stated that they did not hang out much.
As a result of that statement and a result of other interviews, did y'all find reason to go back and interview Jose Reyes?
I know there were other interviews with Jose at later dates to ask follow-up questions.
Now, as far as any interviews that you conducted, were you alone or did you do any interviews with any other officers?
Like, I didn't conduct that interview.
I understand. But my understanding is on 7/13/2022, y'all had a debriefing and I understand that yourself, Agent Stratton, and McGuire, I assume that's Shayla McGuire, is she an investigator at that time? What was her responsibility?
Yes, how it works at our department is we have 2 full-time officers assigned to investigations, and there's other officers that supplement investigations.
Okay.
So in other words, there's more than just those 2 people on call.
Okay.
So yes, she was conducting investigative work.
Correct me if I'm wrong, is that y'all were tasked with the responsibility, y'all had information that Jose had been interviewed again, and Jose had told them an individual by the name of Janelle Davis would have a lot of information about Jimmy Lee. Is that a fair statement?
Are you saying we learned that during the briefing?
No, after the briefing. Yeah, during the briefing, y'all were told that y'all were tasked to speak with the Janelle Davis.
I know we did speak with a Janelle Davis.
The purpose of that was because, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Jose Reyes had told in an interview that Ms. Davis would be an individual that could give y'all some information about Jimmy Lee.
I know during interviews we conducted, we were asking everyone, is there people who may have information about Jay Lee's whereabouts, who knew him closer or who was closer with him?
Okay.
And Janelle, we did, Stratton, McGuire, and I did go to Janelle's.
Were you present during the interview with Janelle Davis?
I was there at her house, yes.
All right. Do you have that report that reflects same with Jay? They interviewed the lady furthest of their investigation. They found out the man had given misinformation. They went back and checked.
I don't know what the questions are anyway. I don't know what Mr. Davis had to say.
Can you locate the report?
Just find the report and I'll know okay?
Can you find the report?
On your copy, I'm just trying to find it quicker.
When you interviewed Janelle Davis?
I recall I wrote a report on that.
I got it, John. Ma'am.
If you need to make a copy for you, we can get that done.
I think I have it. I'm sorry. The one completed on 7/13 by McGuire.
Yes.
Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, if you look on the bottom right, it says page number 59 of 133.
That's not. My pages are different,
Let me
but
just show you, I marked it for identification.
I'm thinking it was the same. It's the same. I think so.
What is it you're marking there?
Marking the report. I'll have her identified.
Hang on one second. What is it you're marking?
The report that she's referencing,
Captain report of who?
Captain Mahan.
Mine are McGuire's.
Your Honor, I would just ask that the witness actually, what's happening here, the attorney is identifying it. That the witness identify something before it's marked for ID.
Court
I
asked.
have a hard time keeping what it is. Let her identify it, so I'll know what to write down on my little piece of paper here anyway, okay?
Judge, she said, tell me what it was, so I told you what it was.
What is, let her look at it, tell me what
I
that
just had it marked for identification.
Okay, mark it for identification and let her, then let somebody tell me what it is anyway.
My approach on it?
You may.
Captain Mahan, I want to, said you had located it in your
I think it's maybe the same one.
same one we're talking about. Look at this D9. Compare it to.
This is Lieutenant McGuire's
Yes.
report approved on 8/22/457.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, this is Lieutenant McGuire's
That's correct.
report. Okay,
And
yes.
you along with, according to this report,
Shayla McGuire.
Judge, for your reference, you can keep it simple. Page 59 through 61 of 133. If you would, Captain, look over that report and tell me whether or not it fairly and accurately depicts the interview y'all had with Janelle Davis after Jose told y'all that she could give you information about. Does it appear to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And
It's a long report.
What was it that she told y'all after Jose Reyes has stated that she could provide a lot of information? What did she tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm going to wear y'all feet out walking today, but step back in there for a second anyway, and y'all can. It's what's the objection?
My objection is hearsay because in the report, I believe it says something to the effect of Janelle stated that she and Jay Lee weren't really friends. Jay's more friends with Jose, and she doesn't know why Jose would say that. My objection is hearsay because it's not in furtherance of the investigation. If that's what we're talking about, then we look back to the Butler case. The Butler case stated that you can't go into detail, which was the problem with when she was trying to say what Khalid said, but you can say like what happened. So the response is we learned that Janelle didn't know Jay Lee. But what they are attempting to do, and what they've been doing this entire time, is trying to testify for the witness and get into hearsay documents, having these things all marked for identification.
Back up one more time and tell me what is supposedly said in the statement that in the report has a statement from Janelle.
Yes.
What is that statement that we're referring to?
It's supposed to be that Janelle states that she was not close to Jay Lee, she doesn't really know him, and she knows him because he's Jose's friend, and that Janelle doesn't know why Jose would say that she was close to him. I'm pretty sure that's like the summation of it.
I'm going to give the defense an opportunity to say how's that statement used in furtherance of the investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is, according to the reports she testified to, that they went back and interviewed. They went to go. Jose said, talk to Janelle. She knows everything need to know about Jay Lee. After he said, we're not really that close. They go interview Janelle in this report, and she says, I have no idea why he would tell you all that. I don't know him that well. I don't have any idea why Jose would have told y'all that information. Basically, Jose misrepresenting to the officers his relationship with Jay Lee, first of all, and there's some other things in this statement that I hadn't gotten to yet as to Jose's conduct, what she told him Jose did after they had Janelle talk with Jose.
Your Honor.
Let me once again ask you how did the law enforcement respond, if any, in furtherance of investigation of that?
Don't ask her.
Do what?
I'll ask her what they did in response to that after they got that information. They ultimately cleared him as a suspect. That's not the point of the examination, whether or not he's being deceptive. And in the report, they state in another report that I'm going to get to next, they state in the report that Jose's being deceptive in his responses about his relationship and other things he may know about Jimmy Lee. The young man was ultimately cleared as a suspect. That's not the point of the cross-examination, Your Honor. It's whether or not he's being deceptive, he's providing information that's misleading to law enforcement officers.
Your Honor, it seems, from my understanding, that first we went into that Jose said he wasn't that close to Jay Lee or didn't talk to him that much, which was some moderate impeachment value, but in furtherance of the investigation. And then Jose said, talk to Janelle, which he could have been asked, but Jose wasn't asked on the stand. Now we're attempting to impeach the statement that Jose gave to an officer in a report that he didn't say on the stand. We're trying to impeach a police report with another police report.
I'm not going to allow you, for impeachment purposes, to impeach Jose on something you didn't ask Jose.
This is not offered for impeachment purposes. I didn't ask Jose that because it's in her report, Your Honor. They got information from Janelle. Janelle said he gave Janelle's name, then they go talk to Janelle. I didn't have to ask him that question. Under 8036, all I've got to do is say, in furtherance of your investigation, Did Jose Reyes provide y'all deceptive information during the course of your investigation? Yes. What was that deceptive information? First, he told us one thing. We checked it out through Janelle. She said that was wrong. We went back and furthered the investigation. He was a suspect. He was clear, but it still doesn't get past the fact he was providing misleading and false information on the early stages of this investigation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if they had just asked the question,
have to
but
ask
that
the
then
question.
he.
Hang on a second.
I don't have to ask the question. It has nothing to do.
Hang on a second. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. If this person, if this witness is the person that is in charge from the University Police Department investigation, I'm going to let you ask them, did Jose Reyes, was all the information Jose Reyes provided you accurate? Truthful.
Not deceptive. What was that based on?
And ask you what you're based on. I'm gonna let you ask. I'm gonna let you ask that. But we're gonna just don't go around the world to get there.
Well, Your Honor, it has to be a situation where the jury understands basically that there's statements from certain people.
But that's exactly it, Your Honor. He's trying to, you could just say deceptive information. He just said it right there. He's trying to get in substantively statements from other people that he could call. They're not here.
Judge, we're back to Butler now. It's the same argument.
I don't think it's necessarily this is in furtherance of the investigation. I'm not going to prohibit you from calling any witness you want to. I will ask you, let you ask the general question of, did y'all interview Jose Reyes? Was all the information he provided you true and correct? Did your investigation show that all the information is true and correct? No, it wasn't. But as to prove specific instances of incorrect information, I'm going to let you call witnesses to put them on if you want to.
Your Honor, again, if you look under 8036, I don't have to do that. The confrontation clause, all those things that are required but the state would have to do that. I don't have to do that. As the defendant does not have to do that under the rule. Public report, contents of it, ask about whether or not it's accurate, things that you do in furtherance of this investigation, are they reflected in this report? I will summarize my questions if that's what the court's telling me to do. It's going to be misleading to this jury if they say, well, they didn't.
All right, y'all step back. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow you to ask this witness. Did you get statements from Jose Reyes? Did you follow up on any of the information he got? What did you follow up on? We talked to that person. What did Jose Reyes tell you? Who you could talk to? He said talk to the female. He said they were close. Did she agree or disagree with they were close? All right, and if there's other instances along those lines wherein that something Mr. Reyes said that you think were deceptive, I'm going to let you ask them anyway.
I want to be perfectly clear with the court, counsel opposite. I'm not trying to advance the theory that Mr. Reyes is a suspect in this case. No way, shape, form, or fashion. That's not the purpose of the examination. The examination is early on, deception, he misrepresented facts, then could possibly have impeded the investigation, gave misleading information.
I'm going to give you I'm going to give you some latitude in that regard, and I'll state can object when they think so, and I may farm if they don't anyway. I'm gonna say when we've gone far enough. Okay.
Again, they talk about all this download stuff, and everybody's secretive, and everybody's keeping things. That's their whole theory. What they talked about. I'm just trying to establish that it's basically throughout several witnesses that they talked to, they were.
I'm going to give you some latitude.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To
I'll be quick about it.
To ask this witness, did you talk to Mr. Reyes? Did he give you any names of somebody that might be close to
Your Honor, I think I can ask a question. Did you provide conflicting information from witnesses that were referred to you by Jose Reyes as the content of their statement? I think Your Honor said it's going to be.
I'm going to give you some latitude with it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Captain, as far as you were present during the conversations, several interviews, the conversation that you had with Janelle Davis, you were present during that interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Janelle Davis was given to you by Jose Reyes, correct?
Say that again.
Jose Reyes told you to go see Janelle Davis, correct?
Said, yeah, Jose said that, told officers that Jaylee and Janelle were close.
Basically, if anyone knew about the details of anybody having a relationship with Jay Lee, it would be Janelle, correct? That's what he told you.
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on that information? Did you provide it to you?
Yes.
Did you receive inconsistent information or contradictory information from Janelle Davis when you interviewed her?
We learned from Janelle that she does not specifically hang out with Jaylee and does not talk to him on a regular basis. What was your other question? What was your other question?
My question was, when you interviewed Janelle, did you find that her responses to the relationship that Jose told you about between Jay Lee and Janelle, she denied that relationship, correct?
I think he alluded to a very close friends.
And she said they were not at all.
She said Jose has close friends.
Okay. I want you to go down to the middle of the page down there. I'll show you the line. I want you to read it first, then I'm going to ask you a question. See where it says Janelle said?
asked and answered. She has answered what Janelle said, pursuant to Your Honor's direction, when we have the conference outside of the presence of the jury.
Well, let me ask you this. I took it that she was reading from something there. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's still parts of the conversation she
You
had.
could just, if there's additional part to it anyway, I'll give you an opportunity just to.
Thank you.
Let's shut all of it.
If you read from where it says Janelle said, just to refresh your recollection if you need to.
I'll give you the opportunity to.
Before accordingly, read that, just read that for me. Not out loud, just read it and I'll ask you some questions. Ready? Tell me when you have an opportunity to read it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And that's still continuing part of the interview with Janelle, correct? That part of that statement that I asked you to read, right?
Yes.
Okay. And summarizing, basically, Janelle informed y'all that not only had Jose misrepresented their relationship, he actually came out to her house and informed Janelle as to what the law enforcement officers were doing, correct?
She said she did tell us that he had came to her house after his interview.
And said what?
It's basically explained to her what kind of questions we were asking him. Sorry. Basically explained to her what kind of questions about Jaylee, his relationships.
In fact, what it says is...
Objection, Your Honor. What it says, he's testifying for the witness. This is a collateral issue. I think the point has been made, which, quite honestly,
I don't know what it says, so I can't.
I'll basically sum it up. Janelle told y'all that Jose had come to her house after his interview and told her that they were asking about Jaylee's relationship, sex partners, routines, friends, whereabouts, and contacts, correct? That's what Janelle told you, right? After his interview.
Yes, after his interview, he did go to her house and explain to her what we were asking him.
All right, thank you. Did you find yourself involved in this same report? I believe you also investigated a lot of people early on. I mean, you had a lot of leads and things like that, right? I mean, people were calling.
Yes, there were people calling. We were running multiple directions all at the same time.
All the time. You had an opportunity, did you not, to interview an individual by the name Timberland Maddox, right? Next page. You remember him?
Next page. It appears that OPD and Metro narcotics agents were interviewing Mathis.
Okay, it's got you down here as reporting officer. Were you present during that interview?
I'm not Shayla McGuire.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You're the proving officer.
I approve her reports because she reported directly to me. Whoever's
I'm sorry.
supervisor approves their report, so it follows a chain. So a
Understand.
lieutenant's report, I approve.
That's correct. I'm sorry. But you approved the report wherein Mr. Mathis was interviewed as well, correct?
I approved Lieutenant McGuire's report based
Correct.
on the information she was privy to, yes.
And did she provide that information to you individually, or was that something you just approved the report, typed it in, done with it?
This I'll have to actually read and recall. I knew at one point, I did know about Timberland Mathis. I was not there actually watching the interview. it appears that Lieutenant McGuire documented her viewing of the interview.
Okay, you were not present during the Mathis interview.
I'm not going to say I wasn't present. I was not in the room when they were interviewing him,
Okay.
and I'm not sure if I was watching it on a screen when they were interviewing him.
Do you remember? I mean, you were sitting outside
I
watching.
No, I don't remember. I remember the name T.J. Mathis because later we had to do other follow-up.
If you would, look at
interviews.
that report. It sounds like you were involved in that part of the investigation, what you're telling us you were watching on the screen. And look down about middle of the page where it says Mathis seen, and read there from the remaining of the page. You tell me if you remember anything about the activity of Mr. Mathis after you've had the opportunity to read that.
I per se don't remember. Lieutenant McGuire would most likely be the best person. I mean, I did approve this report.
But the I guess I want to clear this up. The conduct that's identified on this report,
Yes, sir.
that's her observations, not yours.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Now, do you remember, you testified earlier that you decided to reach out to the previous roommates of Mr. Lee, correct?
We did reach out to Austin and Jamie,
Okay.
who were identified as Jay Lee's roommates.
All right.
Moved out in May.
Who were those two roommates that he had? But they moved out in May, I believe, right? Sometime in May?
Yes.
All right. Did you interview both of those?
No, I talked to Austin on the phone, and I think Lieutenant McGuire actually spoke to Jamie.
Okay. As far as there was an individual by the name of Adams that I believe that you interviewed. Is that correct? One of the roommates?
I think that's Austin's last name. I'll have to confirm here.
Austin Adams, is that his name?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember what he told you about Jay Lee's routine and habits? When he had hookups come over, we talked about hookups earlier. When he had hookups come over to his apartment. You remember independently, before you look at your report, what he told you?
Say that again.
Do you remember what Adams told you about what Jay Lee's routine and habit was, the things that he said about didn't occur when hookups, he brought hookups back to his place?
I mean, right off the top of my head, I remember
Okay.
without looking at the exact report.
I'll try to find it for you. Look on page 74 of your report, please, ma'am.
Okay, I think when I printed mine out, they printed out different figures.
Maybe 60. Oh, I'm sorry, 63.
What specific date?
That I've got 7/14 to 2022 is the identifying date and 800 hours at the top. This report of Shayla McGuire, but it references the fact that you made contact with Austin Adams by phone.
I did contact Austin by phone, and I do recall in her report, she put that I put it on speakerphone. So she could hear, I'm just going to find it. Okay, I do recall that I contacted Adams. I called him back on, put him on speakerphone.
You found that before, when I got it? Let me, yeah.
I apologize.
It's D10.
Your Honor, likewise, I will clean a copy of it.
If it's alternate for ID only, you won't have to clean it up.
My approach on.
Okay.
Captain, if you look at this, does this appear to be fair and accurate? Other than that yellow marking on there, fair and accurate report on that particular date, that particular page of the 133 cumulative report, does that appear to be it?
Yes, yeah, I just need to skim through it.
Report of who?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
McGuire, I'm sorry, Judge. It's 60, page 63 of 133, Judge. In the middle of that page, read that, if you would, where that fairly and accurately depicts the phone interview that you had with the x-ray mate with Mr. Lee on the phone.
Yes, there's also a report by me somewhere. There's also a report I did.
Well, I
on
saw
that.
that it said description, see, more description down there, but I don't have that report. You have that
I'm
report?
trying to.
But you, before we get to that, can you
Okay.
give the court the benefit of what Mr. Austin told you about Jay Lee's routine and habit, the way he conducted himself when hookups would come to the, he'd bring them over to the apartment.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Because, again, at least the other witnesses, well, may we approach?
Come on up.
All right, seems like they're at a sidebar, so seems like this entire day or testimony has been sidebar argument, sidebar argument, sidebar argument. So it's basically they're trying to say that Jose, they're trying to impeach his testimony. Let's see, with a report Jose gave to an officer with another police report, and Captain Jane here is perusing her reports that she approved, but she did not write, but she approved. And Janelle told police Jose came to her house and explained what kind of questions were asked. So Brad had a really good point that Timothy's parents own a funeral home, and we're wondering if they have. All right.
Portion of the
I'm
this
gonna go quiet.
document that's in controversy, so that the record be clear about what we are about it.
Once you read it into the record. Yeah.
Basically, it would start like this, Your Honor. Explained that he'd seen a black male and a Hispanic male frequent the apartment of Jay Lee. Also said the Hispanic is feminine, and from his description, we believe that to be Jose Reyes. No question about that. According to Austin, the black male was masculine and tall. He said that during the time this black male frequented Jay Lee, had talked to Austin and said that he was in a relationship with someone that was very aggressive. Austin also said that he and Jay Lee shared a wall in their apartment because there were bedrooms on either side of the wall, and Jay Lee told Austin many times that if he knocked on the wall 2 times, it meant he needed help.
And that's what you're going to ask this witness to read.
Austin said that a black male that frequented the apartment could be an aggressive person. Jay Lee described that the person Jay Lee described because Austin said it was about the same time.
And my objection, Your Honor, is twofold. One, I agree that Butler can be done in furtherance of the investigation, but even as Your Honor limited it to, not what someone said. Because it says in the Butler case, you can't go into detail. It'd be one thing if she was asked, did you learn of suspects? We learned of another black male, but you want her to read the entirety of Austin Adams' statement.
I'm going to make my ruling. I'm going to let the defense ask. I'm not going to let the witness read this entire paragraph. I'll ask you. I'll say that had Austin, did he report to you that there had been he was in a relationship with an aggressive black man?
Told him to knock on the wall.
I'll let you ask that, but I'm not going to let you read the whole thing.
Thank you.
I think that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In developing prospects, in the course of your investigation, in developing prospects or suspects, did you consider this? The proper application of Butler that in considering suspects in the course of your investigation, did you receive this information from Austin? Let's bring the jury back in. Y'all just come. Gwen.
Approach on. Captain, before we had the break, we were making reference to that particular report, and at the bottom of the paragraph, it made reference to the fact that something that you'd had more information on the report, correct?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire.
I want to hand you D11 and tell me if that's the report. I believe it is that you were referenced.
Yes, I found mine.
So, yeah, you found yours, okay.
Yes.
So what we're talking about, better reflected in D11 than D10, right? Because that's a summary of somebody else's.
Right.
Fair enough?
Yes, this is my report.
So with it, my understanding is that you interviewed the roommate, and the roommate told you that there was an aggressive black male that would come over and come in with Jay Lee. Is that correct?
He said that somebody had come over and got aggressive with him, and that if any time in the future, if he heard him knock on the wall, that meant he needed help.
Right. Knock on the wall twice, that means he needed help, right? That's what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. The bottom of the report, he also indicated that, anyway, that's all I have with that particular. Okay, Captain. Exhibits 1, I believe. Were you present during the interview with Khed Fears, testified on direct? The first interview was, I believe, the 11th, I believe.
The first interview where Lieutenant Carradine and I called him,
Right.
I was present. Well, yes, we put him on speakerphone.
Right. And did you ever interview him in person?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire and I went to his house, his apartment one day.
Okay. And I want to hand you what's been part of the presentation at this point in time. It's D2. Your Honor, this is D2 already, but it is page 57 to 133. Keeping up with the pages, Your Honor.
This is D2?
It's D2, but the pages numbers on the report are 57 and 58 to 133. Would you look at D2 for me, please, ma'am? And answer whether or not that appears to be a report indicating the interview between you and you're engaged in with Mr. Fears.
Yes.
Can you hand it back to me, please, ma'am? Does it be fair and accurate? Does it appear to be fair and accurate as to what transpired in the interview? in its entirety? Have you had opportunity to read the entire thing?
No, I haven't read the whole thing.
Please do if you don't mind, it's pretty important.
Okay.
I'll see if we get on both slides, as I understand it, everything that's going on here today, witness testimony is being live streamed. Make sure your witnesses aren't viewing the live stream. That would be a violation of the rule anyway. So like everybody make sure that just because somebody's not sitting in the courtroom, that they're not watching this proceedings, Your Honor.
I've instructed our witnesses not to do that.
I just want to make sure, I'm going to make sure both of you have done that anyway. And reinforce it with them from time to time, okay?
She's got it. Oh, okay. She's got it. I didn't see it listed on there. What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may have noticed we've been playing musical chairs for the court reporters because I think their fingers are getting tired. We're doing a lot of talking every day. We let them rest their fingers from time to time anyway.
Your Honor, do you mind if we look at that exhibit?
Go ahead. I would encourage you to do so. And while y'all are looking, I'll be right back. Did everybody get a chance to read what they were wanting to read? Mr. Creekmore, y'all good? Gwen, you good?
Oh, on the exhibit? Yes, sir.
Y'all get a chance to read it? Everybody ready then? Okay.
Yes. Somebody call a chance before we get the air cut?
Yes.
They said they control it from down here to the building.
And I got a house coat on to keep me warm on top of that anyway, but it is getting sort of warm. Mr. Clerk? All right, so you done all you can do. We can go flip a breaker if we have to. We'll override. All right.
There's a lot of moving parts in this report. Yes.
All right. That's your report, is that correct?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's.
You were present during the interview of Khed Fears?
Khalid, yes.
Khalid, yeah. Khalid, I'm sorry.
That's what I call it.
And the content of this report, accurate, fair and accurate, is everything, I mean, it's true, it's inaccurate?
I don't think it's inaccurate. No, I'd accept it for the
Did you
truth.
recall the conversation that y'all had with Mr. Fears and the information that he provided to you?
Yes.
All right. When he told you that that Khalid explained that Jack was an act that he and Jay Lee used to hook up, meaning for sexual acts of favor with other males currently in the area. He told y'all that?
Yes, I took it to understand as they both used the app to get hookups for each of them themselves.
And Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee uses apps such as Jack, BOK, and Grinder. Now, in your report, you got Jack in quotations, BOK in quotation, and Grinder in quotations. Or in this report, it's your report.
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
Man,
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I was present. Yes.
You remember him making those representations to y'all, to you and Lieutenant McGuire?
About the apps they use? Yes.
All right. Statement to the contrary would not be true, would it, by Mr. Fears? If he said he didn't tell you that, that would not be true, would it?
I mean, that's what he told us. It's
That's what I'm
documented.
Did he provide you any other information about, or he did provide you other information about Jay's routine and habit as to his hookups, who he liked to hang out with, things of that nature, right?
Like, you're talking about the sexual contacts with heterosexual men that don't expose that they have those relationships? Yes.
He told you that, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to get you to Molly Bar, and during the course of your investigation, you ended up going to Molly Bar, did you not, Captain?
I did.
Tell me.
Oxford Police Department was having a briefing out there.
The first time you made it out to Molly Bar, if you recall what date that was. And you would tell us who you remember being there.
I remember going out to Molly Bar with a briefing with Oxford Police Department, so there were a lot of officers there. I'm unsure that's the very first date. I have to confirm it.
Would it have been on the same date that y'all located the vehicle that Bandit?
I don't know. I know at Molly Bar Apartments, I had a conversation with a tow truck driver.
And could you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all did some searching out there, and according to one of the reports, y'all broke up into groups of 3 or 4 and looked around for evidence, correct, in that area?
If you're referring to, we broke up like to knock on the doors to kind of canvass the area for any witnesses or anybody that may have seen Jay Lee or other evidentiary items. Yes, we did that.
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong, y'all put metal detectors out there, things of that nature?
I was not present
You were not
during
present.
that day.
Was you there when that was the second search?
I was not present when the metal detectors, I knew Lieutenant Carradine, and I know Lieutenant Carradine was involved. I'm unsure Lieutenant McGuire may have been involved that day. I don't know. I was not there that day or something. I was not with them.
Okay. That would have been a different case. But the time you went out there, how many people searched, and would you fair statement that y'all knocked on some doors, asked some people some questions, and you came across an individual by the name of Kevin Kozar?
Kevin Kozart. I don't think, for me, I don't think that was the first time I was out there. I think it was the second time Lieutenant McGuire and I went back one evening, and it may have been the same day. I'd have to confirm.
A lot, big report,
It's
big
a long
file.
time ago, yes.
But tell us about your contact with Kevin Cozart and what transpired out there when you talked to Mr. Cozart. How did it come to be that you talked to Mr. Cozart?
Okay, so I recall now, we went back out there to just like take more pictures of vehicles that were in the area to see if anything, I guess, was different. And we saw a couple of individuals that we knew from working on campus. We talked to them, and Lieutenant McGuire spoke to somebody as they were driving by, and I talked to the tow truck driver at that point. And the two individuals we knew from like working on campus, they told us Kevin Cozart lived out there, and we were familiar with Kevin Cozart because he works on campus. So we went to his door and knocked on his door and asked him, could he explain basically the lifestyle that if you identify as a male and you present as a female, to explain and help us understand that lifestyle. So
That was your understanding, was it not? Clear up a little confusion here that you were asking Mr. Cozart, explain the lifestyle of basically the man dressing up as a woman, right?
Well,
lifestyle, that's what Jay Lee was doing.
A totality of the circumstances. We wanted to know also had he ever seen Jay Lee at those apartments? And he talked about, Kevin talked about, I think I wrote specifically in my report his snarky mouth.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
It's my
I'm trying
hearing.
not to have the jury hear what
I
I say.
understand. That's the reason I put the jury back in.
I want
Before we
to.
get started,
What now?
this young lady's doing a fine job. She's doing what she can do, what she's trying her case. She looked to the jury and apologized to the jury. I don't think we need any of that type of conduct. Told the jury she was so sorry. We don't need any that type of stuff.
I didn't see that, but listen.
Well,
Y'all
When did I do that?
pretend the jury ain't there from this point forward anyway.
Your Honor, I accidentally hit him with my pen when we were at the bench, and I said sorry to him. But I never did that. Never did that.
Where was
I sitting?
I'm just going, well, it's going up. We just won't talk to the jury anyway. All right, go ahead and tell me, I don't know what the contents of this report is. That's one thing about being a judge. I find out when the jury finds out, or sometimes before. But what is the controversy at this point?
Your Honor, the controversy is My original objection, actually, when I came to the bench, was I thought they were trying to get into character of the victim. But then when he stated what he was trying to get into, it was just to establish that people at Molly Bar knew Jay Lee, which he already said that Kevin Kozar, that people were familiar with Jay Lee. That's already been testified to. Now you're trying to get into what they said. But if you actually get into what they said, Kevin Kozar and the other two people who work at the school that they interviewed there, or other one person, they said they didn't know that Jay Lee knew anybody at Molly Bar. And they also said that they only knew Jay in a professional capacity. So they don't actually say that. So now my objection has changed into that he is trying to mislead the jury, to imply, because he said he was up there, to make it seem like, oh, Jay had no reason to be there.
Let me hear the source of any information that I'm really, I assume that, I understand from the defense, they're trying to elicit information, to present information to the jury that it would not be unusual for Jay Lee's car or Jay Lee to be at Molly Bar apartment. Would that be correct?
No, yes, but I'm not saying it'd be unusual or not unusual. We're saying that during the course of their investigation, this officer, she was answering the question, I didn't elicit it from her, that she came across Kevin Kozar. She knew Kevin Kozar. He lived out there. Kevin Kozar knew Jay Lee. They were in a group together called Code Pink that I hadn't gotten to yet, and that's how they knew each other. Kozar knew Jay Lee. Jay Lee knew Kozar, and they were in a group together called Code Pink, and they had a relationship. He knew him well. Established whether or not Kevin Kozar says he never came through the apartment or not, that's beside the point.
I don't know what the relevance, unless Kozar is going to say that it's not unusual for Jay Lee to be at these apartments, or Jay Lee car to be at this apartment complex. I don't know the relevance of who he might have known at those apartments.
Because, Your Honor, he didn't know. Those witnesses say they've never seen him there, and he has no reason. They don't know he knows anyone there, so there is no relevance.
What witnesses
I will say this.
I haven't put any witnesses on to say that. What witnesses is she referencing as saying that they don't know him? Kevin Carter.
I didn't say they know him.
Kozar. He's trying to establish his car was found at Molly Bar. He knew somebody out there and had a relationship with that person. Your Honor, that's relevant.
I'm going to let you. I can see that it be relevant that Jay Lee, whether he had a friend at that apartment complex, would be relevant. I don't see we need to go around the world to get there. But I'm going to let you ask this officer.
That's all I was trying to establish, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to let you establish that that this at least one person there at the apartment complex was an associate of Jay Lee. If somebody came to my if somebody's car was found across the road from my house anyway, well, do you know the guy lives there? And that's
saying this is one of the individuals they interviewed who said they knew Jay Lee. He lived at the apartment complex.
But let's.
I've been trying to get there.
Let's
I don't have an objection to that.
Let's get it back to very simple facts of that anyway. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that he knew someone at the apartment complex. I have an objection to the misleading way in which he's saying it. Because when we go up to the bench, he changes when he comes back here.
Judge, I asked the lady the question how place. I've never asked her another question.
Let me speak a little while. I'm going to let you ask the question is, did you interview Mr. Kozar? Did Mr. Kozar did Mr. Kozar indicate that he knew and had associations with Mr. Jay Lee? And he was somebody that he knew in that apartment complex. And then we'll move on. All right? I think that's relevant information. Go ahead. Yeah. Bear with us. I told you there'd be some delay. Blame them on me. Contrary to what most people think, most everything you've heard here for the last 2 days, I'm hearing it for at the same time you are for the first time. And it's hard for me to make rulings on objections till I know what we're going to be saying. And so that's part of the reason for the delay. I've got to figure out what they're arguing about before I can make a decision, and that's just the way it is. Some cases we've had knockdown, drag-out fights beforehand about specific evidentiary issues, but this one I'm hearing it for the first time like you are anyway. So you may proceed along with in accord with court's instructions.
Thank you. Captain, you were talking about in your report that you identified Mr. Cozart, you knew him and all that kind of stuff. Were you able to establish that Mr. Cozart and Jay Lee knew each other?
He was familiar with other LGBTQI students on campus, yes.
And they were actually in a group together called Code Pink.
I'm not sure about being in a group together called Code Pink. He did say, he gave us the name of some other individuals. One was an individual who was the organizer of Code Pink, and to my understanding, Code Pink is a...
He was familiar with the fact that Jay Lee was in Code Pink.
Yes,
that's how he knew. He
yes,
lived in apartment 23 at Molly Bar, correct?
This says apartment 22.
22?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that y'all knocked on some doors. Do you remember how many, were there apartments there that y'all knocked on that you didn't get a response to on the first time that you went?
The first time, I think that may be in one of Lieutenant Carradine Jones or McGuire's reports.
And
I was there. I was not actively walking around with each individual officer. I was on scene.
Right, I understand. But when they got back together, there were some apartments that people weren't at home, and I think there's a report indicating that they were talked to 4 people or 5 people in the apartment, but the remainder of the people in the apartments either were at work or were not at home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would think it would be fair to say there were people not at home during that time.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any search warrants or any consent to searches were ever effected on any apartment at Molly's apartment?
I'm not sure. Again, Sergeant Douglas or either officer of police department officers.
Go ahead, Doug. Wood, I missed one. Eli Davis, did you talk to Eli Davis out there?
I did.
You did? Look at page 39 in the report, please. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is my report on July 11th. We stopped and spoke with
I'm just trying to establish again.
Eli and Isabel.
Excuse me?
We stopped and spoke with Eli and Isabel. Our partner.
And Isabel Teller, right?
Yes.
At Molly Bar Trails.
Yes.
Were you able to establish whether or not Eli and Isabel Teller had a relationship or knew Jay Lee?
Eli said he was friends with Jay Lee on like social media apps, and he said he had never seen him in that area. I spoke. Okay.
But you were able to determine that basically that he knew enough about him, he had a report due that week or something like that. They were at least friends on Facebook, correct?
Yeah, they were friends on social media, and he believed Dr. Buford. Yes, he had a project due.
So it was not based on your investigation, based on what you, after your interviews with certain people involving Jay Lee's habits, his conduct, things of that nature. It was not unusual for Jay Lee to have hookups with strangers. Fair enough?
I don't know how long of a time frame you want to call a stranger. I'm not. I don't get. You know what I'm saying?
People that he didn't know very well.
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
I withdraw the question.
All right. I'm giving you lots of little bitty breaks. Do y'all want another break? All right, I saw a lot of head shaking no's. I'm taking your word for it anyway. I appreciate that.
Can we take a break?
Y'all run to the bathroom. I'll give y'all one.
Can I?
I'll give the witness a break too. She's been here for 2 hours. I am gonna take a job. Y'all want to stay right there?
We can think of a matter that has to do with.
Y'all gonna give a break whether you want one or not anyway. Okay? No reason for this witness to be here during this.
Yeah, him and his mom's from Mississippi. But they
But
met
he's
in
a
the
federal
military.
man. He's a federal man.
No, that's Jeremy. Jeremy's here.
All right, I appreciate your patience with us, and we did do some things while we were on the break that I think in the long run will shorten the process down a little bit as far as marking exhibits and such. I believe you had another question or two.
Just clean something
Go
up.
ahead.
Captain, been on the stand a long time, I know, and I want to ask you something real quick. I don't want to leave the impression something left kind of gray. We talked about Eli Davis and Isabel Teller. They live in, according to the report, correct me if I'm wrong, they live in apartment 22.
Isabel and Eli, yes, both live in apartment 22.
Yeah,
That's what I
and
have.
Cosart, did he live with them? He lived in 23.
Wait, this is a different building. Well,
So can I just read just quickly? My
Yeah.
understanding is that Isabel and Eli were engaged and they lived in apartment 22. That's what they represented. Fair enough?
yes,
And I thought that you testified that Kevin Cosart lived in 22. Did he live in 22 or 23?
we went to another area to speak to him.
Okay,
I can't
different apartment.
honestly. Yes,
Yeah, 'cause
we
I
knocked
thought
on
you
his door.
testified he lived in
I
22.
apologize.
They lived in 22, but they lived in separate apartments. Fair statement?
Separate, and maybe even separate buildings. I just know where I was at. I went to a different location.
And also, Eli told you that Jennifer Buford was the professor that was overseeing the projects about the homework for Jay Lee that he referenced, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what Eli told you, right?
Eli told me.
Thank you. That's all I had. And one more thing. They knew each other. They were associated through the LGBTQIA plus community. That's how they knew each other. They were allies. Eli and Isabel were allies for that community, and that's how they were associated with him. Fair
I think that
statement?
maybe knew how they knew of Jay Lee, and obviously they were friends on social media with
Yeah.
him by their statements.
Thank you.
You may redirect.
Mahan, we'll actually just start with Eli Davis, or Eli and Isabel Teller.
Yes.
Said that they were, or I believe defense counsel said that they were engaged and living together.
Yes.
Okay. And Eli and Isabel told you they didn't hang out with Jay Lee in person, didn't they?
Right. They actually said they'd never seen him in that area before, and that they were friends on Facebook. That's what Eli said. And Isabel said she had actually lived at those apartments for approximately 2 years, and she had never seen Jay Lee in that area before, and it was out of the ordinary for Jay Lee not to be on social media.
Okay. And so they both confirmed to you that it would be unusual for Jay Lee to be in that area. Would that be correct?
Yes, they both said they'd never seen him in that area.
Something was brought up about Code Pink. What is Code Pink?
To my understanding, is like a show, like a drag queen show, where you have people perform.
So it was like a performance of drag queens.
Yes, that's to my understanding.
So it was like, it wasn't, I believe Kevin Cozart, did he tell you that he was a part of Code Pink?
Not specifically. He told me that Jay Lee participated in that lifestyle. So so obviously he identified as male and presented as a female. So Kevin went into explaining to us that baby queens who are not.
Okay, so you said that lifestyle, but Code Pink is a performance organization, right?
Yeah, it's like a show.
Okay.
That's
so
how I understand it.
You saying that Jay Lee participated in
shows,
like performances, dressed as a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially, like on stage, like a drag queen.
Yes, I mean, I think even reviewing some of his social media back at that time, they were pictures of him
Okay.
on stage.
So I just wanted to be clear, Jay was participating in an organization that put on shows for like drag shows, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And even Taylor, his sister, had mentioned that to me when I went to the hotel to speak with the parents, and they called her and put her on speakerphone.
So she
mentioned Code Pink.
Yes, okay. And are you at all familiar with like drag shows or anything like that, like personally?
Not enough to be well versed in it or to be able to explain it other than a performance.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to kind of outline, see if you had any personal experience or knowledge to that kind of performance. It's okay if you don't, but you're saying you don't.
I
Okay. It was testified that some testimony was given about Jose. I'm going to show you a part of State's Composite Exhibit 6 that's previously been admitted into evidence. And while I'm looking for that, do you remember what date that y'all searched Jaylee's apartment?
I want to say it was the 10th. Let me see. Search warrant at Jaylee's room. Yes, on July 10th.
Okay. There was a earlier when we were testifying, I found, or you identified some items from Jaylee's apartment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to look for a particular one. Do you remember seeing a card?
There was a card in there
From
Jose.
Jose. May I approach the witness? And do you know when Ole Miss typically holds their graduation? Like what month?
May.
Okay. Could you please read what's in exhibit, part of State's Exhibit 6?
My beautiful sister, you've done it, and I couldn't be prouder. You honestly are the epitome of dedication. You had your mind set on something, and you accomplished it. I know firsthand how difficult it can be. I recall the phone calls and the text convoys. I knew it wasn't easy. It looks like baby maybe. But even through all the hardships, you powered through and earned that degree. I wish to have at least half of the determination and resilience that you have. And then it says on the other side, you maybe certainly, that part is cut off. The next line, manifest it, can't read the last of that, and finessed it. I'm forever proud of you, Jimmy, my sister always, and now you should be. The card actually says, it's not
who is the signed by?
Jose.
Jose Reyes?
Yes, that's the only Jose I know of.
And that person with me.
Sorry, what date did you say that was? I'm sorry.
The search warrant? Oh, I'm sorry.
Brief indulgence. I turn to the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Wood, be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor, by the state.
Thank you. You're free to go. Welcome to St. Louis. Just get it when you like. No one else. They better not give me that option. All right, who would state, everybody get on here, who would state knowledge of the next witness?
Mark Hodges.
Mark who?
Hodges.
Mark Hodges, somebody who's Mr. Hodges.
In Your Honor, I wanted to take up a matter.
What now?
I wanted to take up a matter that may speed the process up outside the presence of the jury. It's based on the certificates.
Based on what?
Self-authenticating certificates.
I'm gonna buy y'all some tennis shoes and some roller skates or something. We may buy our juror on crutches. We may just get here some earbuds instead, so he can't hear nothing. This way it'd be easier on him.
Your Honor, those that are marked, I believe that's Exhibit 11, S11.
S12.
S12. The one on the very top.
Is that? Let me ask you this: is that composite? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Composite exhibits, so they need to stay in order. But the very first one goes with the contents of Exhibit 13. That's going to be a receipt, photographs from bandit towing. We've had testimony that the car was towed from the UPD officer provided testimony that the car was towed by bandit towing approximately 1:50 in the afternoon on July the 8th. And those are the business records of what they do. And there's an accompanying certificate on the very top of Exhibit 12.
Of Exhibit what?
12.
All right. I've got one here from Bandit Towing, signed by Michael E. Kent Jr.
Then the second page of Exhibit 12 is going to be in reference to the video from Rainbow Corners that's S14
It's a thumb drive of video.
thumb drive of a video.
Okay. All right.
All right. We propose also the very next one.
Is this one that there was some dispute about when the y'all filed an objection to the self-authentication? Is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Judge,
I'll let you finish up here, but I just need to get in my head what we're arguing about anyway. Go ahead, let him go ahead and make him let him make his the other exhibit so I can do them all at the same time. But I want y'all to be getting y'all ducks in a row while he was talking anyway.
Got 5 certificates.
I'm up to Molly Express anyway.
Third certificate is in regard to S16 for identification, which is a video from, it's called Molly Express. It's what we've been referring to as rockets.
Okay.
Which one is that one?
The rockets.
You put a hang on one second here. You got a sticker on 13. Did you pre-mark 14 and 15?
I left it out. That's going to be.
The stickers may be on the
Right.
drives themselves, not the envelope.
That's
Okay, all right, I'm good.
15 is a still shot from a UPD surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson. I don't have a certificate on it. It is a university camera, and Ben Douglas is going to testify after Mark Hodges. He can authenticate it if Mark can't authenticate it.
Okay.
But it does not have a certificate from UPD since it was going
What we've got right now is this information from Bandit Towing, Rebel Rainbow Cleaners, Molly Express, aka Rocket. What else you got?
CB Webb. It's going to be still shot from a video surveillance camera from it's a apartment complex on the other side of Rockets gas station. It's government owned, and it has the timestamp that you can compare to the Rockets video, the timing of it when it was taken. And I believe that should be all of
You've
it.
got CB Webb, you've got a Bluff West Marley Bar Trails certificate here.
All right. That's going to be the video from Molly Bar Trails from where you see the J. Lee car enter Molly Bar Trail parking lot. You see an individual that can identify.
Somebody leaving there anyway.
Right.
All
So
right.
that matches up with the timing of the video already in evidence of Kaziah Carter picking Tim Herrington up.
All right, let me, if you want me to put all this together here anyway. All right. I'm going to give it all back to you anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Now, there's...
Tell me what's been done as far as,
And just for the court's information, the last exhibit, marked for ID, is a map that shows the videos when they were taken in route and in sequential order.
all right? That's S19.
And I would point out that Kaziah Carter has already provided testimony that after he picked Tim Herrington up at Rockets gas station, that he took him to Lafette Place.
All right. You tell me what previously the state has filed as far as notice or motion for self-authentication.
We did file that notice. This case was sealed by the court. We did not receive notification that there was any objection to anything by the defense to our notices until we showed up for hearing in Tippecanoe.
A week ago, Monday was a week ago.
And so even though there was a certificate of service on the back of that, the objections, we were not aware of that. Had we been aware of it, that it had been filed on the date it was filed, we could have been put on notice to have all these people here locally to come in and testify about the surveillance videos. Rather than do that, to streamline the process, that's why we wanted to provide this notice to them and have that heard prior to being here in trial and do it in a more...
Now, let me ask you this. This State's Exhibit 19, there's time reflected on there, start with 7:18, 7:21, 7:23, 7:23, and 7:34, 7:25, and 7:34. Are those time stamps on the videos that you're providing?
With the exception of the Molly Bar Trails video. That video, Mark Hodges can explain how he came up with the time. The time difference was wrong.
I want to make sure that it's clear. Mark Hodges actually went to Molly Bar Trails apartments and downloaded that video himself and from the system and corrected the time the way law enforcement officers do. So that's why the timestamp on the Molly Bar Trails video will be different, but it's because Mark, he actually can authenticate that himself.
The times.
We may deal with that one separately, but.
Understood.
All right. Anything else the state wishes to talk about on the authentications of these? I believe all of them are. There was the first one was something from the tow company. Is that a video as well? Or
No,
what is it?
It's a receipt and photos that they took before they took the car.
All right.
I can't hear what you said.
He said that was a receipt and photos before they took the car, not a video, but some receipt for the car, towed the car. They made pictures of the car. Yeah, the bandit, yeah. All right. Anything else the state wishes to offer before I turn to the defense and listen to them anyway? All right. I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I think that the first and most important thing to consider here is the procedure for certifying records of the regular conducted activity as the self-authenticating documents and the procedures in which that's done. Once the state files their notice of their intent, which they did on November 5th, they filed their notice of intent to have these specific list of documents be admitted as authenticated through that particular notice. Defense then, and Judge, for the record, that was filed under seal. I've got a copy with the filed stamp without an MEC heading. That was filed under seal. Like the majority of the documents in this case filed by the state, we have not received copies of the majority of the subpoenas, other items. We've had to go and get those copies from ourselves from the clerk's office once we notice a gap in MEC filings that, hey, I see a document 70 and a document 80, where are the 10 in between? We've had to go and get those. Once that notice is filed, we've got 15 days in which to object. Otherwise, they're...
Let me just say, if I worked under the assumption that you filed an objection within the time period, tell me what the ramifications of that are.
Well, Judge, the requirement then is...
For a minute, let's forget about whether there's any dispute about when he filed it, when y'all answered it, who got notice. Let's just assume.
Well, I'll just represent, we did file within the proper time period.
All right, so let's just move on to, they filed a notice, you filed an objection there too. What's the score after that?
Well, so then, Judge, after that, the requirement, it's not a suggestion, it's a requirement under Rule 902D that the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine admissibility on the record before the trial or hearing at which it may be offered. If the court cannot do so, the record is not self-authenticating under this paragraph 11. Judge, we could have had this hearing and addressed this issue up until the start of this trial, but because that did not happen, clear language of that rule is that these documents cannot be admitted as self-authenticating.
We talked about this issue sometime prior. I don't know if the court made a ruling at that time or what we did, but I know we have addressed this issue before. Somebody will have to refresh my memory on what.
Judge, I apologize. When the state indicated to us that they had not gotten notice of it on the 25th, we immediately provided them a physical copy at that time. We had some informal discussions in chambers at that time, but the requirement's clear. They must schedule a hearing. There's been no hearing noticed, and aside from informal discussion, then to bring it for the first time today on the second day of live testimony,
This has not been addressed. Had this been at least addressed and scheduled, we could have had a hearing on this prior to impaneling the jury, and we could have had this issue, and they would have had whatever arguments they wanted to make. But it's clear under the rule that because they did not schedule a hearing, these documents cannot be self-authenticating.
Listen to the state response.
I do, Your Honor, I wasn't at that prior hearing, so,
Or not?
I thought it was on the 26th. Somebody told me the wrong day.
If you weren't there, I'm going to ask Mr. Creekmore to address this issue anyway.
We did switch. If you remember, we had that hearing set on Tuesday when she was scheduled to be there, and we moved it to Monday based on the agreed order on the issue that we had on the expert witness on the documents.
There was a question about the admissibility of the search dog set for Monday of last week, and the issue of search warrant suppressions were set for Tuesday of last week. The Monday, the search dog issue was resolved, and we brought motions before the court on Monday of last week.
For the benefit of Judge Aiken.
I don't know if the motion for, I don't know if there was a notice of hearing on the issue of on these exhibits, the self-authentications or not. I'll let somebody address that in a second. I don't know if it was noticed for hearing at that time, but I know it was discussed at that time. I don't remember if it was on the record or off the record. We discussed the issue of the self-authentication documents. Would have been Monday of last week. I don't get me lying whether it's on the record or in chambers, but we did discuss those issues Monday of last week.
Now, if the court would permit, Gwen has a procedural argument. Procedural.
Okay, procedural, I'll let her talk. I'll let you talk about procedure. I'm going to let these folks who's there talk about the facts anyway.
I'm not going to talk about the facts. It's just my understanding of what Mr. Daniel said.
But I think I have my memory's pretty good on the timeline of what happened anyway. Okay.
Your Honor, my understanding from reading Rule 902.11 is not that it says that the records shall per se be excluded. My understanding from reading it says that you have to file the notice, state specifically in writing if you have an objection, serve it within 15 days or later time if the parties agree, and then it says the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine the admissibility. It says if the court cannot do so, like if the court cannot determine the admissibility, the record is not necessarily self-authenticating. That doesn't mean that, that's just if the court cannot determine the admissibility. You can still determine the admissibility now.
I'll give you the last bite here. Go ahead.
Judge, I think perhaps the argument was misunderstood. I'm not saying that the items cannot be admitted. I'm saying they cannot be admitted as self-authenticating. The rule clearly says, and I'd like to read a little bit of the footnote from Section 11. Subparagraph D provides that if objections are not decided before the trial, the proponent must plan to call the witness. It's not an issue about
What
admissibility.
was the objections?
The objection was to the custodial, the person they were saying was going to be the custodian of these records for the purpose of their admissibility. The objection was not based on admissibility, it was based on the custodial nature of it.
In particular, when you filed your objection, what did your objection say?
Judge, it was a lengthy list of objections, and I believe she's getting you a copy. But it still boils down to the fact that when self-authenticating records are offered against the defendant in criminal cases, the rights of the defendant under the confrontation clauses of both federal and state constitutions must be considered. And the rule's clear, Judge. I'm not saying that they can't have these records be admitted. I'm saying they must call the proper witness to do so.
I understand that.
And Judge, the only discussion that we had in chambers, which I'm going to represent to you, was off the record, was about potential records that may not need, the custody may not be an issue. We only discussed those as it related to Ryan Baker and Mike Burks. But regardless, by virtue of the filings in the procedure and the lack of a scheduled hearing, they must now call these witnesses.
I'm not, we were in Ripley last Monday. I said, I've been reminded here that the discussion about this was in chambers. I said I would address this matter when the time came. I also offered to be available Wednesday for any hearings anybody might want, or Friday for anybody might want. I'm not addressing all of the items that are asked to be self-authenticated. I'm dealing with these that have been presented to the court today, and the timelines that I've already heard testimony on, the timelines on the videos that are in the subject to those videos. The court's going to find that they're sufficient indicative of reliability, and I'm going to allow those, if there's otherwise supporting evidence and a proper foundation is played, I am going to allow those to be introduced as self-authenticating. I noticed on the list that there are other videos from other jurisdictions that we don't have a time frame to reference to. You know, we don't have the testimony. I picked somebody up when I got off work at this time, and my car went down this road, and this how far it was. I'm not ruling on those. But these particular items, I'm going to, when we have a point of reference of when something happened and when something else happened, I'm going to allow those to be introduced if they're otherwise admissible without the necessity of someone to authenticate those records. I'm not saying the same thing about, I noticed weighed equipment somewhere, some other location in some other towns where we don't have a point of reference on time, but and I will give you a hearing, a separate hearing, when sometime when the jury's not there waiting to decide if those will be. But as to these particular items that the state has proposed to be self-authenticating, I think there's sufficient indicative timing and reliability to permit those into without a further hearing. But this ruling just extends to these that's been presented to the court.
All those exhibits.
These videos that say at 7:18 this car passed, I assume that's what they're going to be. And at 7:25 and 7:32, a short time window. I'm not just the ones that we've talked about so far.
The UPD, Your Honor, it's clear. The UPD records, video, they don't even need an authentic certificate to get those in.
But
as far as the rainbow cleaners, we've had no testimony about that.
But I'm working under the assumption, and from the map they showed, this appears to be videos along the route that Mr. Fears, I believe, the guy that picked up the alleged Carter. These appear to be a tracking of that vehicle.
Wrong.
Okay, if that's not the case,
It's the tracking of Jay Lee's vehicle.
the Jay Lee's vehicle.
Judge, the issue is we haven't had testimony to establish that they've even gotten to Mr. Herrington's apartment yet, because I believe, although I haven't seen that map, it'll be the alleged vehicle leaving Timmy Herrington's apartment to Molly Bar Trails. We haven't gotten that far in this trial yet, and that's the point.
What it does is they do it backwards. We've got testimony in, Your Honor, of bandit towing at Molly Bar Trails. That's where they begin. And Mark Hodges goes out and he can authenticate that video that he collects and authenticate the timing of it. And then he begins to backtrack it, that vehicle, to the Rockets Express gas station, probably within 10 minutes of the Kaziah Carter video.
That's if you can authenticate the first one, the video of it there at the apartment, come back, and these times seem to be matching up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to put on that proof first, and if the proof is satisfactory about where the starting point is, I'll let you have that short range. If there's a testimony of a vehicle 3 hours later in Grenada, Mississippi, I'm not stretching that far anyway.
I want to be clear for the record that we're done.
I'm going to hear what this witness has to say, but if the witness can give us a good starting point, then I'll go from there. If the witness can't give us a good starting point, then we won't anyway.
Okay.
If the witness can give us a good starting point, this whole time frame is just a few minutes in length there anyway. If we can get a good starting point, and those are consistent time frames, I'll let them. All right, go ahead. All right, we're going to have a little break here anyway. Dana needs Hank, and probably wouldn't hurt for us all to get one.
Mark Hodges.
All right, Mr. Hodges. Seat there. All right. You may proceed.
Tell us who you are and what you do.
Mark Hodges. I'm the Lieutenant of Investigations for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator with OPD?
With OPD, 6 years, roughly.
Okay. Prior to that?
Prior to that, 2 extra additional years.
Whereabouts?
Greenville. Mississippi.
All right, so in July of 2022, were you an investigator with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, sir.
We've had testimony about the whereabouts of Jay Lee beginning on July the 8th of 2022. Were you aware of that?
I became aware, I believe, around the 11th.
Were you made known any information about Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that information that was relayed to you?
That Bandit Towing had towed it from Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Okay. Did you receive information from Bandit Towing about them towing a car from Molly Bar Trails around 1:50 p.m. on July the 8th?
Detective Scott Hollowell did, yes, sir.
Well, you would have been made aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you find out what the car looked like based on that information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of car it was?
It was a Ford Fusion.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Friday as Exhibit S13. If you can look at that exhibit. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's okay. All right. Is that the same guy?
It was at S13?
S13. We'll just review that exhibit, look at all the photos, see if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the vehicle, were you able to identify who that vehicle belonged to?
Yes, sir. That was Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right. And even on the tag, it had Jay Lee on the back of it?
Yes, sir.
Was the car distinctive?
Yes, sir.
Why was it distinctive?
It has a gold, I guess what you'd call a racing stripe down the front, the hood.
All right. Now, are you familiar with those types of documents that would have been collected or gathered by APD from Bandit Towing?
The
Type of document?
The tow receipt?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And there are photos also attached to that towing receipt. Is that, in your experience, common for the towing company to do that?
Yes, sir.
Just in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be received into evidence.
I will note objections to
Same
state,
objection.
okay, I have continued objection, I'll note those, and, but I will admit it into evidence. All right, 13 will be admitted.
All right. If you could hand it to the reporter. Are you familiar with the layout and parking area of Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's a one-way in, one-way out apartment complex. When you go in, it makes a circle.
So the entrance is the exit?
Yes, sir.
No other entry, no other exit?
No, sir.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the surrounding area for Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's Molly Bar Road. If you were to take a right out of the apartment, leaving the apartment complex, you would run to a three-way stop right there. It's Molly Bar and McElroy. Right there at that corner is the convenience store that they've called Rockets.
Okay. And behind that, are there any trails or walking areas? What's behind Molly Bar Trail apartment complex?
The woods and the airport.
Okay. Do you know, if you do, let the jury know, is that airport fenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it significant to you that Jaylee's car was found there? And what did you do when you learned that information?
When we learned that Bandit Towing towed the vehicle from that location, that gave us a starting point to start working backwards to try to figure out where the car had been.
Okay.
So I went to Molly Bar Trails and spoke with the management, asked them if it was possible for me to review the camera footage, download it. They agreed, showed me where the server room was. I went in there and downloaded the footage.
Did you find the footage of Jaylee's car entering into the complex?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, let me back up just a little bit. Do you know what area of the parking lot Jaylee's car was found in by Bandit Towing?
By Bandit Towing? Yes, sir, pretty much. I believe it's got a number on the ground.
Okay. Do you know what that number is? Is it listed on that exhibit?
It's 43.
All right. So you went to the management at Molly Bar Trails and looked through video surveillance. Were you able to secure that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand you.
Your Honor, I think the court understands our objection on the grounds of relevancy to it this time. I understand it's probably conditional, but this time, procedurally, I think we need to object on the grounds of relevance. As to all these
I'm going to note your record and overrule your objection.
Thank you. Hand you an exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, look at the contents of that envelope and see if there's a jump drive.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's got an exhibit sticker on it.
Yes, sir.
What's that exhibit sticker?
S18?
S18 for identification. Have you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know?
Because I watched it.
All right. And what'd you do after you reviewed
Put it in an envelope.
it? Okay. And did you put your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you reviewed the contents.
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately depict the footage that you obtained from Molly Bar Trails apartments?
Yes, sir.
With Jaylee's car?
Yes, sir.
Now the state would ask that the exhibit 18 be received.
I'll note the objection of the defense, but I will admit it anyway. Your objection has been duly noted.
All right, and then from the time that you identified Jaylee's car on that video, what did you do next as far as trying to find any other footage of that movements of that vehicle?
We started working backwards, securing video.
Okay. Did you find any other videos?
Yes, sir. We found videos and photos.
All right. What was the next video closest to Molly Bar Trails that you found?
It's okay for me to check my notes.
Sure. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes, it's fine.
All right.
Next thing would be a photo from CB Webb.
Okay. What is CB Webb?
It's a housing complex. It is right across from Rockets.
All right. Is that on Molly Bar Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find anything from CB Webb surveillance camera?
Yes, sir. We were able to obtain a photo of Jay Lee's car coming by.
Angie, what's been marked as Exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the image depicted in that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is a photo of Jay Lee's car.
All right. If you don't mind, set that exhibit aside for right now. That image is depicted in that image is also Rocket's business.
Yes, sir.
Convenience store, gas station, correct?
Correct.
All right. Were you able to get or secure footage of Jay Lee's car from Rockets as
Yes,
well?
sir.
All right, I'm going to hand you, it's been marked for ID as Exhibit 16. If you don't mind looking in that envelope, can you identify the contents?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and how can you identify it?
That is a thumb drive containing the video from Rockets. Inside the thumb drive is labeled S16.
All right.
On the envelope, it has my initials and the date.
And have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it accurately depict what you observed when that footage was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 16 be received into evidence.
16 is the rocket.
Yes, sir.
With having noted any other objections other than that that's been previously. All right, objection be noted, and I'm going to admit it.
All right. Now then,
16 will be admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Did you compare the timestamp on Exhibit 16 to the timestamp on what's been marked for ID in Exhibit 17, the CD Web? And did you make any observations about the time?
Pretty much correct.
What do you mean by that? How were you able to determine that they were correct?
They're time stamped.
Okay. So the timestamp in Exhibit 16 and 17, what did they tell you?
Not understanding.
Permission to publish Exhibit 16.
You may do so.
Gwen, can we talk to the judge while they're doing that real quick? Got it.
know it. It's all right.
We'll just we'll come back to it.
723,
Yes, sir.
July 8th, 2022, 7:23 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was that timestamp consistent or similar to the timestamp from the CD web in Exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was that timestamp on? Well, Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 17 be received into evidence.
Noting the defense continued objection, it would be admitted.
All right. Now then,
Let her stamp it. Let her mark it. Go ahead.
so you've got that timestamp of Jay Lee's car from CD Web and Rockets. Where did you go after that?
After Rockets, we went, we got a photograph from Jackson and Rebel.
All right, and where did that surveillance video come from?
UPD.
All right. We've already had testimony that their UPD and Ole Miss have cameras. Is that from an Ole Miss UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is Rebel and Jackson Avenue? Where's that located?
It's in the city of Oxford.
All right. Where's Jackson Avenue from where we are in the courthouse?
Jackson Avenue. Let me see. We got myself turned around up in here.
That's North Lamar and that's South Lamar. Where's Jackson Avenue?
Jackson Avenue is the road going this way.
Going that way? And if you were going to go on Jackson Avenue to Rebel Drive, where would you go?
Go that way.
And if you were to turn left on Rebel Drive, would you be on campus?
Be on the University of Mississippi campus.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would, well, let me approach. Hand you Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
2 pages?
Sir?
2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Does that accurately depict images taken from that surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the
Numbers that?
18?
15.
15.
15. Jackson previously made by the defense, we know it would be admitted into evidence.
All right. Now from there, were you able to find any other video surveillance depicting Jay Lee's car in the same general time frame?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Rainbow Cleaners.
What is Rainbow Cleaners and where is it?
It's a laundry cleaning service. It's on Jackson Avenue.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that? If so, how?
Yes, sir. I recognize it because it's got my initials and the date on it.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents contained on that jump drive?
Yes, sir.
And what does that depict?
What is it? What?
Depict?
It's the Rainbow Cleaners video.
All right. Does it accurately depict Jay Lee's car driving?
Yes,
Okay. Does it also have the timestamp consistent or similar to these other videos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the state's next exhibit.
Judge Lamar. Hang on a second. marked yet?
Yes, sir.
What number is marked at?
14.
14. All right. Come on, wait.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for ID as Exhibit 19. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
All right, now then, were you able to find any other videos, video surveillance in Oxford within that time frame regarding Jay Lee's vehicle?
No, sir.
All right. Now, you started at Molly Bar Trails because that's where the towing company picked up his car on July the 8th at 1:50 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you work backwards. So the first video sequentially that you see is that Rainbow Cleaners video, correct?
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish that to the jury?
Let me ask you this. That's been admitted. You may publish it. That's S-14.
There it is. It's not. Just kind of orient the jury to what roadway this is and where that camera is facing.
That is Jackson Avenue that you see right there, the roadway. The area with the lines that you see, the arrows, that is actually Rainbow Cleaners, the drive-through.
Now, can you tell the jury where that car, when you're going to see that car from this point in the video?
You will see it first from the right side of the screen.
All right, traveling toward the courthouse.
Yes, sir.
On Jackson Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And will there be any other vehicles before they see the Jay Lee vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe it?
I believe it's a white truck with a trailer.
Okay.
Right there. And that's Jay Lee's car.
Now then, from there, the next video camera sequentially is going to be the photo frame from UPD, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what was the time stamp from Rainbow Cleaners?
It was 7/18/53.
7/18/53?
Yes, sir.
AM?
Yes, sir.
All right. Leave it up on that freeze frame. Permission to publish Exhibit 15.
Okay.
right. Looking at Exhibit 15, this is Rebel Jackson video camera from UPD.
Y'all see, y'all. It's on the little screen.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Judge.
You're welcome to stand there with us if you like.
Is that from the Rebel Jackson surveillance?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a timestamp on that?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I'm going to hand it to you. You got your glasses with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, where's that timestamp located?
The top left corner,
And what does it say?
that is going to be 7/21, I believe, 56.
Okay. So later in time from the rainbow cleaners?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, from there, of course, where, that's on Rebel Jackson. Where's that located in relation to rainbow cleaners?
It is going east.
Are there any stoplights in between there and Rebel, in between Rainbow Cleaners and Rebel Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. How many?
You have Fraternity Row, Country Club, and then Rebel and Jackson. Stoplights.
Is there a stoplight at Rebel and Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And a turn signal at that Rebel Jackson intersection?
To turn on to Rebel.
All right. Now, the next video sequentially is going to be the Rockets video.
Yes, sir.
CD web. CD web.
CD web photo, yes, sir.
And before we get there, on that second photo, second page of Exhibit 15, were you able to notice any distinctive features in that image?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
The racing stripe on the hood.
What about the rims of the car rims?
The rims on the car as well.
Now, Exhibit 17 is going to be from the CB web. Video camera, surveillance camera. Did it have a timestamp on it?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that timestamp?
7/23/50.
All right. And again, were you able to see that that was the same car that was on the Rebel Jackson as well as the Rainbow Cleaners video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, across the street, you have Rockets or they call it Molly Express.
I think so. I still call it Rockets.
Everybody still refers to it as Rockets, correct? All right, and Jeremy, that's going to be 7/23/21. observe the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna run it back. And when you see that car that was in the other videos, from Rainbow Express Cleaners to Rebel Jackson, CB Webb, just tell the jury when you see it. We'll stop.
Right there.
Okay. And one, if you can, John, can you step down and identify the timestamp on it? If you don't mind, step down and identify the timestamp and date of that video. Can she hear you?
July 8th, 2022.
All right. Got Exhibit 18. All right, now the video from Mahan Trails. You went down, you talked to the management there and got access to the video surveillance, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now there were, if you can, remind the jury of what was important to you when you went through and looked through all that video footage. What were you looking for?
Jay Lee's car.
So the car had been moving in that direction based on what you backtracked from this video, based on what we've seen just the last few minutes?
Yes, sir.
For the jury's benefit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you able to establish that the time was consistent with the videos from Rainbow Cleaner, Rebel Jackson, UPD camera, CB Webb, and the Rockets video, and the Molly Bar Trails apartment complex surveillance system?
Yes, sir.
All right. How were you able to do that?
By watching the other videos and seeing the other vehicles besides Jay Lee's car pass through.
All right. Now, if you can, we're going to, Jeremy, if you'll put that on 2017. Now, if you look at the date on here, it says July the 7th, 2022. And it's got 2017.
Yes, sir.
How do you know how many hours it was off?
The video was 12 hours and 52 minutes off.
And how were you able to make that adjustment?
Looking in the settings, the system for some reason was set to Greenwich Mean Time. Looking at that, I needed to subtract 5 hours. Then once you subtracted 5 hours and I looked at my watch versus the real time on the live video, it was...
Part of it went into something that business to do, the custodian of the record has not been identified as that particular person.
Okay. Do you want me to respond from here?
I want y'all to approach the bench anyway.
Good talk. Hey guys, so we're really close to being done here. We have like 16 more minutes to go, and I think we have about 10 minutes left of testimony. I'm going to zoom a little bit, but I'm not going to be able to chat afterwards. We're going to stream Lori after this. We'll redirect you, and then tomorrow we're going to pick up day 3 and 4, but we'll split it into 2 streams. So I'm going to zoom so we don't get cut off here, and I just want to let you guys know that.
After this, wait on me to listen to it. I'm gonna let y'all take the evening break. They're gonna eat. We'll start back at 6 in the morning. Give the court instructions. Don't discuss the case. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't express your formal opinion. Don't express opinions to you. Don't investigate the case. Have any problem with this regard, let the court know. Y'all go, we'll have a good evening, we'll have a good meal, and I'll see y'all back here at 9 o'clock tonight. 9 o'clock, if everybody good to start, or y'all want to start earlier?
9 o'clock's fine.
At our bench conference, I said I wanted to hear exactly what this officer did in computing time at the Molly Bar Trails apartment video. After I do that, I'll make some decision on the ruling, but I didn't want to do that and then try to bring the jury back in. It's just close to 5 o'clock anyway, so go ahead. I'll let you try to, in some detail, let this officer tell me what he did in trying to calculate time at Marley Bar 12 Apartments video, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I want to make it clear, you've already testified, you were the officer that actually went and secured this video footage, correct?
Correct.
So you physically went to their site and gathered the video?
Correct.
All right. Now then, how is it common for you as an investigator to look for surveillance evidence for whatever reason?
Yes.
All right. Is it common for you to go look at some business around Oxford, their surveillance system, and the time not be accurate?
Correct. Yes.
That's common.
Yes.
All right. So do you have a standard practice for what you do in order to, hey, this camera system's time is not accurate?
Yes.
And what is that?
We look at our watch, and then you look at the actual live view of the camera system, and you compare the time. If the time is wrong, you compare it to whatever. If the time on the system is wrong, you compare it to whatever the time is on your watch. And if you have to make an adjustment, add, subtract to get the correct time.
All right. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. And you have a pretty big discrepancy because here it's July the 7th.
Yes.
And you're trying to track down July the 8th. Did you observe their system with your own eyes?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
That the system was set to Greenwich Mean Time, and then it was also off an additional 7 hours and 52 minutes.
For a total of how many hours and minutes?
12 hours and 52 minutes.
Did you make that adjustment?
Yes.
And with that adjustment, did you go back to Molly Bartrell's apartment and secure more footage?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with the calculations that you made?
Yes, sir.
And when you made that adjustment and secured that footage, what did you find?
The footage that we needed showing Jay Lee's vehicle coming into the complex.
But there's also another part of that too. Do you see anything else in that video surveillance besides Jay Lee's car coming into Molly Bartrell's?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Later on in the day, you see the tow truck.
No, before that. After the car is there, do you see any individual shortly after the car comes in?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
You see Mr. Herrington jogging out of the apartment complex.
All right, and I represent to you that minutes later, we've already had evidence come in from Rocket's surveillance system that shows Tim Herrington getting into a vehicle with Kaziah Carter.
Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that as to the point that he's cleared up the methodology in which he used to calculate that time, I followed and understood it. I do think it's a proper mathematical. We would withdraw our objection as to that matter.
Okay, that sounds good enough anyway. I would like to clarify the record. I understand, because I get this right in my head, and there ain't no jury here. You said you later obtained other video and compared times on that. Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I believe he said he later obtained other videos from this thing. And did you say I didn't hear good. Did you say he compared the times on?
I think I can understand. I think when he first went to Mount Garden, they didn't know that he didn't know the time was off. So when he got July 8th, it was just he didn't even see Jay Lee's car drive by, that's the only way he could go. So when he realized the time was off, he went back and got another footage to see. He corrected it, like, let me check this other area. That's what he was trying to say. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, the first bit of footage that we got was incorrect because the time frame was off. But once I made the adjustments, I was able to get the right footage that we needed.
And this was sometime that same day, bandit towing would appear at that same time. Is that correct?
1:50 p.m.
What?
Bandit towing is 1:50 p.m. 1:50.
150.
So the bandit towing comes and gets the car at 1:50 p.m. on July 8th. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I was wondering what was there a video on that, and was it 12 hours and 52 minutes off as well? Is what I thought he was saying, but I obviously didn't understand. I wanted to make, is that what he was saying or not anyway?
Yes, Your Honor, that's what he's saying. He said, yes, when you see that, it's also 12 hours and 52 minutes off.
All right. I thought that was what he's saying, but I wasn't sure if I heard right or not. That's what I took it to mean, but I wanted to make sure. All right. The objection has been withdrawn, and we'll start back up here.